Balance changes for SMGs in the Panzerfaust, some updates to the recall system, and a PvE collaboration flush with interesting enemies. All this and more as we dive into the Update 38.1 patch report. First up, we're doing a balance shuffle for SMGs in the Panzerfaust this update. Across the board, SMGs will have less accurate hipfire, and the MP5K is also seeing a slight reduction in damage. For the Panzerfaust, players will now be restricted from running, jumping, and vaulting while wielding this powerful weapon. And players inside a vehicle will be protected a bit, taking reduced damage from its blast. There are a couple more changes as well to make sure there's enough risk to the Panzerfaust's reward. So let us know how these changes feel. Next, the recall system is getting some alterations. Time required to register boot chips beyond the first will now increase by 5 seconds for each additional chip being registered. We've also added information about how many players are returning to the battlegrounds with each recall, and have removed the Phase 6 recall on 8x8 maps. Once again, let us know how these changes feel once you get in-game. Next, we're dressing up a bit for spooky season with an arcade mode that gives new meaning to the term crapshoot. In this collaboration with the popular internet show Skibidi Toilet, you'll assemble your squad of 4 and plunge into Miramar to clench victory against the toilet invasion. Collect chemical cans to upgrade your weaponry and make flushing your enemy that much easier. Can your squad save Bidet? Or will you get wiped and end up number 2? Will this announcer ever run out of crappy puns? Log in and put a lid on the invasion starting October 22nd on PC and October 30th on console. We've also added destructible terrain to Miramar, which doesn't include building destruction, and updated the pass system to allow for multiple passes at once. This allows us to introduce an event pass tied to the new arcade mode, while still launching a new Survivor Pass. Now you can work on both at the same time. There's also a new ranked season, destructible gas tanks on Destin, map bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 38.1 is here, so recall some friends, aim down the sights of those SMGs, and dump some rounds into the skibidi toilets. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
哎，切了火，我下来，完了 ，barbecue， 这真 barbecue 了。
위치가 클리어가 안 됐는데
먼저 킬로그램.
이거는
하나 더.
이거는 실수예요.
연계는 지금 담벼락에 없는 게 이렇게.
이거
이거 누군가 양몽. 1위 토란이에요.
자 그리고 수류탄.
자 던져.
수류탄.
거리 되니까.
여기서
네.
수류탄.
나오네.
튀겼어요.
자 이런 못 살려요.
하나 더.
근데 이거 관통하는 수류탄이야.
T1 치킨 먹으면요 1위 탈환합니다.
자 오르카 혼자 남았습니다.
자
혼자 남아 오르카.
차량 터졌고 MP5K 들고 가요. 움직이면서 쏠 거예요.
와.
진짜요?
자 여기 들어왔습니다.
이거 진짜 큰일 났어요. 배고파.
앞으로 막아버리고. 이거 말이 안 돼요. 버리면 이거 어떻게 도망가나요?
오토바이가 더 빨라.
살렸어요.
感觉看他一调整脱口，
距离太近了，17度。
哇，真的
真下来了！
시간 계속 벌어지고 있고.
와, 생각!
시대 감각으로 올킬.
You see Rock now losing multiple numbers. Looks like Flood will steal one away from Bastia. A good nade from BL. Will find one on the field boss, leaving it all really down to Shinboy.
I imagine, but here the footsteps are.
BL, the longer he waits, the more of a problem this is going to create for himself. He's trying to get the angle. I think the player has been picked back up. BL will spot him out though when he gets the knock onto Shinboy, as one player who was at PNC will get a knock onto another. Now Cherry will step. Cherry.
3S 的。
哎，你有什么办法呢？这一幕我只有在短视频平台上面看到过。是的。你是真的还没脾气。哎，切了火，我下来直接往你里边扔火泥怎么办呢？绝望，真的绝望。完了 ，barbecue， 这真 barbecue 了。
走不了吧？
还
在跑。
队友说：“哈，你这送我一个头。”
不是吧，哥们儿，
关键是
拿枪了进那个仓里有可能。
对，关键是你一把联军，你不一定打得过这个人。
对啊，他换了汤姆逊，这个枪真不好说了，你也没投甲。
还能打个药，百里姆懵了。
等来队友公平对决。哎，不是吧？真来啦！
出事啦！
Can't peek over. As soon as they stand up fully, they're going to be shot in the back by a circus crew. So they're pinned in between these two teams, hoping that somehow they'll start fighting one another. But right now, BB team allowing the utility to do the wall for them as Phil first now swaps over to the Orc, finds the double headshot. Able to take one more down. There's just one player left alive right down below. Molotov peeks on over, finds one with nade in hand, jumps on him, but Nima is able to get the first. Will be taken down in the end, though. And that's going to be...
Squeeze is going to be a bit too much. If vehicle comes in, final C4 to take Snakers out. I think this one's gonna hit. Is there going to be a victim of Zensen as well?
Shrimsy?
No, it's just...
Make something happen. It would be...
And just seeing Bonjay run away from it. Yeah, absolutely needed to come out on top with that engagement. Now they've isolated. They know where this player is.
That would have been the start. Pull the player away, isolate another one, and this is rough. Switches to...
Whoa, wait a second.
Whoa, what happened?
Wait, 3 knocks?
No way.
3 knocks from the gas chamber, gonna burn them all fully down to a Chris. Sets this up into a one-on-one.
You got to make the best of what you can with shotguns and SMGs at close range. beautiful position.
It's going to give Mir the chance to push up the Shrimps. Stepping up as well. Vixen's caught on out.
Julian Rating gets the headshot. Tiggleton repeaks at Shrimpsy.
Not landing, that is very, very hard.
Give away those triple points.
Twisted Mind has made history, becoming the first team to claim the championship 3 times in a row.
Really impactful. A couple grenades side of here. They lose a player, but it doesn't matter.
PGC champions, the Expendables.
原长雪，
火，这个火真的太好了！
哇，
就抽一个。
就来，哎呦！
피하면서
이거는 뭐
자 같이 가자. 이 집을 이제 안 돼요.
Aggressiveness, poor control. Overlooking over onto that stone as well, and you.
Successful BWD making mad dash for it. He goes.
They're moving towards the middle, just onto the controller. Don't take that level, and he's gonna have to get it back on because Nader's good.
Oh, the Panzerfaust from aLOW. Hurt back behind.
Will make their crossing. Pipa gets a great knock, actually.
Welcome PUBG Esports fans to the PGS preview. We are here to get you ready for PGS 9, kicking off in Malaysia from October 13 to 19, followed by PGS 10 from October 27 to November the 2nd. These are the final 2 PGS events of the year, where we will crown 2 more champions and find out who will claim the remaining PGC points and round out our lineup for the PUBG Global Championship 2025. We've invited some of the best commentators and analysts from around the world to break it all down. So let's get started with the Korean region and the PWS finals, where everything came down to the wire. Alright, let's welcome our first guest, the commentator everyone knows very well and a resident Korean region specialist, Paperthin. Welcome, and it's all your time, Paper.
Alright, I'll take it away. I think the expectations are high for Korea right now. Got to look at the DN Freaks first. They're destroying in the PWS in Korea. They're blowing everyone else out of the water. Everybody in a 12-game finals had 20-plus kills on the team. They absolutely clobbered the rest of the PWS. So, of course, this should be the time for the DN Freaks. You would hope that they could start breaking through and getting those big wins internationally. And then you got some of the other cool teams coming through. You got Bagel Pa making it through again. The PO-led team, Khan in particular, has been playing really, really well. And then you look at FN Polchon, a team that is full of some veterans, some new players, and all their players couldn't necessarily play on the days they needed to due to illness and things like that. They're looking to bounce back with a Rex-led team. Rex, that longtime veteran of the PWS. Another team we should, of course, look at, one of the global partner teams in the PWS in Korea, is Gen G. They got second in EWC. Expectations went through the roof for them again. Maybe this is the resurgence of the Gen G we used to see back in 2019, 2020, but they struggled in the PWS this time. So they're really going to have to bounce back because they're one of those teams that is looking to get into PGC. They aren't fully qualified yet, so we're going to need to see a big step up. Last but not least, the Young Gun team, the team that we are really keen about right now, is SGA. This is a team full of young guys. Hane in particular has been going crazy. He's one of the other 20-plus kill players in the grand finals for them to get them here. So really excited to see what they can do. So this is also very important for the PWS in terms of how they can qualify for PGC. So 2 teams in particular, SGA and Gen G, they are still in a precarious position. They are still in a spot where they might not qualify for PGC, so they have to play extremely well at PGS. So Lisa, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Paperthin. I totally agree. Overall, the Korean region has shown a very solid playstyle. I'm really looking forward to how the Korean team will perform. Now it's time to introduce a new face to PGS, joining us from the APAC region, Contra!
Hello, Lisa. I'm glad to be on board. Well, my name's Contra, and I've been casting the APAC region for a couple of years now. Starting things off, the Expendables, as part of our partner teams, have shown that they've been able to grow stride by stride as they've been able to mature with their steady pacing. And then, of course, if you're looking at the top gunner in the entire APAC circuit, look no further than Tan Vu has been the one dishing the most amount of damage so far in the circuit. Of course, he's been paired very well with Cloris as well as Delwyn to also be up to steady pace. So the Expendables, they're going to once again look to take that trophy home by the end of the year. And not only that, if we take a look at the rest of Force Natural Gaming, despite that level of inconsistency that they've been showing, they've been able to really grow steadily throughout the entirety of the APAC finals. And of course, in the cut for the PGC qualifications, we've got Full Sense as well as Bram United. Full Sense, they've absolutely dominated. They scored the second seed throughout the play-ins to qualify to the grand finals of the PAQ. And once they made it into the PAQ, they've shined bright, scoring multiple chicken dinners in a day. And they've been able to top their entirety of the grand finals at #1 spot with plenty of points to really separate the rest of the competition apart. And of course, APAC has been the cradle of dark horses with plenty of new players emerging every other season. This time, I think we're going to be seeing some massive surprises, Lisa.
Yes, I totally agree, Contra. Thank you so much. And our next guest has actually double duty today, and he will break down both the China and the EMEA region. So please welcome the always insightful Clarice. Hi, Clarice.
Hi, Lisa. Thank you very much for having me. Yes, I'm Clarice, basically the host of Internationals as well as commentator for EMEA, and I'm excited to break down what's going on. So first and foremost, let's start off with China and everything that's been going on there, right? You've got your China GPT teams and how they've been able to perform. Petrichor Road, second place, really keeping up with JDG for, I would say, the entirety of the tournament until the very last day. We can break that down in just a moment. 17 Gaming in third place. I don't really have too many concerns about how they're going to perform internationally, despite not being able to attain the PCL championship. 151 points for them. I expect big things from them on the international stage, as always. And 4AM in seventh place with 112. I think for a lot of people, there's always been question marks about how 4AM can perform. And again, those will proliferate here throughout our next PGSs. But JDG, first place here with an amazing performance, I have to say. Them and Petrichor Road really neck and neck up until that last day. However, I would argue JDG had the best day of their gaming lives on that last day of PCL, with back-to-back wins on Rondo and Tego, and every single game that day basically being double digits or close to in terms of the kills. So very excited to see how JDG is going to perform after constant improvements and movement in the previous PGSs under the banner of Too Cool. So I want to see them do well when it comes to PGS and maybe even take another title for China after 17 Gaming set the pace in the previous PGSs, Lisa.
Let's turn to the EMEA region and also back to you, Clarice.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. The EMEA, obviously, we have, I would always argue, one of the most deep regions in the world. And that is kind of exemplified by even some newcomers being able to qualify to PGS, which we'll get on into in just a moment here. But we'll start things off with Twisted Minds. The greatest of all time in my mind, being able to take #1 again with 191 points at the top. Nobody was really able to challenge their dominance. They've won EWC. We were scared for them a little bit at the beginning of the year because they weren't able to do as much as you would expect at those PGSs, but it's Twisted Minds. They're coming for more PGS wins. Let's be real, they're coming for PGC as well at the end of the year. No doubt, no doubt. And then on the other side of GPT, Na'Vi, 5th place. Not exactly their best showing. However, I do think some of their individual components, like SoSaid, for example, have been able to step up their fragging game alongside the likes of the always consistent Hakatori. So for them, this PGS, these next two PGSs coming up, is going to have to be a bit more of a proving ground on the international stage to know that they can potentially challenge for PGC down the line as well. Moving further from our GPT teams, when we look at the qualified teams that have been able to move forwards, we have SlamG, we have FaZe, and we have Virtus Pro. The big surprise, I think, for a lot of people is that SlamG was able to take second place. And this is a team of upstarts from kind of middling teams, as well as some prodigies coming through in the scene. Boostic, everybody's talking about this kid. Boostic. I see the North American pros. I see the EMEA pros all talking about this kid and how much he could potentially upstart everything that's going on. So him on internationals for the very first time could be a big deal if they're able to knock it out of the park the way that they did in EMEA in a very, very deep field. FaZe is back. Obviously, they had a bad start to 2025. They did not qualify for LANs. I think once they were the previously GPT, I think they got a little bit complacent about qualifying to LANs. However, at the beginning of the year, obviously losing GPT was a big blow for them, and I think that complacency got the better of them at the beginning. Now, though, they've gone back to the grind. They clearly were working on a lot between LANs, knowing that they hadn't qualified prior, and they have come back with a vengeance. They look like a completely different team to the beginning of 2025. And finally, you've got Virtus.pro, who, of course, we've seen almost win out PGSs, almost win out EWCs, and now they're back to get themselves another spot at LANs. They've had a little bit of a change up, of course, with the fact that Skoom is no longer the coach and Ibiza has stepped into that role, but I think that won't change too much for them on the international stage. From there, I think maybe we could see even more EMEA teams get themselves PGS pots to be able to push themselves forwards.
All right, thank you so much, Clarice. I totally agree. For the EMEA region, the strength is undeniable. Thank you so much, Clarice. Thank you for your time. Finally, let's welcome our good friend and also old friend, Tofi, for him to give us more info on the American regions.
Thank you very much, Lisa. As she said, my name's Toffees. I love the Americas. I spent the whole year watching the action. I'm going to prepare you for what to expect. First, the GPT update. We have the Falcons. It's one of those regions where there's not a lot of GPTs, so the update's pretty fast. Falcons, still on the grind, still looking good. They dropped the ball at PAS. They did not qualify to PG3 through that PGC point system. So that means if they want to go to PGC, they need to perform at this PGS series. Now, the good news for them is the fact that they are essentially tied for first right now with the Freaks at 480 points. So they should go. The problem is winning this PGS gets you 480 points. So you have to really be on your game right now. They have to have, I would say, a middling event, and they are set for PGC. So if you're a Falcons fan, don't stress. There's a chance you miss, but it is very, very, very low. Couple other teams to keep an eye on, though, that could cause problems for them. Number one, Lisa, Team Liquid. They are, I think, a little bit bummed, and as am I, that they didn't get a GPT last year after how well they did at PGC. They dropped the ball at PGS at our first half of the year when they got shot in the back by DraftKings during qualifications and missed a whole lot of practice time. That hurt them at EWC, but I feel like they're back on their game. They look good at PAS. This could very much be their event. The two other teams we sent, Al-Qudsiya and Mission Ready International Alliance, are a little more wild cards in my opinion. Both made up of members of the same team once upon a time. If you remember the old Falcons, we got Rello, we got Roth. Snakers helped Mission Ready get here. These guys know what they're doing. The bad news for Mission Ready, Snakers will not be at PGS. He has to work. Good news for Mission Ready, they qualified for PGC already, and Snakers will be there. Should be an exciting event no matter how you slice it. My money's on Falcons and Team Liquid to really stand up and shout for the Americas, but this is my biggest takeaway, Lisa.
Yes, thank you so much, Tofi. Thank you for your info. Thank you so much. All right, so we've now heard about every region, and it's time for the big question. Who's going to win the PGS 9 and PGS 10? So actually, I want each of you to give me your champion predictions. And remember, we've got a friendly bet on the line. Is it cool with everyone?
Yeah.
Hey, okay.
Okay, let's go. So maybe we can start from paper then. What is your prediction?
Oh, this is easy. This is a no doubter for me. Okay, second place at both the first PGSs. It's time. It's the DN Freaks. They are gonna win this, no doubt about it. They are ready to roll.
Okay, that is a nice pick. And what about you, Contra?
Well, I think like a lot of people will think that, you know, this team that I have in my hand will take it all, but no, I still think that APAC will be able to secure it. I mean, you take a look at Expendables' run last year, you may say, oh, it's a miracle run. There might be a fluke, but man, they've shown that they're not a fluke, because throughout the entire year, including the EWC, they finished 4th, and recently they have been able to really regain some tempo, finishing 2nd in the APAC qualifier. So they really want to solidify it and make a back-to-back run to defend their title.
All right, still stands for APAC, and that is a good trick. Oh, all right. So what about you, Claris?
Well, it's nice that everybody's predicted DN Freaks, the Expendables, etc. However, the Kings, the greatest of all times, Twisted Minds, are on the way to take even more PGSs. They're not sharing. They've already got 3 under their belt. The 3-time PGS champions, the EWC champions, the EMEA champions, the greatest of all time, Twisted Minds.
Okay, back-to-back champions, Twisted Minds, good pick. And what about you, Tofi? Share the same opinion with Claris, or you have another option?
Well, it is noble of Claris to take the hard bet of Twisted Mind to win this thing. Or of Quantra to say, take the hard bet of the Expendables PGC defending champions. Or to take the Freaks, who are the top of the PGC boards right now. I'm going to do something different. I'm representing the Americas. And I'm going to tell you, 2nd place PGC last year. I don't need a winner. I need a runner-up, because it's time to win now. Team Liquid looked terrible at the start of the year, but it was little issues all along. Right now, PAS, they were on fire, and they have been training hard. aLOW has been in the gym. And when I say in the gym, I mean on the keys, putting in tons and tons of work, getting stronger. I think they look good. They're my pick to take at least one of our PGSs.
Thank you so much, and a huge thanks to our guests for your great insight, and thank you all for watching. And now I think it's time to say goodbye together. Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Hello, PUBG Esports fans. After the fierce battles in each regional series, it's time to kick off the PUBG Global Series 9 and 10. The intense and brutal clashes continue. PGS 9 and 10 will be the team's last chance to claim crucial PGS points and secure their tickets to PGC 2025. The format remains the same as PGS 7 and 8. All 10 of our global partner teams are returning to the PGS stage, along with 14 new challengers from 5 regional series. These 24 teams will be split into 3 groups and face off over 3 days in the group stage. Battling through 18 matches across 4 iconic maps, the top 16 teams on the leaderboard will advance to the final stage. There, they will stake their claim on the $300,000 prize pool for each PGS. But only one team will lift the trophy in each PGS, with the exclusive 400 PGS points awarded to the PGS 9 champion and 480 to the PGS 10 champion. Right now, the standings could not be tighter. DN Freaks and Team Falcons tied at the top, BB Team and Twisted Minds locked in 3rd, and just 10 points behind, PGS 7 champions 17 Gaming chasing in 5th. The stage is set for an explosive battle in PGS 9 and 10. How will the leaderboard change after the upcoming PGSs? And who will laugh their way into PGC 2025? PUBG Esports will be back in action in Malaysia for the PUBG Global Series 9 from October 13th to the 19th. And for PGS 10, the final PGS of the year from October 27th through November 2nd. Make sure to stay tuned to the PUBG Esports website and social media to keep up with everything happening in PUBG Esports.
The final day of group stage begins now here for PGS9, and we have had ourselves all of these teams try and vie for points throughout the last 2 days. Now they're going to collide head-to-head here, Groups A and C, to determine who makes it all the way to the top, who ascends to that top 16 and gets themselves into the grand final. My name is Kalaris. Joining me to round out group stage, I have good old Avangar, the EU boys here, ready to go. How about you, Avangar?
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. It's always awesome here on the final day of group stage. There's going to be some hearts broken and some nails biting. Nice. I think a little bit. Yeah, some teams are hoping to be surviving here, but I think it's pretty obvious. There's going to be 3 teams that are not playing today that's going to be knocked out, and there's going to be 3 spots that's going to be able to be played for.
Yes, there is definitely some scared teams at the back that are pretty much resided themselves to absolute defeat, I do think. We'll get onto that in just a little bit's time. But first, we've got to thank good old Hero Esports and Crafton for making everything happen for PUBG. PUBG Esports is what's going on right behind us right now. Doesn't it look delightful?
It's beautiful here.
Well, of course, we also have OP.GG as well joining us for all of the stats breakdown, so thank you to them here, and you can overpower your game over at OP.GG. And not to mention, over in Twitch chat right now, you can get yourself some cool drops, and I have to reiterate, I love the fact that we have our MVP signature of Mr. Old Xiao Wu over on PGS7.
I think it's awesome, and especially it's taken from a moment there, then immortalized in the game.
Absolutely.
It's super cool. So make sure you grab that. I'm going to have to set that up actually for the final. Make sure you have a laptop so you have that as well. You don't want to miss out.
We're here. We will miss the drops if we don't do that. I wonder who might be the signature for PGS next one. Oh, interesting. Anyway, you guys can also play the bingo that is currently going on over on this QR code right over because obviously you want to be able to win yourself as much G-Coin as possible. Over the last couple of weeks here for regionals as well, we've been able to give away so much G-Coin, and we're giving away even more, Avenger.
We've been giving away hundreds of thousands throughout our regionals, throughout our online series, and through PGS as well this year. So we continue the whole fiesta.
Love it. Love it a lot. But we've got a lot to talk about, Avenger, when it comes to everything that's gone on over the last 2 days. Good old Tan Vu, across his 2 days, 29 kills. I know a lot of people in Fantasy were picking good old Tan Vu.
Yeah, he's just such a good player. It's crazy. It's awesome to see him obviously come in here and to have 8 more kills than the second. And obviously we're still missing some teams that's going to be playing their last 6 games today. So things can still change here. But if you're dropping 20 plus in 12 games, it's looking good. And to do that as a upcoming player, first-time PGS player in D, I was amazing. I was very impressed with what he's been able to do.
Yeah, he seemed quite reserved about the situation as well yesterday, talking to him. Very exciting to see how he was able to perform. Obviously, Roth and Rello were very proud of that kind of performance, but they said to him, take a step back a second. It's not all done just yet. You still got to do the same in the finals.
Yeah, and as you see the highlights here, our angles yesterday, there was more military action, more crazy things happening. But we did dial back a little bit on the C4 and the BRDM craziness, so it was more stabilized. But the craziness still continued on the Wrangle, like getting both your group stage, first group stage game as a Group C here, both of them being military. 75% of our 4 games so far military on the Wrangle. That's kind of insane. Usually we're looking at in 1 in 6 games or 1 in 5 games, but here already that. I mean, surely we don't get any more military games today, James.
You'd hope so. I mean, of course, I've talked a lot about how it is technically easier to get there with all the options that are available, but it's still hard at this level to make it work if you're dropping, especially very north. But take a look back at Miramar and see all of our highlight points to come from it. But what's most important really is that cutoff point for today here, Martin.
Yes, the hypothetical cutoff point. Yesterday, all I talked about was you need to be in that 65 to 70 plus points to make sure that you don't have to worry about anything if you're not playing today. But if you are playing today, sure, you're going to have some impact there. But the huge mid-pack that we have that's on the chase basically is just looking to chase down E-Arena on 56, DNF on 55, and SlamG on 43, I think, is already out there. Sure, they're in the top 16 right now, but there's so many teams that are extremely close that they're going to be pushed out.
I think for teams like SlamG especially, right, they're going to be going home, not home, but back to the hotel, and thinking to themselves, okay, we can watch this. How are we going to adapt going into PGS 10? But here is the overall leaderboard so far. Of course, there's some teams very safe.
Huge gap in between, as you see here, 5th and 6th. And that's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
There are tons of spots that you're going to be able to grab here. And I think I said 56, 57, of course, with the Arena, 55 Freaks. I think these two teams are out. Full Sense only played 6 games. They're in 53. Virtus Pro, Twisted Minds, 50-50. All these teams, safe, already inside that top. But I'm looking at, again, a cutoff at this 65 to 75 point mark. Personally, I think it's going to be on the lower end of it, but we'll see.
We will see indeed, as we have danger abound for some of these teams, of course, and especially even for teams that are actually playing out things today, right? If you look down all the way to the bottom, SGA, Incheon, Fora, Angry Men, Mission Ready International Alliance, these teams not even breaking that 20 points threshold just yet. They've got to have a big day today to get into that final.
That has to be massive. Now, we're looking at these current bottom 8 teams. We're taking FaceClan up. They're already in the top 16. We assume they're going to be in. Out of these bottom 8 teams, what teams do you think is going to be able to get out of the bottom 8 and get into that top 16?
As it disappears, now I have to recall of them.
Mission Ready, SGA, 4AM, Forest Natural Gaming.
I think Forest Natural Gaming.
I think Forest Natural Gaming does it.
I think the interesting thing for them is that they didn't quite have the standout or really flashy plays that they had when it came to the previous PGSs. They really kind of put them on people's maps for the most part. However, I think that they can still do it in today's lobby.
I feel like we haven't seen what we're used to seeing from KISS yet.
Agreed.
So that's the big one for me, is surely they're going to get warmed up and they're going to get into things.
No, definitely. All right, well, let's talk about some of our head-to-heads regionally, because we've got a lot of cool teams to talk about here.
Yeah.
In terms of Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro, these two teams, of course, Virtus Pro already has a win on the board. Both of them impressed me in their first day of groups.
Yeah.
And I think for us as the EMEA aficionados, I think we're probably expecting them both to get it.
Yeah, and I actually said, and I talked to Battle, and so I was like, guys, are you going to break triple digits today, or are you going to, leave none do it? Because that's actually kind of rare to have a PGS where we're not seeing anyone break triple digits.
Yeah.
That's also why, again, it's kind of back to what we also saw at Esports World Cup. The top is getting ever closer. Like our high-performing teams are getting closer and closer, and it's just going to be like a best of one for the last game up between 5-6 teams. Who wins the whole thing?
Yeah.
And that's just really been the case again here. But still, good performance. 48 points is great. 50 is great. Also, once we get to APAC here with Full Sense and BRDM, I'm very impressed with what they're able to do. But the biggest one for me, obviously, BRDM being able to do that well as a team that's coming in here for PGS.
I have to completely agree. I think that obviously Full Sense have a lot of history, a lot of pedigree on internationals, right?
Yes.
As day trade and as being able to kind of do pretty well on those internationals. BRDM, they've really been able to play EWC as of recently or whatever and things like that. And because of that, I mean, it didn't look great there. And I think they surpassed my expectations from this. Will they continue that is my question mark. What do you think?
Again, it's groups. It's played so differently, but I think they kind of thrived in the chaos again, right? This whole group stage has been in a way where you're getting curveballs thrown at you constantly, difficult circles, teams that already had a lot of points you're going up against where you maybe not have as many points here, but BRDM has really come through and done well for that. They've, especially here on Tego, on Rondo, they had some great games where they're able to get tons of points, but they're going to have to replicate that again today. Like, we're looking at a 20-plus point day from them for them to be very safe, but I think should be doable. But then again, remember, 24th place at Esports World Cup, the global kind of competition where you're looking at, that's also a group stage there. So are they going to be able to survive this group stage and then get into the finals? What are we going to see from them there?
My anticipation is them getting from the group stage into the final,
Yeah.
but I don't know how well they're going to hang in the final. I have to be a realist about this.
Sure, agreed.
We'll see. We'll see. Well, we can move on and talk about our upcoming teams as well in terms of what Americas has been able to do, right? Because we know that if you compare these two teams, it's all-star rosters, elite rosters, Falcons, third every single international this year.
Crazy.
And then Team Liquid, of course, felt like they were second every international last year. But now, obviously coming into this one, they're wanting to get back to that position, attain those positions.
Liquid had insane performances last year.
Yeah,
Second with PGC, top fives all the way through. I think they had 1/8 place. Otherwise, it was just great performance from them. Obviously, missing the first two PGSs this year is something that hurt them.
Definitely.
So they've come here to have something to prove, and that's what they're going to do. Like the boot camp they've been able to do in the Liquid facilities in Sao Paulo.
Yeah.
All these things are adding, and they were there for 2 weeks or something like that, right? Playing their finals and the regionals, and everything is just working out super great for them. But the main goal and the big goal is to get them ready here. And group stage, I feel like for them is like we gotta do it, we gotta get it done. But it's a breeze through to what the focus is, which is the finals.
I think there's a lot of people out there that are watching yesterday and how Team Liquid was able to present themselves and stuff like that. And the clutch master in Sparking. I think if you don't have him in your fancy roster, you might be trolling a little bit because you know if they get kind of towards the late game, if it's only Sparking up and something like that, he's gonna get you some points. He's gonna.
And also, he's just such a good player in farming guilds, farming damage. Like, I could not. I had him yesterday. He did extremely well. I could not fit him into my team today. Yeah, but you have him.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a good point, and I think Sparking overall is like just one of the best historically, just one of the best player mechanically.
Sure.
Sadly, the Mini has been nerfed too much, and the MK is too good now. So his tattoo with the Mini 8X is not as relevant.
I know, you're nerfing his skin directly. What are you doing? Anyway, let's take a look at those groups and how everything does shape up. Obviously, Group B is done, and now some of those teams have to just sit by us on the sideline and see what's going to occur. For the ones that are sitting on the sideline, I think they're pretty much done. But anyway, we have got ourselves Groups A versus Group C, and we are going to have a good old shakedown as all of these teams get ready and good to go here, moving on to the stage from the buses and getting themselves prepared and set up. Gene's analyzing some Panzerfaust, very important.
Yeah, and once we get back from the games, I got back to the hotel. I was like, I want to play some games. I want to do some stuff. I want to get into it. Yeah, and everyone is VOD reviewing, watching back the games.
And everything is lagging.
And everything is lagging. There's 16 to 24 teams looking at the games, preparing the next day and everything. So it's good to see, like, once they get here, obviously, they're going to be able to prepare and look into things too.
You mean, but the amount of times me and you got disconnected from our video game, we just wanted to play together.
Yeah.
Avenger.
Yeah, we're trying.
And we weren't allowed.
The guys are going to be able to play together, and we're going to be starting in a wrangle on the group stage again. As you see, Nixie, he's smiling today. Their first day, he was coughing a little bit of sniffles, but now he's smiling. He's happy. That's why he's my captain today.
Oh.
He's my captain on fantasy. He's going to farm. He's the farmer, the ADR farmer.
That is exciting. All right, well, thank you very much, Avenger. Time to get day number 3 underway.
Năm nay tất cả các đội tuyển mặt bằng chung thì rất là đều nhau, mọi người nó sẽ hơn những năm ngoái về cái mặt cạnh tranh. Thì đội tuyển của chúng mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức có thể để đạt được thành tích cao nhất có thể để mang về vinh quang cho Việt Nam.
ผมคิดว่าโอกาสของทีมไทยน่าจะมาในเร็วๆนี้ซึ่งคิดว่าอีกไม่นานทีมไทยน่าจะได้แชมป์ในทัวร์ระดับ global ครับ
PGS에서 한국팀이 트로피를 들어올리지 못해서 PGS 트로피를 더 원하고 있습니다.
We're a new team. We just made this roster a couple months ago. PUBG's always changing. You know, every update, every meta, it's shifting. I think a lot of teams changed as well. It's a game where you got to stay on top of things. If you're a team that's always putting in that work, we could catch up with some of these other teams that might be slowing down and taking their spots.
저희 말고도 다른 한국 팀들이 많지만 저희 또한 부끄럽지 않게 좋은 모습을 보여드리겠습니다.
We don't really care what anybody else thinks on the outside, casters, fans, family. As long as the team thinks we can compete, that's where we're at.
Ну, я думаю, что я покажу такой же результат, как и в своем регионе, может даже лучше, потому что, ну, настрой все-таки на лане совсем другой. Мы с командой вместе, я думаю, получится даже лучше. Мы создадим давление на все команды на этом турнире.
TSG 마인즈 말고는 견제되는 팀은 없다고 생각하고 있습니다.
With Twisted directly, I think we just both heavily respect each other, and we think, you know, anytime we beat them, it feels nice.
我觉得特斯曼的嘛 ，DF 啥的，他们也很强嘛，也很稳定，但是我们也有，碰见啥的我们也根本不慌，把对面无伤团灭了，士气就在我们这了。
The teams like Twisted, DNF, Falcons, the teams that win stuff, I would say like our peak is higher than them. Now that we assembled the Avengers, adding Corexy, only sky is our limit.
We'll let some other teams to win PGS tournaments this year, but this time all the teams gonna feel the full power of Twisted Minds.
뭐 아저씨들 또 왔다 생각할 수 있는데 너무 쉽게 생각 안 했으면 좋겠습니다.
Ну, завдяки минулому досвіду, так, ми зараз найближче до того, щоб виграти турнір, я вважаю. Але наша основна ціль – це показати максимальний результат, на який ми натренувалися.
虽然我们上一届 PGS 没有进决赛，但是我们的目标始终是冠军。
I've only lifted one trophy, and I'm definitely not done.
They can't speak on my life. I've been here for a million years. I can tell you right now, outside ain't safe. I had to go get what I deserve. Can't stand in line, no, I really can't wait. I put family first and then the money came next. Right now, there ain't no third place. I don't budge, I don't bend, I don't fold, I don't break. I don't bend, I don't fold, I don't.
Okay, it is time. We're going to find out who's going to be going to the grand finals. 8 teams get eliminated today, but there is a group that's sitting back and watching while some have the capabilities to showcase, bring the strength, take destiny in their own hands, and prove that they deserve to be there. It has been back and forth, crazy circles, a ton of fun, but now nerves, not a thing on any of these guys' minds, as it is actually really fun vibes for most of the teams right now. People laughing, trying to get in the right mood, the right mindset to kick off everything.
Yeah, it's a really exciting day. It's an intense day, but you know, I think a lot of our players and a lot of teams are just embracing the moment, just coming here and just saying, hey, you know, coming into PGC, there are some teams like this one on your screen, Gen G, that still have something to play for sure, and need to have another strong day to feel comfortable towards getting more points and moving forward into PGC. But a lot of the teams kind of already know their destiny, already know their spots of where they are going to find themselves going into the future. And yeah, so you get come out here and just play your best, just have some fun, you know, do your best at this event and maybe win a little extra cash, you know?
I mean, FaZe, a squad that's, I wouldn't say desperate, but has a massive desire to really prove themselves on the international stage. Finally making it back in over here, trying to make sure that they assure everybody, yes, we deserve to be at this stage. I know there's a ton of stuff that we need to look into, as there is so many different factors. I mean, we even have a friend that's coming back that we haven't seen in a while today, right?
Yes. Our friend Rex has made it back. So thank God Rex's hand is all healed up now, and he's ready to play, or at least healed enough. I guess that's the proper way to say it. But really exciting to have him back for FN Pochan. He is their star player. He is their top fragger. He is the lifeblood of that team. Even though they played okay on their first day without him, you know, now that's going to add so much more firepower, so many more points that FN Pochan is going to be able to acquire.
And that's the big factor whenever we're looking at this is we've been talking a lot about like point thresholds, how everything's going to be moving forward, but we also have the capabilities of having some point sponges up on the top, most notoriously, this squad could be one of them. We also did have Team Liquid that had a very good day yesterday.
Yep. I was really impressed with Liquid. Just in their ability, and the casters and the analyst desk did a great job talking about this yesterday, that their ability to get points out of stuff that doesn't look good.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, that's what's so impressive.
Following up on James, I mean, Sparking just had
he is crazy.
A crazy day, and I agree. Like, if you
Luke had some big moments, Purdy had some big moments,
yeah.
aLOW had a big moment. I mean, they all had their like big individual pop-off moments to give themselves that extra boost.
I mean, looking through, I know that Falcons, the consistent fan favorites from America, they are playing well, but you know that that's a squad that definitely wants a lot more. So coming into this, we know the fact that I wouldn't be surprised if we see them playing a little bit braver today, being a little bit more of the antagonist, if anything else, to see how much they can accomplish.
For sure, and that's what worked for them in that last game yesterday when they took down the Freaks, basically probably knocked the Freaks out of getting into the finals for this event. When they kind of got that knock, crashed into them at that warehouse, and the Freaks just were a little bit behind and couldn't recover.
I need to hear it again.
Yeah.
I want to hear Paper Thin not having faith in the Freaks. Say it for me.
I think I might have done goofed when I predicted them to win this.
Next one, right?
I might have done goofed.
It's fine. It's fine. It's very interesting, though. I did want to talk about like Twisted for a second, because the energy coming up from Twisted is kind of what we saw whenever they were on their PGS tear last year. It's a lot more, I guess, relaxed. We were seeing Batu having some fun, laughing, doing stuff like that. I mean, even the crazy snake play that we saw on day one where he was kind of creeping behind. Whenever you see those types of things, just so you guys know, whenever we're looking at it as like analysts and casters, you see players feeling comfortable enough to start taking risks, to play a little bit more like, okay, something bad's happening, I'm going to be able to laugh it off instead of getting in the head, I think says a lot. And whenever we see squads like Twisted playing in that style, it gets scarier, because while Batu, whenever he's serious, is intimidating, Batu, whenever he's having fun, is terrifying.
Exactly. And I think there's a couple things going on for the Twisted team. Like, obviously the EWC win, right? Like, that's a huge part of the equation of that mental attitude that they're taking coming into this event. But another thing is you know, talking to them behind the scenes, is that they're more focused now in scrims, and they're kind of taking everything a little bit more serious in terms of how they play, how they practice, you know, how they prepare for these events. And on top of that, you know, the mental attitude, like you're talking about, that in particular we're seeing with Batu. Like, he's very positive right now. He's having fun. He's able to laugh off some of the bizarreness that's been happening. And they're just a team that's, when they're at their best, they're so smart, they're so methodical. They're unbeatable, frankly, if they're at their best. I don't think there's any, if Twisted Minds is playing at their absolute peak, I don't think there's any team in the world that can beat them right now.
Yeah, there's a couple of teams that want to try to contend up against it. We've seen that in the past. Like, most notoriously, Team Liquid last year was often heralded as being, okay, you guys have the opportunity to be the team that can step up and fight up against them. And it didn't quite work out for them, but Team Liquid also had a similar falter. I wouldn't say that Twisted faltered near as hard.
Yep.
But whenever we look at Team Liquid, this is another squad that's really just trying to make sure that they cement in. They need to generate as many points as they can, specifically over these next couple of weeks. And specifically, just for mental, right? It's got to be like, okay, we just got to shrug off a half a year of performance we didn't like, and prove the fact that, hey, you know, it was just a day or two that didn't work out for us. And that can sometimes be incredibly hard due to the structure of what we look at in PUBG Esports nowadays.
No, you're absolutely correct. And now you're seeing, you know, especially in the Americas region, like, tons of teams are stepping up there. Like, you've got young players that are coming in that are really, really good. You've got the South American teams who were at the beginning part of this year very, very strong. Obviously not qualifying for this kind of sucks, but there's still so much talent in the Americas region that it's not a given that a team as good as Liquid is going to be always getting through here. So they got to step up. They got to bring their A game, and they've done that. And it's the individual talent that you know that team has that just needs to come together with the good leading from Purdy Curdy, that we know he's got that huge brain for PUBG, just getting everybody on the same page, kind of getting everything together, getting second at PGC last year, almost winning the event, you know, coming down to that very last game that was absolutely insane. You had to feel like the momentum was there, and then but the thing is, and let me just say this, is like the fact that they don't qualify for, you know, PGS 7 and 8, and then they come back here, they qualify, and they're already looking good. Like, that bounce back is really impressive after what's been a really rocky road.
Well, that's the thing. Whenever we look at Liquid and their score yesterday, they had a very good day but it's always hard whenever you're day 2, right? Because there's already one team or one set of teams that are finishing out their run, so we have 8 more games than you, so it can sometimes create this like false dichotomy that you're looking at on the leaderboard because you go, oh, it was just like 40-ish points on one day. That's phenomenal. Hey, you know what? Enough of the podcast. It's time. Erangel is underway. Instead of talking about the potential of squads, it's time to see you put up, shut up, give us some firefights.
Heck yes.
There we go.
Let's go.
I was waiting for the players to get a bit hype.
I love it. I love it. I love the energy that the players are bringing, especially this year. Like, there's kind of been this understanding now that it's not just how you play in the server, it's your mental, it's your momentum, it's all these things that actually do matter, like keeping yourselves like hyped and happy, and it's a huge part of esports.
And exactly, whenever we look at like this many players on a stage together, it used to be so quiet. Well, I mean, a couple of outlier players that could just sometimes be a little bit loud in their shot calling or something else like that, right? But now there's like inherent banter. Whenever like somebody like catches somebody early, there's gonna be like, oh, and then there's gonna be laughing and things along those lines. It's generated a lot more of an international community whenever we get together at the stage.
Exactly, and it's creating some nice little rivalries.
Yeah,
all these things that actually do come into play, and I love especially the Thai teams. They are so funny because they will pop off at like the craziest stuff, and it's great. Like, I just love the energy they bring. It's so fun to just be here and hear the players behind us and listening to the yelling and the whooping that they've got going on.
I didn't tell you, Duck Juice bumped into me yesterday in the elevator.
My boy, yeah.
And he was like, yo, bro, and we're like talking everything else like that, goofing off, and he turns, he looks at me, he's like, oh, I'm sorry, that's disrespectful. I shouldn't call you bro, I should call you uncle. And I was like, oh, oh, my soul. Oh, it hurts.
Is he wrong?
Shh.
We're both uncles, so it's okay.
I know. Big unk energy right now. All right. So, Circle has popped. FaZe feeling pretty good about positioning. Petrichor Road as well. Change the game, going to be a bit further north from that, but also feeling pretty good. Most teams generally in a pretty easy rotate position, so I wouldn't be too concerned with it. Yes, we do have military, and I know military has been a contender time and time again, but it feels like the Circle is leaning more north.
Most likely. Unless the analyst desk cursed it earlier and said there'd be no more milli circles today. They might have just thrown a wrench into this, but we'll have to wait and see, of course. And we don't really see too much in terms of hot drops. You know, obviously one of the big storylines through yesterday was JDG, the team that won the PCL. I think huge expectations for them. Absolutely just could not get anything going, and a large part of that was the hot drops. Now, looking at JDG, they are A-OK. They grabbed the US spawn that's just by Everest there on the east side of Everest. They come over, they loot. There's not really anybody around them. I think one of the other things I started to notice yesterday is, like, not only are hot drops risky, right? We all know there's an inherent risk there. But one of the things I saw was a bunch of teams vulturing those third-party fights. Buriram in particular was really keen to pick up points that way.
And for those that watch International Stage on a regular basis, we do not have 17 that's inside this lobby, so Pachinki is open. Team Liquid are actually opting to take that, and that left Georgia Pole South open, and that's why JDG is over there, feeling fine coming in a bit later.
Absolutely. And up Forest is going to be just on the other side of the river of JDG. To the north, a lot of work to do for Forest. They're at 37, you know, kind of talking with everybody behind the scenes. We expect the cutoff to be maybe mid-60s for this event. Obviously, the point thresholds are going up just a little bit because of the recall system that's adding more points into the mix. So you need to go absolutely crazy here for Forest. Kiss had a really rough day the first day. He was getting shut down a lot. As
Darlard's already over here being friend.
And he's trying to drill into the wall here with his US.
Reload, boy.
Okay, so I did have a quick talk with Cheese from FN Pochon about the TAC pack. Why is Star-Lord bringing TAC packs? It was kind of what I think most of us assumed. The man just wants Panzerfaust. He just wants to have them available. So he'd rather just run an AUG and a TAC pack to have the Panzers because a lot of times Star-Lord is going to be out there by himself for FN Pochon. In fact, he is right now. And the reason is he's the IGL, he's the scout, he's got to do all that lifting. And so if he gets crashed by a car or whatever, he wants to have the ability to have a response that's much more impactful.
Just reminds me of the Tig has one of his newest YouTube videos, the MP5 and the Panzerfaust.
New meta.
That's kind of the splash screen as you come into it. So I don't know. It's definitely feeling like we're leaning that direction. and SMGs have a very strong position inside the present meta. More developments are kind of happening with players getting more comfortable in it, and I think it's going to be pretty intriguing as we specifically watch over these next couple of weeks how impactful that's going to be, as different teams are starting to experiment more and more with not necessarily the tried and true AR DMR setups.
Yeah, well, it's all kind of down to preference, right? Like, actually, the ARs and the SMGs are in a somewhat even state. It just depends on, like, the range of the fight, you know, what's going on situation to situation. Obviously, teams like BRDM favoring those MP5s. Bagel Pa was also doing that, but we saw yesterday with Edie how impactful having that MP5 in a close range, up-close battle matters because of that rate of fire that you're going to have in that gun. That makes a big difference in a situation where you're going to be up close and personal.
Ooh. I was going to say, up close and personal, getting a bit close. There was a shift in positions as now FaZe is kind of playing more close to the bridge, and while FN did some scouting, they got a bit too close to FaZe for their comfort. FaZe is running a 2-2 split, so it is going to be Jeems and Vard a bit further up to the north, also on opposing sides of the road. Almost looking like seeing if maybe they could catch somebody that was maybe trying to cross, continue on the path, try to cut a bit further north.
Well, this is all just about how well can FN Pochon break through. Obviously, again, Rex back today.
With breakers?
Yeah, with I didn't even realize I did it.
See, that's why I got your back, man. I got your back.
I appreciate when my unintentional puns come through that you're there to back me up.
That's what I'm here for, baby.
Yeah, but it's all about right now trying to find a way around this FaZe blockade. And if they can, for now it seems like they're going to have to just kind of wait it out, which isn't the end of the world because there is kind of that 20% chance that this does go back down to Sosnovka Island. If that happens, FN's in a great spot. So you know what? I think for now you can wait a circle here as FN, kind of plan out how you want to get around that situation.
A lot of teams are kind of hunkered down along Death Road, and see Twisted kind of coming in over on the western side next to the curve. Teams that are not yet inside the safe zone are going to be Full Sense, Mission Ready, Forest, JDG, and 3 of the members for Falcons. The other member is pretty close to Gen G right now, and that could be its own independent problem, but Gen G also kind of running a 3-1 split, and I think that they know that there's a Falcon around, given the fact that they're all looking right at him. Yeah, Kick, you got to be careful.
For sure, especially in a buggy. That's scary. For multiple reasons. The tires are extremely exposed, as well as the player inside of the driver's seat. So Kick wisely, not going to overstay his welcome and just do a little fact-finding. One of the things I really liked about the Falcons that I was watching from them yesterday, obviously the aggression that we were talking about that kind of like manifested itself towards the end of the day, but the way that they're playing right now with using Tiggleton as more of a scout, like information gatherer / tip of the spear. So he can serve 2 different roles for the Falcons, as in
3 if you count mortars.
That's true. He's also the he's also the mortar king. But that's awesome for them because that means that H-Win can play more of that backline, more of that anchor. You can tee up Kickstart and Shrimzy to really do the heavy lifting and the damage in the fights, and it offers up a ton of information. So the Falcons in that last game, they won yesterday. A big part of it was that Tig went and died trying to get info towards Los Leones, and he realized, oh, okay, wait, there's actually open space on that plateau by the road. You guys go there. I died trying to get to Los Leones. There's no hard cover that's safe.
Kick jumps out. Wrong timing. Orca's going to pick him up, and Tickleton's going to be right back behind this. So this is that same contain. So remember, we did see Kick drive away from this a moment ago. I guess he called it a safe, and now Tig's going to try to cut a path away, but I think he should be fine. Shrimzy's also getting shot by JDG. They did opt into going a bit further south, so Falcons in a bit of duress right now.
My guess here is that the Falcons just assumed Gen G was going to leave the spot and go more center. There should be stuff open, right? So you would assume that they would leave, but Gen G kind of, you know, outguessed them in a way and just stuck around. You know, heard that buggy earlier and thought they're probably going to try to come back here in a bit. Let's wait and see.
Sometimes just being a bit patient can pay off. Back over next to Death Road, you can see that it is going to be Edie getting pretty close to Twisted in their splits. Just a bit to the north of this is going to be VP, but due to the way that kind of Death Road plays, VP is not going to have too much of a sight line on what's going to be going on. It's more around the back side of that where Team Liquid could get some vision on Team Liquid. But, on Twisted, sorry. Team Liquid can get some vision on Twisted. I said that one weird.
You twisted your words.
I did. Oh, it's almost like it twisted my mind.
Well, this is a team that certainly needs points and needs to have a big day. MRIA, you know, but talking to them, they're just obviously without Snakers here. This is a practice event. Like, they want to get practice in to get ready for the future. So they're really kind of keyed in on just trying to, you know, figure out what's working, what's not, you know, try to correct whatever wrongs might be going through.
Well, we see what's going on with Al-Qadsiya, having 2 new members that haven't really been to a LAN before. There's a lot of different factors whenever we look at Mission Ready and what they're having to contend with. And I'm not trying to make excuses or anything else like that. There is a growth period expectation that's going to have to come from the squad, really just synergizing back in by not having Snakers and then also having new members that haven't really been to LAN a lot. There's a lot to dive into on that, and you really have to take a lot out of it and hope that in the next series is going to go significantly better. Not necessarily time to write it off, as Circle does pop and we do end up staying on the main island, but we are going to be going very far into the east. Only about 50% of the circle has players in it, so that's going to open up everything back around Milta and really Lumberyard and Prison as well. But rotations, look at the death funnel that's going to be happening into the west. It's just going to be brute forcing for a lot of these squads.
No, you're absolutely right. I'm kind of curious about JDG and the Falcons. I'm glad they just quickly highlighted that on the map before we went over to watching Petrichor Road try to figure out a way to get in behind CTG, who's taken up a wide swath of the farm. Tian trying to hold the line, but doesn't get much damage in there.
That was close, just narrowly passing through it. And this is just the commitments that a lot of teams are having to make. Emergency pickup has been called, and that's going to be Team Liquid that's going to be going directly over this in just one moment. I mean, you just got to make the calls. You have to commit into something. You know it's going to be clustered, and there's nowhere to really go. Petrichor Road does manage to spot out Winbo, does flush him out as well, so that's going to be some momentum. Nan should have the time to also get his meds back up. So control lightly going to Petrichor Road for the time being.
Yeah, just 2 spread out here for CTG. They're not able to back each other up, so Tian, he's really isolated. He's going to have to win some big fights, and the fact that Chewy wins over there as well, but Tian, he's shut down.
Instantly turns it back around. Now just Aries, the last one up. Not around the other buildings. I wouldn't be surprised if Petrichor Road just kind of leaves him to his own devices, because really, why would you want to make a crossover to that compound in this situation?
Yeah, no, not going to happen, I don't think. There's Rex already showing some value there, getting a kill onto Jeems from FaZe. This is what I'm talking about. This guy is cracked out of his mind right now, and they're going to throw blue zones on top of Jeems. Jeems trying to get the heck out of there. Gets out of the blue zone, but is anybody going to be able to get to him? Nope. Zenith actually just pegs him from the 3-story.
Nice try. Nice try on it. Okay, so that's a good start actually coming out from Rex, because, you know, coming a bit cold, say the least, but this player we know wants to make a statement for himself inside of here. Forrest in some trouble, is going to get pretty much taken out from multiple different teams. They're picked apart, and this is kind of a symptom of the circle, is a lot of these teams are going to have to stretch out a bit further. Luckily, that center line that was holding just due of Milta and heading north has all shifted over to the east a bit more, and that's opened up some space to play. So Twist has managed to kind of creep their way in. 4 Angry Men are up into the north. Team Liquid have now taken over Milta proper in and of itself. Falcons, though, are still on the outside of the circle, trying to just find somewhere to go. It's been a continual hunt after the circle for them.
Yeah, it seems like every idea that they try is just being blockaded. Some team is always in the way, and this time it might be 4AM. Now, 4AM is a massive split, though, so there actually is room for the Falcons to potentially drive through, but with these early shots, a little bit of damage there maybe from Shen. That's
the problem, though.
Sending him around,
Falcons already lost one, so you know that they're going to be playing a bit more afraid, and they're not going to be wanting to make the commitment. I would love to see it happen from the Falcons and go, okay, 1 person shooting us, we still have 3, let's just commit in and go for it. But a lot of times whenever we look at PUBG and the way it's played at this stage, if you lose that member early, sometimes you can play it a bit too safe and not take the vulnerabilities and the options that are presented to you.
Oh,
that's a good option presented to you.
Lucarux? Okay. There we go. I was a bit worried there for a second. It seemed like he was having a little trouble with that ace. Trying to get it under control. Doesn't have a ton of ammo behind there either. And he is able to find Bizzler and MRIA out of the situation, just trying to get in towards this next circle, but they're pretty split with a 2-1. FaZe stuck on the coast now. Gen G's rolled up here to, or excuse me, that's JDG.
Oh, it's gone all a bit wrong on rotation yet again. Shrimsy just trying to find some cover, and that's going to be the Falcons going down. 4 Angry Men. Oh, here comes the rest of Twisted crashing into position, and poor old Aries, he's by himself. Remember, we just saw Petrichor Road take him down. That's going to be all she wrote for Change the Game as well, as Twisted just bullies their way in and gets a great compound for it.
That's good kill feed recognition there by Twisted, knowing that CTG was just down to 1 player and kind of identifying that, hey, it's likely this guy that's in this building. Let's take a chance. You know, Petrichor Road is still on the other side. JDG doing some damage. AZ gets knocked by Perfectix.
Petrichor Road is kind of on the other side after that when they're like, okay, well, we'll let them have that building for now. Don't go for too many more peaks for that second. JDG down to the south also has to rotate next to Gen G.
They had a car whoopsie.
Yeah, outside that, VP also needs to kind of fight their way into mission ready or full sense, one of the two. But JDG, if you lean a bit more into the west, actually it's pretty open, but we see most teams actually still leaning onto the road and the cover that's provided on one side of it. Gen G taking that harassment also is going to make it a bit easier. JDG actually pretty content, not yet inside the zone. Looks like maybe they're trying to scout and prep.
Yeah, but that damage buys them a little bit of time to make sure they can get their cars to safety, try to keep those tires fresh, keep things reasonable for this rotation they're going to have to make. But Tosi, back healed, going to be starting to put some more damage down. Cold has the angle, knows it through the trees towards that top door that Tosi is going to want to peek from. But instead, they're going to be able to make a bit of a rotation. Now, this should be known by Gen G, but they really can't do much about it. There's enough safety here with the hillsides that JDG can roll through, and they might have identified that south part of Milta open-ish. Oh my God!
Catching some airtime, flips it out, and do manage to at least get the knock exchange between the two. That was a crazy entrance, and nade? How?
Stairs must have blocked some of that damage or something. He looked like he was done, and Nixie gets lucky there as well. Corexy opts to try to stick the res here. MRIA, though, with a good grenade. There it is.
Finally happens, and they need to secure these points. They've just got to brazenly run into the fire. So Michael holding one line into it, and does connect onto Lucarux, gets the knock. And now it's all on to Beamy, playing around the side of this one as Vox and Michael trying to figure out how much can they go for this.
That was a nice headshot into a body shot from Michael with the Dragunov. Not easy to do.
Oh, and they even know where Beamy is already until he comes out. Oh, nope, that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, they're just kind of throwing some stuns back and forth. Oh, Beamy, he's in trouble.
Yeah, that's not too many other ways that could have gone at the tail end of it. And Beamy knew it. He needed to push down to knock out at least one of them, slow down the pacing. Circle pops, get a shift over into the north. And while there's been a lot of cover, now we're moving into the territory that has almost none inside of the circle. This is probably the most barren section of the map that this could have played.
Yeah, this is one of those tough parts of the map where there's only a couple compounds that are really viable. And ideally, for any semblance of cover, if you're not in those compounds, you want to come south to north like the observers are showing here. Teams like JDG, Gen G, those are going to offer you a little bit of stability, but you've already got teams in the way like Liquid, like FN Polchun. Twisted Minds is going to be gatekeeping the farm side potentially, even though Petrichor Road has been able to kind of flank out, set up a 2-2. But crossing that road, as you can see, pretty open, pretty exposed. So Petrichor Road, unless they get pretty fortuitous circle shifts, going to have to make a difficult maneuver at some point.
I'd be a bit scared going too close to full sense. They're pretty locked in right now, and they had themselves a good day one. Replay on what kind of happened with this Falcons rotate is it looked like 4 Angry Men were also trying to regroup a bit, and that's why Shen's kind of in this awkward spot, and Falcons just weren't even really expecting it, feels like.
Dude, Shen, man, when he's on, he is so nasty. That was disgusting with the AUG. That is so clean. And that's something that you need to see here as 4 AM is Shen really picking up the pace. He's that big player you go out and you pick up here for this legendary PUBG Esports team. And he is showing up so far today.
JDG, what are you going to do? Looks like you're going to try to cross around. Team Liquid has been started playing the southern part of Milta, realizing that that's going to be a choke point to play from. So no pathing options into Milta itself coming up from JDG across the road. So Team Liquid's going to take those sparring shots over, and that's going to force really JDG right into FN, as well as BRDM up on top of Lumberyard, having some vision in, and JDG just nothing to really work with, having to go to just that gatekeeping position, and that's hard.
Yeah, all the good stuff already claimed, and they're getting ripped to shreds between those two teams I was just talking about a second ago, Liquid and FN Polchun. And Polchun's just playing defense right now. They're doing a good job of avoiding these throwables from JDG to keep themselves from taking any knocks, to open up a door maybe for JDG to make a push. And meanwhile, Liquid looking to capitalize on some of those knocks.
I mean, yeah, get him if you can. And oh, did he even spot the rotate over? If he did, the nade I think is going into the road. Yeah, it's going to be a bit short, but hey, Edie's going to throw in some assistance. Would you like that one? Who's going to try to pick it up? 3 members down for JDG on one side of the road. And now we have to ask a very interesting question on why did the December 12th cross the road?
Well, he'd love to get the reses. That's the dream here, but he's going to be spotted, making some damage.
Oh, does he get around? No! So that's going to be split between Edie and aLOW, both walking away with 2.
Edie has looked so good this event. The longtime Buriram veteran is doing a phenomenal job these last couple of days. Panzer in hand, grenade up and over. That's the BRDM. That's not the safest thing for Tanadol, potentially.
It feels so safe, but it's about to feel terrifying. If we can see Michael get the vision in, doesn't get what he wants out of it. So this is right along the edge of the zone. It spins back around, full sense up on top. A lot of vision to be had from that position. Now it's time to make some committed choices. You just have to kind of deal with it. We saw Petrichor Road and Twisted close to each other a while ago. Now it's time to just fight it out. There is no real way to get around this one, as Petrichor Road has multiple members already inside the circle. So it's going to be all into Chewy to figure out how to get himself out.
Yeah, Twisted Minds knows they need to fight Petrichor Road here to get through, and Batulans knows that Chewy's around that corner. Gonna soften him up a bit there with that frag. Gonna force the first aid kit to come on out. The rest of Twisted trying to find those angles. Perfectix looking to open up a flank, see if he can get it to go.
Oh, gets over to the car, tries to run out. Perfectix going to be chasing right after him. Perfectix already at 3 kills, can't quite get that 4th. Batulin's just going to go ahead and throw some bullets in frustration at the tail end of Chewy. Looks like does manage to regroup near the shack. Other team members going to try to provide some cover. Actually don't really have the best of vision into it, so instead they're just kind of turtled down themselves.
Now this is actually pretty tricky now for Twisted. The good news here, if you're an FN Pochon fan, is that now Gen G's pressure towards their compound might be relieved momentarily while they have to turn their attention towards Twisted. You can't give these guys any open room. Let's go.
Oh, full sense. They're feeling pretty good about themselves right now, just roaming in. Oddly enough, moving into one of the most dangerous sections. Yes, this is the good covered position, this hillside being what everybody's kind of jockeying for, but Team Liquid are over here, FN's over here, Gen G, Twisted, and Petrichor Road. 4 Angry Men potentially up into the north as well, so this is about to get pretty hard to deal with, but good
you
on.
have 2 BRDMs.
Yeah, I mean, you've got yourself a vehicle fortification that you could build. Should be fine.
Oh, this is huge for them. This makes this position actually viable where it normally wouldn't be. A Tungmu getting a nice knock for 4 AM. They're continuing to really pick up the pace here. Obviously, with only 10 points coming into this game today, they need to go absolutely bonkers to have any hope of getting into that finals.
I mean, 40% increase, about to be a 50% increase if they can fish this one out with Chewy. Good bounce. There you go. All right. Now, what did that buy you? Position pretty close to Petrichor Road. You already know that they're a bit weakened if you've been paying attention to the kill feed. Interestingly enough, we also need to keep an eye on SGA. It looks like they're hopping in vehicles. They're going to be rotating in right back behind 4 Angry Men. At least very close. 4 Angry Men, are they aware of this? As it looks like SGA is going to be getting right on top of them.
Oh, that blue zone is so frustrating for Petrichor Road. They have to get out and expose themselves a bit. AZ wants to go for the yield, but he's getting shot in the back. That's Tigger. He's got the knock. The grenade's there to try to find the points.
Okay, so the commitment comes in on one side of it, and look at that. SGA also just kind of taking a ton of casualties on this uphill push. Multiple members down. He's just kind of looking through. He's going to go down as well. It's going to be FaZe. They've got themselves the compound that's closest to the center of the circle, as this is just getting really violent on this hillside. FS still roaming around with the BRDM. Looks like they're going to kind of fish back over into where Petrichor Road is at. Maybe try to get some more loot. I don't know.
And there goes Twisted. Just could not get up that hill against Gen G. Nice defense there from the Korean team that continues to play extremely well here in PGS 9. SGA getting ripped to shreds, as we already saw earlier. Full sense now turning their attention and finding the shots. Actually, that's Edie from Buriram who got a Tungmu there. Wasn't full sense players, but they're looking to try to secure all these points that they can. Flash just runs them over.
Just bullying the lobby right now. These guys had a great step off. The BRM does go down on one side of it. So 4 Angry Men eliminated, but big cost. Full sense losing multiple members in this. They still need to get into the circle as well, which is already firmly entrenched by FaZe, FN, and Team Liquid.
That was one of those BRDMs blowing up. That's crazy.
I mean, a lot of people were shooting at it for a pretty long time.
Yeah,
so.
well, it makes sense. You know, that's a very exposed part of this map, and now you're losing players. Belmoth gets taken down by Bean. Gen G continues to hold this ridge line magnificently. Just kind of had a standoff with FN Pochon and is able to rake in a bunch of kills.
Gen G, I mean, if they sweep in back behind, they're going to be pretty vulnerable. The way that this sits, everybody was playing in that western hillside just due to the strength and the defensive position. It felt like there was nothing else to be had in the circle. The circle that pops after that eliminates most of the hillside. So now you're just walking into a kill box of teams that are already in defended positions. Buriram, though, they have an idea on how they want to deal with it. Looks like they're just running right down to FaZe. FaZe already has an idea that's going to be coming after him. Are they going to be able to get out of position in time? Jumps out, doesn't manage to get the knocks or the explosion yet off of it. FaZe leaves the building. The timing on that just didn't really work out. And now FaZe already getting back into a defended position. Buriram has nowhere to go.
FaZe trying to hold on, but BRDM really getting lit up. That grenade, if it had been cooked just a little bit more, would have gotten Ruse. And instead, they're able to escape death so far, but Edie on low HP, Ruse as well, trying to just hide and get these heals to go through. FaZe continues to scramble to figure out exactly where the members of BRDM have gone so they can get these grenades to connect. Sound queue's gonna be difficult with all the ringing in your ears from so many frags coming through.
Dude, FaZe is holding this for so long. Look at the amount of utility. This is C4 that came through, and Cardi walks up and says, hey, you're too vulnerable on that angle. I'll take that one for near on free. Nade's gonna land right in front of the shield, doesn't get the knock, but this is Cardi. I wouldn't be surprised if that one goes a bit further. Nope, still leads into the shield, but no, totally vulnerable. There's the follow-up. We knew it was gonna be happening in a second, and now what do you do? BRDM just hiding in a corner and cover, hoping that maybe FaZe will protect him.
Yeah, some great util there from Kurt. Really landing a good one, but Ruse doing a good job here. Fex has turned up the bat and catches him with Molly in hand. Meanwhile, Orca sacrifices himself with a Panzer to try to break through this FN poach on defense.
Team Liquid is just trying to take as much of control of the circle as they can. They knew with all these firefights going on that there would be vulnerabilities that were exploitable. Team Liquid sending 2 members over into the east and then stepping up into the west as well. Gen G in the defended compound for now, but notice this roaming Team Liquid trying to stack up even more kills, sitting at 4 right now, but Gen G has been on an absolute rampage at 10 rate.
You gotta love the trust that Team Liquid has in their individual players to send them out on these missions. I mean, you send Curdy up towards that FaZe compound to do some damage. You sent aLOW in here to clean up JDG, and you've already got 4 kills, and you're getting deep into this game. You're putting yourself into a real good position to win it.
New problem approaches, though, and that's going to be this BRDM, but it's not feeling too good. Flash gets out just in the nick of time, and actually has some cover for it as well. Unfortunately, not inside the safe zone, but with the way that this is now starting to play out, he has a little bit of that hill he can kind of use if he creeps forward.
Yeah, he's got an AWM, but that's honestly not the ideal gun for a 1vX scenario that he's going to be facing. Now, I mean, he could maybe hit somebody from Gen G, but I think he had a shot go through, and Gen G's like, oh, never mind, roof no longer that safe. Somehow, some way, Hane from SGA still alive. You know, they tried that 3-man push down towards 4 a.m. on the other side of the circle, and Hane was playing anchor and is just trying to salvage what he can out of this, trying to keep himself obscured. And he's going to be able to get underneath FaZe's sightlines and try to wrap in behind Team Liquid. This isn't too bad. He might actually be able to squeak out a few extra points.
I just want to point out, while we have a quick second where it's gotten calm again, how FaZe reacted to the C4. They were very focused in on the hillside, realized where their vulnerabilities were. There were people lined in watching it, specifically waiting, knowing that, hey, C4 is going to be rolling down that hill any second. And the moment they spotted it, they all extricated the building and then came back in with force. It was perfectly timed. And yeah, the C4 did come in a bit late, but that's how you handle it. If you're ever playing in your games and you want to emulate how to handle the C4, FaZe just showed it to you.
And to add to your point, they smoked in front of that garage, which was so smart. Flash almost gets Bean. Bean going to throw a grenade and try to get the hell out of there, but Gustav from FaZe is going to catch him. Flash, happy feet, gets out of the way of the frag in terms of getting taken out of this game. Luke on the rear watch. I want to point this out for Team Liquid. Could be the one to spot Hane, make sure that that backstab doesn't come through. Oh, this looks good.
Oh, rolls, does get the flush out. Doesn't quite get the knock, though. Flash still just being an annoyance for FaZe, at least drawing some attention. The way the circle is now landed on phase number 8 means that Team Liquid has most of the control over the circle and really pretty much all of the cover that's going to be available for it as well.
Took the backpack off, wants to obscure the vision as much as possible, does Hane. Going to stick with a couple grenades, a couple first aids, and enough bullets in this ace to maybe get a few kills, hopefully. That's the plan here. Could kind of gatekeep FaZe, catch them off guard. He snuck underneath their noses. They're not going to maybe suspect that someone had made that wide wrap like that.
Right now, Gen G is hoping that anybody will just storm into a position or distract Team Liquid to give them an opportunity to try to pounce onto this. It's a very strong Team Liquid with 4 members still up. Complete authority on the circle at the time being. It's going to be very hard to dislodge them from the places they're going to be playing from. FaZe maybe has an opportunity with it, but they're going to be roaming into an area of the map that they're not going to feel comfortable in. Flash, as well as Hane, both could catch them in a crossfire. Gen G has sent Tosi up to the next building pretty close to Team Liquid. That's the closest brew that we've seen happen, but Gen G at least has a member inside the circle. And there you go. It's going to get a spot out. Hane's going to go down. FaZe, you now have an opportunity to get in the circle, but whoa, where do you go?
Yeah, Hane went for a timing with the blue pushing in, hoping he could catch FaZe exiting front of that building, especially with how many smokes they were expending. Just wasn't quite on the money with the guess on when they would be extricating themselves. This is all on Team Liquid's individual players to just keep these three teams at bay. You know, win some of these big individual fights, sending Sparking out to try to keep FaZe pinned down.
I mean, it's essentially a 4v5 right now with the 5 kind of eyeing the idea of killing each other as well. FaZe has spotted out Flash. He's going to go down. Sparking has spotted out Gustav. Gets the knock on him. It's going to be pretty hard to deal with. Sparking is going to go ahead and tap that one down. Pick up the kill, but Sparking goes down. Tosi, Gen G, this is exactly what they were waiting for. They wanted a distraction and they wanted to try to pounce. They timed it as well as they could.
Now he knows where aLOW is, but a good grenade to back him off a little. Is he still going to be able to find some damage? He is onto aLOW. The response, though, some stuns from Purdy Curdy to try to buy his team a little bit more time. Sparking in trouble, dangerously low there in the bleed-out state. Still alive. See if Team Liquid can get the res.
You can see that Luke's playing with the idea right now, throwing some utility in. They've got the Doritos down to provide some cover. Long-range utility goes out. Ooh. Oh, that was a great toss from Flame. Living up to his name, takes down Sparking. Luke's in some trouble. He's going to go down. Kurt's going to go down as well. Team Liquid, who had so much control, instantly loses it in a second.
Gen G, all of a sudden, finding the right moments, finding beautiful util and shots to start breaking open Team Liquid. aLOW on his own, trying to hold the line. Gen G knows it, but they have to be careful about Gustav. They have a great opportunity to win this, and they do not want to throw it.
Gen G has the numbers, but the close range King still has position play from Fex. Puts in some work as well. Quick exchange and help between the two of them. aLOW's going to go ahead and steal that one away. And now it is down to essentially a 1v1 with 2 members of Team Liquid crawling around. aLOW's got control over an angle onto the circle. Tosi, though, still just trying to fish out and figure out exactly where he is. aLOW can't commit into the res, though. The timing just doesn't work for him. Has spotted out, goes for the shots. aLOW picks it up.
A great game for Team Liquid. That is some great PUBG in terms of being active on the map, constantly knowing when to send players out to make maneuvers, to destroy other teams' chances, to take extra points. All of that put together gave Team Liquid a huge win.
But I mean, even then, if I'm Gen G, I'm pretty happy with that. They chose the right time to try to pounce on the back of Team Liquid. They presented themselves an opportunity after stacking up a crazy amount of kills.
It was a very nice game from Gen G. The fact that they took out FN Pochan, we didn't get to see a lot of it, but they went in there and removed them from a compound. You know, FN Pochan's on the defense. They've got the advantage, and Gen G wins that battle.
This was a very technical game. I mean, there was a lot of kills that was going on, but there were so many smart, hyper-intelligent moves that were going on. I just can't wait to see what's happening for the rest of the day.
Team Liquid with a victory to start off day number 3 of the group stage, and aLOW clutches it out at the end. It's difficult to hold down that tall booth area with Gen G overlooking some of the higher ground, but in the end, Team Liquid rides strong like a horse through the rivers.
Through the rivers? I don't know about that, but that eastern shift from the second shift on, that was a difficult one. There's a lot of open terrain. You have this kind of the copy-paste compounds, the garage compounds that are getting held strong by a lot of the teams here. FaZe with the home turf circle here, try to get the maximum out of it, but the breach from BRDM to then get third-partied by Liquid, that were rough. I don't think I've never seen so much utility thrown in 30 seconds. The C4 into the nades, into the Molotovs, into smokes, into stun grenades, but Gen G, man, they almost did it. Yeah. They flushed Sparking, thank God for that, I don't have them in fantasy. And they got 2 other knocks. And then aLOW got in with the clutch here. Fex obviously helping a little bit, but aLOW stole Fex's knock and then finished the whole deal.
I think for Team Liquid, looking at this victory as a whole, I love the transitions to be able to move from where they had in Milta up to eventually the checkpoint area, and then control a lot of that south side. Third partying everything that was going with BRDM and FaZe was very important for just those extra points that they were able to easily get.
Exactly. Birdie Curdy came in there, got a little bit of kills on BRDM, kind of made sure that that pressure is not going to come down, and that's why they played the 2-2 with the checkpoint area. They held the checkpoint for the center circle position, but still, Purdy and the guys were like, we cannot afford anyone to get on that ridge and sweep in. So they were holding that off and pressuring that. And doing that in a 2-2 split like that, extremely greedy.
Yeah.
But it paid off.
No, definitely, definitely. I think that when you look at a circle like this, you're expecting the Gen G compound to win out a lot of situations. You're expecting that FaZe compound to eventually win out a lot of situations.
Yeah.
So for Team Liquid to be able to take themselves the chicken dinner for all of this, not bad at all. That said, though, Gen G with 12 kills, and we were kind of musing about this behind the scenes alongside Toffees as well, is that they got second place at Esports World Cup.
Yep.
And now are looking really good in this group stage. When do we give up our skepticism about Gen G? Because let's be real, we were skeptical about their performances, and even GPT to a degree, but this roster is looking kind of banging. 2 tournaments in the trot.
And also, Bean actually had the most damage in the day that Gen G played as well. He had 2,300 damage in 6 games. Like he's been fragging out. These guys are great players, mechanical players. We've had our skepticism because the change in the lineup and everything. Yeah, everything was valid. I think so too. Orca here with 6 kill 2. Massive game for them to come in here, and I would say this is basically the qualifying game for them. This is like, okay, now we can relax a little bit. We just need to get 65, 70 points here, and they're going to easily get that once we get through the rest of the day.
Yeah, 5 games in hand, you should expect them to be able to continue that on, and then, as Paperthin mentioned, them wrestling that position away from FM Pyeongchang. It was very important. 18 points go their way. Team Liquid with the 17 points. We didn't talk too much about FaZe, just the fact that we saw 7,000 grenades thrown into the compound. I like their understanding of, like, okay, they threw that smoke down so quickly to get out of the range of the C4.
Yeah.
Because we're still in the large C4 radius explosion.
Yep.
That they knew exactly how to deal with that. So for them to kind of hold on strong, survive all of that barrage of the grenades afterwards, very impressive stuff. Good proactivity.
I would say this, though, from BRDM, the C4 was mistimed.
Sure, yes.
It was, the car was on the building for 5 seconds. If it exploded upon arrival, they would have gotten all 3 kills. It would have been a full wipe easily here. The bottom of the leaderboard here is the important one. SlamG's 16th already. We were talked about there, probably already out. And already now, with the amount of teams that we already have in our 40s and 50s here, I am guaranteeing you, both E-Arena on 57 and DNF on 55, they are not making it. Too many teams here are going to be grinding it. And yeah, it's gonna be rough. But then again, we were talking about it. There's gonna be the 3 spots in the top 8 up for grabs, and then it's gonna be plenty of spots that's gonna be up for grabs in the mid pack.
Whilst we take a little bit of a moment before we get into our next game, other things that you can really kind of garner from that game, I was surprised by Full Sense having 2 BRDMs, but almost being a little cautious about how they were playing the 2 BRDMs out, right? Like, I think they could have been even a bit more aggressive, a bit more proactive about where they want to crash with something as armored as that. What do you think?
That's true. I mean, they had them, so they got them in early, and the game is going to go. So we're going to talk about that after the game.
All right, well, thank you very much. It's time to get to Erangel once again. Over to the commentators for the grassy pastures.
Poor Avenger. I wanted to hear it. I wanted the insights, Martin. You got to let us know. Okay, so going into Erangel, we've been seeing a lot of southern plains and a lot of southern circles. Last game wasn't on military base, but plane path on this one going to continue that same trend.
Yeah, about as close to the bridge as you can get there. Right outside of Milta is where that final circle took us, and the plane path not too far from there again. Yeah, love the breakdown there of what FaZe was doing. That anti-C4 tech, Jeems was very proud of that after that game. He was talking to us. He's like, we've got the tech. And I'm like, yeah, we saw it, bro. That was pretty nifty.
And I do love the fact that the desk followed up on the timing from BRDM for the C4. If they'd executed that a bit faster, might have gotten somebody. That is something that we definitely do need to remember on it. But outside that, the way FaZe played it, the technicalities on what they were trying to execute was perfect. And it almost feels like maybe BRDM hadn't realized that. That might have been the reason for the delay, but I don't know. We're only playing with assumptions sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think for BRDM there, yeah, it is just coming down to timing. Like, it is hard to guess with the C4 because it is a pretty long timer that it has on it. So trying to like have that internal clock of, okay, how long exactly is it going to take for my vehicle to get from point A to point B? And each vehicle is going to be a little bit different in PUBG because of the torque on the wheels and how long it takes to get uphill. There's all kinds of crazy stuff.
Well, there's also the other thing about it, like FaZe was very ready and moving out of position to like get out of the building very quickly. We've been seeing that hasn't been the case with a lot of these teams, so we might have seen BRDM holding on to the trigger, expecting them to come downstairs and maybe trying to catch them a bit later. But FaZe's reaction was just overall in general really, really good. Circle has popped and it goes west with Falcons pretty much in the center. Change the game pretty close to it with Full Sense kind of just to the south of that.
Yeah, okay. Nice to see a different circle. I like to see other parts of the map, so going to go west this time. Falcons going to be feeling like they've got a good shot to at least claim some priority compounds early, especially, you know, knowing this part of the map with, you know, it used to be Pachinki, one of their homes. That's going to be Team Liquid's home for this one. Olympus, oh no. Oh, he's just dead. He's just dead.
That's all you can do. Oh, yeah, getting pretty loud about that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's
Oh no, the car betrayed him.
Oh, that's a problem. That's a real problem. He didn't set the parking brake.
It's just rolling down and Kiss is like, thanks, I'll take it. Forrest gets some retaliation, and now what do? Are we seeing a full early game skirmish over these kills? Maybe. Baron really wants it. He's sending it down, and yeah, FN just has to relent. 1 for 1.
And that's Rex that you're losing. The player is able to finally come back through. And the real question is FN going to be able to get back and get that blue chip, or is Forrest just going to deny it? You know, they're going to grab their own, and then they might be able to take it and put it somewhere funky.
With as loud as Forrest is being right now, I don't think that they're leaving that blue chip behind. I think it's going into the back of one of their cars somewhere.
Look at this, Gen G feeling hot after that last game. Want to keep the pressure up, so now they've rolled into this to see if there's going to be any further fighting. And they might, had the timing been there, they might have been able to catch Forrest while they were trying to go for the chips.
Petrichor Road is called an emergency pickup. Well, this is interesting. Curious to see what's going to be going on. And oh, Baron runs right into Orca. Easy shots for them to pick up. Oh, Scappy, where can you even go? Can you make it back over to the compound? Looks like he does manage to get it. So flush those out, and Forrest just cannot find a place to even get loot, really.
No, this is brutal for them. It's just the snowball effect, that early fight with FN that is now turning into an opportunity for Gen G to just continue their reign of terror.
And kills early again for Gen G, man.
Oh, my God.
God. Toasty spots out Kiss. The rich are getting richer while the poor are just getting poorer.
The 3X from the bridge. Now they know there's only one left for Forrest here. So it's a send, and it's a try to do something about this. Tiggleton goes down so early for the Falcons there off screen.
Oh, what started it finishes it. And it's going to be the other side of it. FN. Shots now being exchanged between them. And hey, this is getting even spicy on this side of it. How much of this do you want, FN? Are you content with just a knock? I think I would be.
That's a UMP from like 150 meters. What in the world was that, Zenith?
Okay, but can we talk about that shift in coming from Gen G, playing aggressive at this stage of the game? I love it, Gen G. Give me more of that.
I do too. I love the confidence that Gen G has been bringing to the international level. You know, that second place finish at EWC has lit a fire underneath them. They didn't play great in the PWS, which kind of surprised me. I thought maybe there'd be some momentum there, but these international events seem to suit them, seem to have a great read on how to, blow it up. That's it. Goodbye, blue chip.
Well, that's Team
That's Tiggleton. That's Tiggleton's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No coming back for you.
Sorry, Tig.
Sit back and watch.
Yeah, sorry,
supervise.
Bro. Yeah.
I mean, it's a smart play, though. If you have the spare vehicle to sacrifice, denying it out, specifically a player of Tig's caliber, you know, on top of just the information that he can bring in. You were talking about he is filling out that breaching role right now that now forces another member of Falcons to play into that aggressive style position if they want to try to continue that. Not on top of being a man down, now no longer having the punch that's going to be coming right at the start.
Exactly, Matt.
Belmoth. Belmoth.
Yo.
Full Sense. I love it.
Those are some headshots. Goodness.
I mean, Full Sense been cooking so far.
Yeah, they've looked really nice too, man. I really hope that, you know, it's not just going to be kind of one of those situations that we see all too often at the international events, where
Group
the tie
stage.
teams, group
Yeah.
stage. Yep.
I mean, that roster is notorious for it at times. But, I mean, it's so weird because whenever we see the strength of that squad and what they can really bring out, it's like whenever we get to the grand finals lobby, they just don't feel like they can maybe pull off the same level of play. But I don't know. Whenever we see them hitting shots like that, I feel like they can.
Well, they are kind of an odd team because they're a little bit more reserved than most of the teams we see from APAC.
Mission Ready is now over here, and 4 Angry Men are lined up. Intriguing situation as we do have ourselves an interview that we're going to be taking a quick listen
ดี
in.
ใจครับที่เราทำ performance ได้ดีในวันนี้แล้วก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งวันที่เราก็ยังมีข้อผิดพลาดอยู่บ้างครับก็กลับไปเรียนรู้กันต่อไปแต่ว่าโดยรวมวันนี้ถือว่าทำได้ดีกันมากๆครับผมคิดว่าเราเรียนรู้จากทัวร์ EWC ล่าสุดที่เราเล่นไม่ค่อยดีครับแล้วเราก็เรียนรู้จากข้อผิดพลาดจากมันแล้วเราก็ทำการบ้านเกี่ยวกับสิ่งที่เราผิดพลาดไปแล้วเราก็เอามาลองใช้ในนี้แล้วมันก็เวิร์คครับก็ส่วนตัวแล้วคิดว่าทุกทีมเก่งหมดเลยครับที่มาในทัวร์นี้แล้วเราก็เอาเป็นว่าเราก็จะพยายามชนะให้ได้ทุกทีมที่เราเจอครับ
Oh man, I love BRDM. There's just something fun about the guys in general, but also just the way that they see the game. It's interesting to see how the evolution with BRDM is going to continue because Edie has been a really big performer for that squad, and how much more can they pull out? Sitting at 55 points right now, they're starting to feel good about the qualifications. I mean, it's just upward swing from them from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that they've realized, from what I can tell, just from a big picture perspective, that probably it's just not leaving points on the board, being aggressive when they need to, finding those moments where they can third-party fight. A lot of that stuff seems to be playing well into their hands. You've got talented players on that team, no doubt about it. And they said at EWC, it wasn't what they wanted. Here, they are showing that they have definitely made some good adjustments. SGA, a team that I think would like to have maybe a little bit of a redo in that previous game with kind of, I think, how they approached that fight when they sent 3, left Hane behind. Well, okay, a lot of the games, yeah, absolutely. But again, a fresh team, a new team, players who have not really had the opportunities to play at the global level are learning some tough lessons. But hey, they got here. They were second in the PWS in the grand finals, and that's something. That is, a really impressive showing for a young team like them.
Well, there's a very interesting situation brewing with 4 Angry Men up on Everest. SGA is going to be rotating down past Crates, where we just saw Mission Ready at. There's a couple of squads fiending for some points right now, all pretty close to each other on the leaderboard as well, getting pretty close to each other. I think that SGA has now realized Mission Ready's position, so going to be trying to rotate a bit further along the Everest route, and luckily 4 Angry Men are playing the high ground position. While this is going on, you can see Jinji also spotting out FaZe. The roam from Jinji continues as they are just hungry. I do not know. Are they skipping lunch, dinner? They want everything.
Lake Close told them that no dinner until you guys secure your spot in the finals, so they got to come out aggressive. And they're doing a great job of it. Vard took quite a bit of damage in that, so has to pull up in towards this warehouse to get the heals off. SGA still on the move. They haven't let go of the brakes or let go of the gas just yet. And they're going to try to go for this hill.
I mean, just makes the commitment in. JDG already kind of prepped for it. Doesn't find the shots onto it that they want. That's going to be all SGA, who came into this just full on gunfire, walking in, taking this point. Full authority.
Yeah, that was really nice. They even were at a disadvantage there, but nice work by Taxter to stay behind that car. Use that as a little bit of extra cover to wait for his moment to go for the peak. And he outplayed his opponents, and that's another tough one for JDG, who's down 2 players early. Not sure if they're going to be able to go for the res. You can maybe wait for SGA to leave this spot, see if they think about that. This is a west-west circle.
That was an ambitious split coming up from JDG. As yes, you can see most of the west is going to be open. We often see that the road being a core component of what we're going to be looking at in rotations, but we've got a ton of teams that are stacked up on top of each other. Falcon's going to be rolling right next to Team Liquid. Petrichor Rhodes Non already going to get spotted out, be picked off by Luke 12. Back behind that, we also do have Twisted Minds as well as VP that are going to be pathing in. Similar pathing, also going to be JDG. Petrichor Road did get stopped off. That could cause a problem for FaZe. They're going to be rotating back down to the south. Jinji continue their roam, but no threats around them, so Twisted Minds Mines. How bold do you want to be? You're going to be rotating in right next to VP. A couple of shots going to be passing for now, but Team Liquid had to stop off a moment ago. That's going to make it a bit more complicated, so Twisted just continues their path up the hillside. Is it going to be free enough for them? As look at the amount of teams taking shots.
They just got to keep driving and hope that the tires stay safe. Doing a decent job so far. Example, very, very low. Seems to have gotten through. Perfectix also getting there, but now you've gone from bad to worse. You're running into CTG here.
I mean, this is the only place they can stop off at. They've been getting shot for so long. They just have to commit into this point. This is often seen as like a desperation stop whenever we see this. Yes, you can kind of play it safe for now, but it feels like you're going to get picked apart from too many different angles at this stage, and Twisted very aware of that. You can see already full defensive positions, not even really having an idea on where they should be peeking around, trying to get information, just start trying to formulate some type of plan.
Yeah, I like the pressure here that Team Liquid puts on, seeing if they could catch Twisted Minds in a vulnerable state, but Twisted was just barely able to get to the other side of this hill and dodge some of those early grenades from CTG, keep themselves up as 4. The real question now is what are you going to do? We do have a revive coming through for Rex from FN. Looks like he's going to be dropping pretty far outside of the circle to grab some loot. Can't see on the map where the rest of FN is. Might be on the Sosnovka military island. Tian there, not going to allow easy entry here for Twisted Minds, as he is going to reposition a bit, expecting a response with the nades.
I'm going to say that change the game. I don't think that you really want to knock onto Twisted right now, because if Twisted realizes who they're lined up against, I wouldn't be surprised if they play that a bit more aggressive. Twisted's a very good squad about realizing the squads that they feel like they have strength over, and if they're in a more desperate situation, playing aggressive and exploiting that strength on other squads.
I think at some point, as Twisted, you're going to have to make a tough decision. Do you just try to challenge CTG for that compound, or do you make a wait for the next circle, make a rotate? A couple not superb options, to be frank. Edie, driving around Primorsk, look at Orca.
Well, look at the whole Gen G line. They're set up over here trying to see if maybe they can find some more kills, and BRDM feels like they might be walking into a trap they don't know. Orca's already spied this out, gonna feed that over. So BRDM, are you going to be going for the top of this? Do they even know that he's there? Because that's an M249 waiting to unload.
Look at the motorcycle. That's giving it away. That's why BRDM's driving up here. They're like, oh, there's a player up here. Where are they? But that could be, a bit of a bait here from Orca. Had just one player driven up there. Oh, Lucarux. Oh, my God.
How close?
Oh,
did
Liquid.
Get on this one?
Oh, no.
Does Liquid even know? They're not even eyeing this position. Lucarux trying to make sure that he holds this line for the rest of his squad. It looks like Sparking was trying to scout out a bit. He's going to try to regroup. Emergency pickup has been called. Do they opt into staying? Because if they opt into taking this, Lucarux is going to ruin their day.
It's just a matter of whether or not they wanted to, but they're enough in the circle that they don't feel the need, it seems like. And Lucarux, that position was quite smart. I don't know what happened to Beamy there. Car blew up and he went with it, and Lucarux pays the price. Tries to peek up and over and gets shut down by Kurt.
Good heads-up read from Team Liquid, realizing that there was some vulnerabilities. If they did opt into going for that, they've been hearing the firefights happening back behind them. Petrichor Road also with their emergency pickup. They might maybe take a member or two. Team Liquid's going to continue to eye and survey the horizon on the slope on that hillside, make sure that nobody's going to be venturing their direction. VP not going to be taking any more of that bait, instead playing more up into the north. SGA has most of that under control right now, with JDG still kind of roaming around there. 4 Angry Men going to be pretty close into position. Just a bit south, kind of in that swampland area. Do note that December 12th for JDG is up in Gatka, while we just saw Spaceman to the south of Swamp.
I gotta point this out. I think SGA left a player up at that hill where they killed those 2 JDG players to try to deny the res, but I think somehow December the 12th got him anyway, and he's over in Gatka sending through the res chips. So not sure what happened off screen, but something funky. And somehow, some way, JDG looks like they're going to be able to get some players back into the mix. VP, on the other hand, not going to be in a position to easily do that, if at all. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, Beamy went for the C4, and he...
Oh, this is the setup for it. I get why Lucarux was in position now. It all makes more sense. Well, I think that just getting a bit too harassed on too many angles, right, is there was a lot of vulnerabilities, people still playing the fields right there.
A single player for SGA looking for some info, and 4 a.m. is like, yeah, we're wise to this. Drove in on the car, looked like he took a bunch of damage and just shut right down by Longs.
Ooh, Correxi's also getting pretty close. I was going to say, Heat's right there. So SGA's line that they kind of shifted down into the circle with has got to be pretty careful. There's some vulnerabilities just due to the amount of teams that are around them.
This has got to be frustrating as FN with the team already still set up in these hills, just to the east of Quarry.
Rex is down again.
Yeah, it's not going good for VP. Let's just say that. Starlord gets a peek, but he's spotted too. He can't take that fight.
FaZe does have Gustav that's playing more into the northwest, so this is kind of a 3v3 for now. See if they can regroup fast enough as Gustav is trying to get away from Petrichor Road. Meanwhile, FN playing the low side of this. James with this back flank could backstab. I don't even see Breakers looking that direction.
I mean, for FN, that's a great position here for Zenith. Doing a lot of damage, needs a little bit of help. Grenades out already for both teams. Zenith is going to ring in. Is it going to catch anybody? Yes, it's a trade.
Okay, now Breakers needs to get in position. James can't quite get over there. Gustav's going to go down to Petrichor Road, so FaZe, who had the inside track on position, FN trying to usurp it right now. Circle does shift away from this position, moves more into the west as we do have those reses come in. JDG, where are you going to land right now? I guess Quarry, see if you can get some loot. That's going to be pretty close to Gen G. Petrichor Road on the chase, still coming in after the FaZe. They know that there's a weakened squad over here that they want to hunt after, and they do not want to have to walk into this circle. But that means the Breaker's now going to be the one that spots out Chewy, gets him down, and should be able to get the flush, but no. Oh, the blue zone with a couple of taps going to be enough to get the knock.
Yeah, Ming Ming there. That is some nifty shooting, as you would expect from a player of his caliber. He's going to double down, getting some points off of the FaZe boys as well. Not much that FN can do to try to deny this. Those are just going to be scooped up for Petrichor Road.
That's so harsh. James was in a position to potentially backstab onto FN, and now he's just so far out into the blue. Two teams in front of him. No real big ways to do anything. He's just kind of trapped out there.
Well, nowhere to go for Taxter. Spaceman's like, yeah, you guys started this fight. I'm going to finish it in this game. Able to get some revenge here for JDG, but that's the only kill. That's the only point they've got so far. Still 14 teams remaining, so long ways to go before you're getting into the placements, and just a shack there for himself. That's not great, but I mean, he still has two other players alive, but they're way over on the other side of the circle in Quarry. Starlord, well,
awkward duel.
Yep, to say the least.
Three solos all over here just kind of staring at each other. Nobody wanting to do too much. Blue zone, though, going to be helping out the Petrichor Road side of this quite a bit. Is he kind of stealing that away? Good job on using the fire and from the wreckage to kind of sneak that one in. Blue zone, though, still ticking a lot. I think that might be enough. Is he going to be able to get the meds off in time?
Oh, my God.
No.
It was close. Well, the good news is he doesn't give the point over to Petrichor Road, who's just above them in the standings. So
yeah,
for what that's worth, it's not too bad. But FN, they're just running into a buzzsaw. H-Win, he's got the links, and he's doing some damage here to Team Liquid. The Falcons also, speaking of revenge, that seems to be the storyline of this game. The early kills not leading to success for some of these teams. Team Liquid took down the Falcons player. Now it's Nixie's turn up the bat. He's got Shen out in the open. He's got him down.
I mean, easy pickup there. 4 Angry Men trying to respond a bit. Longs get some damage in, but remember, this is a very outnumbered fight with 4 Angry Men being the gatekeep position. So that means that VP has to fight their way in. Change the game as well as Twisted still over there in Sharkfin, so that's why we see the opposite side of this hillside still being a point of contention for a lot of squads to deal with. Gen G's slowed down in their roam down to the south, kind of lined up against JDG. Team Liquid also having to slow their roll because what you were talking about with Falcons kind of harassing them. That means it's going to be full sense with pretty much center of control of the circle.
Yeah, that early rotation that Full Sense had is paying dividends for sure. Goodbye, Corexy. Over towards Nixie. Does get a first aid in, but he's also in a tricky position. Going to be in the blue there, and it's not ideal. 4AM really trying to hammer down, prevent VP from getting any further, but now they're starting to take damage from the side. It's CTG's Ares who's going to get a tongue moot, and Twisted Mind's still there.
Yeah, just hunkered down right now. Twisted Minds can't really move until CTG moves, and CTG doesn't want to move until this fight with 4 Angry Men and VP finishes. Luckily, Mission Ready is trying to throw in some bullets of their own to see if they can finish it out, open up some pathing options, and that is actually going to be Nixie taking down Lou. He has to make a mad dash for the safe zone, man. This is almost impossible, I'll be honest.
Those are nice salvage points, though, for VP. I mean, they're in a pretty good spot overall on the leaderboard. Grenades ring out. CTG trying to set up a bit of a flank angle, but they've lost, or at least don't have the numbers here necessarily, just 2, whereas Twisted Minds is going to have 3, and they've got some frags lined up and ready to go. And it looks like, though, CTG has managed to sidestep that for now. And now it's aLOW's turn to strike. He's got one.
They spotted this out. Team Liquid saw a moment to pounce, see if they can get another point or two. But the moment Team Liquid took those shots, everybody spins back around. Petrichor Road is now being eliminated as well. Team Liquid has one of their members down in aLOW, so opens up a bit more of the path. Falcons also do hear this. Look like they might be wrapping in Team Liquid's position and could potentially gatekeep out whatever's going on with Change the Game as well as what's going on with Twisted Minds over here.
Twisted is not getting killed, but man, they are in a way doing damage just by blockading CTG now. And, you know, they're kind of...
Emotional damage.
Yeah, but exactly. It is emotional damage. I mean, CTG's got to be furious. Like, this is a team that you should have a pretty good position on in normal situations, but because of the way the circle's been shifting and how long this has taken, now you're giving teams like the Falcons, like Team Liquid, an opportunity to harass you while you try to take the fight. And Shrimzy almost gets Wenbo.
Spots out, change the game out of anyone, so that means that Twisted can still roam around that lower section for the time being. Falcons definitely setting up a full gatekeep on whatever's going to be happening. Twisted Minds, do you want the kills or do you just want to try to see if you can finish this out fast enough? Wenbo running down that hillside does mean the fact that Aries is kind of trapped in position. Wenbo's got to make something happen so that way maybe Aries can come down off of this. Nixie's still alive, by the way. He could encroach back behind this one and be a surprise that Twisted Minds isn't expecting, but Aries trapped. What does he even do is Twisted has to move forward. Blue Zone's on top of him. The Falcons are still waiting to pounce.
Yeah, Perfectix is like, where's this last player? Uh-oh. Batulins is going to be the one to find out the hard way. Aries just being really patient there to try to go for that kill. Should be able to get the first aid off even. Yeah, Batulins trying to keep ahead of this Blue Zone, but this is now tricky for Twisted.
This is all just kind of come apart on the side. Nobody's capable of coming in. Mutually assured destruction for every single squad. Falcons hoping that the fact that they could be the beneficiary of it all, but nothing really presenting itself. Twisted doing a good job of using the terrain, deny out the angles, finally finding a bit more. It's going to be Kickstart that does get the knock onto example. Lou also does spot out Kickstart in return, though. So picking back up, H1's going to try to take some damage, put out the work in his own hands, does manage to get the knock onto Lou. Twisted just has Perfectix up, but he's going to be on the opposite side of that hill all by his lonesome.
Yeah, now Full Sense is able to find some sight lines into this battle and start doing some serious damage. Bizzler going to be the one to take Lou's point off of the board. So MIRA, 4 players up, 4 kills, getting into the late game. This is a nice game for them to get back into the mix here. H-Win so low, but Bizzler just not able to connect with those shots in time. But it doesn't matter. It's going to be Tigger from Full Sense that's going to finish the job.
I mean, Full Sense has a castle in the middle of a desert. It feels like there's not a lot of cover for most teams to be able to play from. They've got high ground, a ton of vision to work with. Mission Ready is going to squeeze into a pretty defended position. That's going to deny out a lot. Down to the south, we still have Genji and Burram up. We haven't been able to see a lot of what's going on with them, but they're lined up on opposite sides of the road to the south of where Full Sense is going to be playing from. Virtus Pro's Nixie finally goes down as he was just nomming on every med from every body that was up there.
And there were a ton.
Yeah.
There are a ton.
I want to see med used on that one.
It's got to be in the double digits for sure. As Buriram been slow, been steady this game. Only 1 kill here so far, but this whole game has been very cautious from them from the get-go. They were playing pretty far outside of Circle 1, just kind of waiting things out. And they were able to find that open space on the southern side of the circle when the circle hard shifted to the west. And they've been able to get some pretty decent value out of it in terms of placements. Genji still limping in a bit towards that southern side. They've only lost 1 player, though, so 3 up, not bad. A lot of teams very healthy coming into this late game, just Twisted with 1.
Yeah, poor Perfectix, too, is he's going to be taking a path that could be vulnerable to Burram, Genji, and Full Sense all, and he kind of feels like he knows it. He's hopped in a vehicle, opting a bit further into the north, as that means that he only really has to contend in with Mission Ready. The crate down on him might be in some type of cover or sightline block that he could use. We'll have to see how that continues to brew. So you can see that this is what he's working with. This is all the cover that he's got, and he already knows that Mission Ready is probably going to be, or somebody is going to be playing in that position. He doesn't probably know exactly who. Spot out the vehicles, and all right, new option denied.
Oh, Mission Ready, seemingly okay. They're looking in his direction. I think they know he's back here. Just a matter of, well, now they definitely know. Just a matter of whether they were going to get an opportunity. Perfectix there, just looking to see if he could get a, quick little kind of couple headshot tap. Not available, so instead has this UAS to try to make something happen.
Feels bad. Perfectix is the only person that's taken a shot in this entire lobby that's still alive. So the entire lobby, you can just see all the little arrows just look back up there and go, oh, this is what we want to go after. And now Perfectix is going to roll down the hill. Did pre-smoke it, so he at least has some type of cover to work with. Looks like he's trying to use a tree to block out his sight line as well, hoping that maybe they'll blow up his vehicle, give him some more cover to work with. Couple of shots from Perfectix, though, are going to shoo Gen.G away from that angle. So BRDM now has more space to play over into the west as well.
Well, he's trying to heal up a bit. Might have to throw another smoke here. They're about to dissipate. Yeah, the second one is down. I can see it there on the screen now. Gen.G just wants to deny as best as they can any further entry into this next circle, but they don't really feel comfortable on that angle right now. They're really eyeing this next one, but they've got full sense in that castle you were talking about to contend with.
I mean, where do you even go if you're Gen.G? BRDM's already holding one angle. Perfectix is kind of denying out another angle that you might have been thinking about taking. But even then, this little bit of a hill that they're working with is going to be entirely vulnerable. It's not inside the safe zone. They're going to have to walk into the high ground defenses of what Full Sense has set up. And Perfectix is just kind of stealing away more positions. He keeps kind of leapfrogging into these different rock points, these hillsides. He does end up in UAZ. I mean, he had to hop out. I don't necessarily blame him. He's got this dip, but it's still not inside the safe zone. BRDM also has to make a choice. So really, it's kind of a game of chicken between Gen.G and BRDM. Who moves first, who distracts Full Sense, and who can exploit it.
Yeah, and for Full Sense, it's kind of like Team Liquid that we saw in the previous game, where now it's about doing as much damage without hemorrhaging players here. You don't want to give up a knock in this situation. You've got the cover, you've got the positioning. You just want to make sure that none of these other teams are going to come through on these rotations unscathed. BRDM going to be the first to try to make their move.
Okay, Gen.G has some damage that they've been able to put in. Maybe the nade can land in. Flash does spot it in, puts in some work of his own. Bean lines in, gets the knock onto another. Gen.G has the angle. Could they finally have a vulnerable approach point to deal with? Perfectix isn't involved. They know the fact that their back's pretty open right now. How bold do they want to be with it? A couple shots coming out from Mission Ready, also forcing Full Sense to drop their heads.
Wait, how did Flash get that kill? He must have blown up the vehicle. Belmoth has an angle. Oh, him and Flash combined for two. Gen.G just cannot get any further. Leaving this player here behind for BRDM might garner them a couple extra points. If Khan could stay alive for just a little bit longer. Belmoth with the bolt, trying to see if he can brutalize some of these players. Tanadol up on the roof looking for Perfectix. Perfectix just trying to sneak out an extra placement point if possible.
Flame being a medic right now, trying to see if he can get the reses in. Khan wants it, but just it's so hard to peek. Finally, Perfectix does go down, drop us into our final four. Full Sense and Mission Ready both sitting at full four-mans. Meanwhile, Gen.G seeing if maybe it was just a quick exchange between weapons, maybe getting some more loot. He had to pull off that. Nade's going to go out, and that's going to finish it. Full Sense just starting to pick up more and more.
This is a beautiful game for Full Sense. 11 kills with this compound to boot. I mean, this is just a tremendous position to find yourselves in. They are going to the grand finals. No doubt about it. A few extra points going over to Gen.G, though, as BRDM does start to bleed out. Khan still in the mix, of course, but really you're looking at this 4v4 of Mission Ready and Full Sense. Phase 8 center circle going to be oh so close to Full Sense's compound. So as Mission Ready, you're trying to just find a way to eke out some safety, do a little bit of damage if you can, try to make your way in towards this next circle. Going to be tough. There's a little bit of hills, some trees to work with, but really Full Sense is going to have control over this zone for quite some time.
And Mission Ready needs this. Sitting at 32 points, they're not done yet, but they have to get as much as they can in the next 4 games after this on top of it. So vying up against just such a defended position, there is an opportunity, and if any opportunity could present itself, it would be now as Khan does go down. 2 members from Full Sense have stepped out. Mission Ready, though, just doesn't have a pathing option to deal with. The way this building lies is just so strong in this circle, and Mission Ready knows it.
You have 4 smokes. You might have enough to kind of create some kind of angle in towards their right, or you could maybe go for the bold play and just try to crash Full Sense. I don't know, but you know, Full Sense here spreading out. I think maybe worried about a C4 play potentially, or just checking their flanks, making sure that there's nobody left behind that they have to worry about. All of those things definitely going to be coming into play, but now Full Sense going to really hunker down, set up this firing line, and that's some good damage from Panadol.
I don't know if Mission Ray's trying to bait out the idea that maybe there's a C4 coming. They kept hopping in the vehicle and looks like they would give it a gas and shift it up the hill a bit. But Full Sense, like you were talking about, trying to prepare for that one. Lined in, Full Sense has more control over center dot. Mission Ready backs up against the blue zone. Full Sense feels like they've got so much authority in this one already, continuing to rein in. Mission Ready, so few options, just going to try to get a vehicle forward. Smoke line's going to go out. Thanadol instantly drops the Bizzler, who's been picking up all the kills. Bellamoth going to have an angle as well. That's 2 down already. Make it a third. It's just Vox. Full Sense, full control right now as Vox has no options. The chase is on. Tigger pops in back behind him. Full Sense takes it all.
That is a really nice game for Full Sense. Like I said, they are going into the grand finals, and that's a nice cherry on top for them to get a big win from that compound to rake in a bunch of kills. Some nifty shooting there along the way, but really just that early game decision making, able to claim a priority compound, get that western shift, and just make everybody's lives a nightmare.
You can see Mission Ready, they know that they needed those points, man. It hurts. It's a big struggle for them so far. How much more can they get out of it? Gen G, though, I mean, a rampage in and of themselves in these first 2 games. Respect where respect's due.
Gen G should be thrilled with what's going on today. They are playing just fine. And really, at this point, you know, just getting into that grand finals is all you want, and they're pretty much there. So I like the aggression. Keep playing like that.
I mean, Aaron Gill, no 2 militaries back-to-back, but 2 very awkward games with some crazy circles.
That's right, playing at 64,000 DPI each. Full Sense with their mouses flying across the screen gets themselves the victory here after holding down this compound and winning the game.
Yeah, I mean, still, we have to point this out. They fragged out. They got so many points.
Fragged out.
The compound was very center heavy there after second circle, but they were out there pushing out on Gen G, they're pushing out on Brew, they were making sure that the Swamp east of them, they completely cleaned out anything, and then in the end, there's 4 free points on Mission Ready, because there's nothing to do there. They just row in and gave them the points. Luckily for them, it was a team that's already safe.
True. Would you say they drained the Swamp?
Yeah, they did.
Nice. Good job by Full Sense. Well done by them, of course, to get themselves this position. And now it's going to be exciting to see them in their grand final, of course. Their opponents going up against them at the very end, MRIA, Mission Ready International Alliance. What could they have possibly done if they didn't have C4s or anything like that to try and kind of breach that compound?
And apparently they had 3 C4s in last game. Ooh. They could just needed one. I'll say this though, this compound is pretty C4 safe. You have like the 4
very detached.
Yeah, it's very detached big buildings, so like they would probably only lose 1 guy, but Fenadol held that garage building down on the northern side. Then again, I will say this though, and I'm pretty excited about it. I think there's a pretty big chance that we see Full Sense potentially hitting the triple digits. They could sponge a little bit, which make it a little bit more difficult for the teams in the bottom or kind of lower half of the leaderboard to jump into that top 16.
True. If you're making that kind of cutoff point all the closer between the other teams, it could get very dicey towards the end of today. But as we take a look at all the other teams trying to deal with this game and how things are all going on, a lot of my focus was on like GOAT Compound as well as kind of Twisted Mind sitting underneath that to see if they can maybe get something going. It was a little bit fraught with danger though, especially with the angle that Falcons had trying to hold that position down.
Yeah, but even them, they got shut down as well, right? True. Full Sense put on pressure on them. Liquid put on pressure on them. There's just so many teams that try to come in, and then, you know, when you're having a player that's staying behind in the compound blue zone here and then shooting at Twisted Minds, and he was just giving up. But he actually got 1 extra point on Batulins there. Ares did. That was great. But the 15 kills Full Sense here, James.
It's a top-heavy game for them, and they didn't even really need to do that much damage to get that.
I was going to say, that's the most efficient 15 kills I've seen in a long time.
Well, there you have it here across the board. The entire team truly contributing to this game here with good old Tigger at #1.
Yeah, 6 kills for him, man, but only 370 damage. He has been thieving that game. Three kills, by the way. The other guys each 35, 0, and 36 damage taken. And that's a situation of we have the compound and we can shoot from safety through 15 minutes of the late game.
Bouncing along like that little cheeky tiger from Winnie the Pooh, stealing all them kills. Lovely stuff here. Very well done by him. He will be the man of the match overall. And again, you know, it was going to be difficult for anybody to really dislodge them from that position. They took it with both hands and give it a good shake. Urgh.
Yeah, man. 15 kills here for a team that's already guaranteed to be in here.
Yeah.
And actually, there's no one that got more than 3 kills this game. Tigger, top fragged. The other guys also 3 each here.
Yeah.
But Bean, another good game for him. He's been damage farming. He's been doing good for Gen G. Gen G already also, with this game, I would say safe. So they are also worrying. And as we kind of progress through the day here, now that we're done with Erangel, that's the scary team for the teams in the chase. As you see here, only one other team got 10 points. Mission ready, good to see, but 25 points to go full census win.
Here's what I found interesting about that, though, whilst we take a look at those points as well as the overall leaderboard in a moment, is that actually coming in, I think when we get to internationals, we think to ourselves, China's going to have a good performance. Korea's going to have a good performance. China and Korea are kind of in the bin at the moment, all right? Apart from a few here or there. Bagel Par, as well as Gen G, good stuff by them. But the fact that DN Freaks is probably not making that finals, and then China, apart from 17 Gaming, having a terrible time of it. Where is China?
Where is DNF? Oh, they're on the other half of the leaderboard already.
Correct.
That's not good.
Oh, no.
Gen G already beating a 71 here. This is the big one.
Look at them!
Freaks in 55 points. FaZe has already surpassed them with 4 games to go. Falcons already about to surpass them too here. And then again, Forest Natural Gaming, 2 games played here, James. 2 points for them only. The other teams in the kind of bottom half of the leaderboard, not too many points except for Mission Ready in this game. 10 points going their way. They need to continue that big grind to be able to get in there. Now that we're 2 games done here with 4 games to go, who makes it out of the current bottom 8 that is still the bottom 8?
Not China or Korea. Maybe Pachichko Road. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm just so surprised. We've never had that bottom 5.
I think
not quite like that. That's ridiculous.
I honestly think it's just, you know, Petrico Road, Forest, maybe Mission Ready.
Maybe.
And Slam G's out.
Yeah.
Do you think is there a chance that DNF is safe or NEA? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. 55 so low.
But I agree, but it's the
we have recall.
It's the top 8 teams right now that are continuing to be top 8, and they're sponging up all the points. And that's the problem for the teams in the bottom, right? You have 4 more games where you need to put up 20 or more points to catch up to DNF and E-Arena.
Well, luckily for you, we have 4 more games to answer that question. We're going to a break on the other side of this. Is going to be those 4 more games here for PGS9. See you soon.
You got to make the best of what you can with shotguns and SMGs at close range.
Heaven in a beautiful position.
It's going to give Mir the chance to push up the Shrimsy. Stepping up as well. Vixen's caught on.
Julian Draining gets the headshot. Tiggleton repeaks at Shrimsy. Not landing. That is very, very hard.
Give away those triple points.
Twisted Mind Hacks made
history, becoming the first team to claim the championship 3 times in a row.
Really impactful. A couple grenade side of here. They lose a player, but it doesn't matter.
PGC champions, the Expendables!
长雪，火，这个火真的太好了！哇，就抽一个，就来，哎呦！
피하면서 이거는 뭐 자 같이 가자. 이집을 이제 안 돼요.
Aggressiveness, ball control. Overlooking over onto that stone as well, and you.
Successful BWD making a mad dash for it. He goes.
They're moving towards the middle, just onto the controller. Don't take that level, and he's going to have to get it back on because Nader's good.
Oh, the Panzerfeld from aLOW. Hurt back behind.
Will make their crossing. Pipa gets a great knock, actually.
You can't speak on my life. I've been here for a million years. I can tell you right now, outside ain't safe. I had to go get what I deserve. Can't stand in line, no, I really can't wait. I put family first and then the money came next. Right now, they're in no third place. I don't budge, I don't bend, I don't fold, I don't break. I don't bend, I don't fold, I don't.
And we're back because it is time to get into our middle maps. Those awkward, weird Erangel games now done. A little bit more chaos, a little bit more fun. Wheels off in the middle maps.
Yeah, man. I mean, it was kind of a interesting start in terms of, you know, we were just talking to Sparking backstage and how both games kind of finished in a similar fashion in a way, despite them being in very different parts of the map, and a really kind of cool moment there for Team Liquid in the first game where they play great defense against a tricky situation, whereas Full Sense in a similar spot where they have to play defense but in a much safer position, and they nailed it. They nailed it, dude. They nailed it.
You could essentially have like the crossroads, whatever you want to call them, the toll booths. Like I've heard those like buildings just to the west of Milta called a bazillion different things. Meanwhile, the full fortification that was like multi-tiered buildings to deal with. But Full Sense, kudos them for reading it early, getting into a good position, and then just kind of the chaos that happened on the outside, specifically that hill around Sharkfin was absolutely nuts in the last game. But enough of last game. This time, we're going to be making our way a bit further north, going over Airport, fittingly, and ending up around the western area past Godot.
Yeah, this could be maybe a northern island circle here again on Tego. Just have to wait and see. I think this was a pretty interesting map yesterday because it started with a hot drop, which will not, I don't think, come into play today because JDG shouldn't be contested since Al-Qadzia not going to be in this lobby in the Palace situation.
As you know, that was another fight that, you know, Buriram thought about, you know, it wasn't Buriram, excuse me, the Freaks thought about maybe messing with and trying to get some points, and they almost paid the price for that. December the 12th had a really nice little moment for himself where he almost crushed the Freaks in this game, but still, they will be free in towards the Palace. They will have VP dropping kind of close to them, but that's more for the southern edge of the river. Just kind of curious about this circle and how exactly it is going to shape up. I mean, you do have Team Liquid relatively close, aLOW close to FaZe, Jeans.
Jockeying for a vehicle, maybe?
Maybe, yeah, but you also have Twisted on the outside of that terminal space, so a little bit of a mix-up there in that part of the map could, who knows, maybe lead to something. Ooh, wow, way east.
Yeah, so we end up with a lot of the barrier over in the east, eating that up. But also just kind of a more open area. Whenever we look around airport itself, there's going to be a lot of I'm guessing there's still the rice paddies that are over there, but it's a lot more open. Falcons feeling pretty good, though. This is going to give them a kind of decent path into the circle, which has been a problem in the last couple of games.
Well, and what's kind of funny about that, and also not great if you're a Falcons fan, is that the previous game was a very similar scenario where they had easy access to that circle, and they lost Tiggleton early to a Team Liquid crash, which we didn't get to see, but, you know, that's a big loss for the Falcons in the way they want to play the game. Still able to salvage things, still able to get a few points on the board, keep themselves very much alive for going into that grand final. Still ahead of the curve in 15th, but not feeling comfortable just yet, but plenty of room to maneuver for them in terms of that leaderboard positioning to make sure that they just get the job done. FN still has a lot of work ahead of them. Again, with Rex coming back, he had some hope, but that early game fight they got in cost them him early, and they had to res him, and then they got stuck fighting FaZe, and it all just kind of fell apart. Meanwhile, Gen G was happy to take those points, happy to get themselves into another late game, and happy to get themselves into the grand finals.
Catching that wheelie as they come through there. I don't know. It's technically a wheelie if it's on the side.
You know, I have no idea what it's called.
I don't know. I just know I do it to golf carts all the time.
You're not coming golfing with me during the off week, then.
Dude, that's the way you're supposed to drive golf carts.
We did that once when I was much younger, and it was a little bit of a nail-biter.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that, or you could just say
I'm still here.
Fun.
Yeah, I suppose.
Fun.
Don't do it at home, kids. We do not recommend.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I was talking about video games.
Ah, okay, yes. Me too.
In video games. So, looking through at the circle, good news for guys at the top. I mean, Twisted, Team Liquid, Falcons could find themselves all in good spots off the get-go. Meanwhile, we've got FaZe right along the edge of the zone, so we've got ourselves a little bit of an interview with aLOW and a listen and figure out what's going on with the squad.
Hello everyone, I'm Lisa. I'm here with aLOW from Team Liquid. It's a really good start of the day, and back to that game. And the final circle, GNG almost turned around and they took all of the teammates down, leaving you alone. But you clutched that win. So how pressured and intense were you at that moment?
I was a little nervous, to be honest. I didn't want to let my team down, but thankfully I ended up winning the game.
Okay, the dinner chicken is the most important thing, and it's a really thrilling 1v1. Thank you so much, and we're back to the game.
Thank you, aLOW. That is
Keep it simple.
That is a rare aLOW interview. It is hard to get those, so good to see him jumping in, getting some content. We appreciate you.
I love how he's just like, I don't know, yeah, I was nervous, but I got the job done. I mean, the guy, again, that short to mid-range specialist, he's so deadly, and that's a perfect scenario for aLOW to clutch it up, you know?
That's why I love aLOW, though. He's a man of few words, but when he speaks, it matters.
Exactly. He's going to get in there and tell you how it is.
Yeah.
Ooh, speaking of Liquid, look at this.
Oh, okay,
really close.
Road, you about to find some friends. Couple of shots, jumps out, sparking, spots out Chewy instantly and makes him retreat from the angle. That's going to give momentum to Team Liquid. How bold do they want to push? That's going to be a quick down and flush onto aLOW. Peeks around, not trying to hold it, but look at that 2-point push coming in from Team Liquid.
That was nice timing on that. Swing in towards Non. You got more players you might have to defend against. Petrichor Road able to get into the compound that has their knocked player. Yeah, Twisted's Lou driving in towards this as well, looking for some points. Looking to maybe play spoiler here. Again, Twisted just needs a few more points to feel comfortable. That door not so open there, Luke. So the stun not going to go in. The molly could be right on top of Ming Ming. It's perfect.
not going to be able to get the flush onto Chewy like they were looking for, but Ming in some trouble, has to retreat. That means that there is nobody focused up between the res and the retreat for healing. That's opened up all authority, but Ming spots out Sparking, gets the knock onto him. So 2 members up for Team Liquid. They know exactly where Petrichor Road is, but they have to be careful. Now 2 members for Twisted Minds on the outside.
Luke just trying to hold on to make sure they're not going to be able to easily flush Sparking. And look at Twisted. They're sending the forces in to keep these teams pinned, and they're going to take the high ground around this fight. So, no matter who, okay,
James
is in a glider. He's
he
all
wants
like,
it. There's
I can
a
get
kill.
points.
Sparking down right now, can't be spotted out by the glider. Looks like Kurt's going to run forward. He's got himself a shotty, hoping to see if he can spot out any footsteps. It's going to be AZ contemplating going for the peek around the wall. He's got the nade ready. He could just be fishing with dynamite. Easy toss going in right next to Kurt. Flushes out Sparking, takes down Kurt as well. Just 1 member up in Luke 12.
Well, let's see what Luke can do. He might get a little bit of help here, some damage. You know, you can hear some of those shots starting to ring in. And oh, Luke gets the spray, gets the headshot onto AZ. It's a nice pickup here for Liquid. Wants to go for the flush, and meanwhile, James just trying his damnedest.
That mosquito flying around causing problems. Denying out quicker pushes. Perfectix is also getting a bit more aggressive, so Petrichor Road better be careful. If they walk around this angle, it could be a problem. Chewy already taking a lot of damage, has to drop down. Ming swings back around, but that stalls out a lot of what's going on and could be very beneficial for Luke 12 as he's got a pretty defended point to play from. AZ bleeding out right now. Luke reads it, realizing they might be trying to go for the res. He hears the footsteps. Luke, can you spot this out? Jumps through the window. Luke, if you spot this, you have an opportunity, but no, it's going to be Chewy that takes down Luke 12 and Team Liquid eliminated.
Yeah, Luke there making sure at least he got the finish, denying the res. So for Petrichor Road, a tricky spot that they were in, and they're able to fight their way out of it, but it has put them in an even worse spot because Twisted Minds is going to be in the vicinity, and they're going to be hungry to maybe blockade this position. Well, maybe Twisted might back off. Hard to say. That was some good shooting there from Ming. That bought time for Chewy to get the heal through because they could have been in grenade range, I think. B-Meat drives ahead of the grenade. Breakers. FN not really doing any damage to speak of. And should be A-okay for old B-Me.
Car jockeying going around down to the south right now. Change the game could be also roaming in back behind this one. FN kind of separated out, though. It looks like they didn't really want to go on this path. They've got themselves Star-Lord that's very far ahead, but 4 angry men kind of in between the rest of FN. So with that slowdown, they have to be cautious with change the game back behind them. SGA up into the north around Airport, feeling pretty good as Forrest going to be just down to the south of them. Falcons already leaving Airport, going to be right along that red zone line. 2 members for Twisted, though, also have their own problem as Mission Ready kind of has gotten into a position that could make it hard for them to regroup.
Getting a replay here. Hane shutting down a Gen G player out on the flanks. That's a decent start for SGA. Love to get, a good finish here in the group stage no matter what. Have some confidence maybe going into PGS 10. Gen G opts to go for the bridge and just going to be limping a bit into this one, losing a player early. But you know what? Again, for Gen G, you're fine. 71 points is plenty. They could zero out the rest of the day, and they're going into the grand finals no matter what. Aries there, gonna spot Breakers. Not able to connect with any damage, so CTG able to fend off these FN players early, but Wenbo is driving pretty close here into FN territory, and I can see FN at least maybe considering fortifying this position that Zenith is in.
This is really big for both Change the Game and FN if they end up bumping into each other. They're at that stage where they've got to get some points if they want any hope of qualifying. Only the 4 games left. You can't just kind of rest it back. So that's why I think that we're seeing them be a bit more aggressive in positioning, at least change the game. There is the drop down of about 10 points after Falcons, leads into Petrichor Road, and then a bit more compressed after that. But change the game being the next drop-off point, 8 points, going to make it more complicated. Here we go, Petrichor Road trying to leave. Twisted Minds still hungry, still wanting a couple more points as they're sitting at 55 right now. Feels good, but doesn't feel good enough.
Lou did get the tire there onto Chewy's UAZ, so he's hoping that maybe they can do some more damage. Did he just pop another tire? I'm not sure. Lou still spraying, still praying, but Twisted Minds in the long run does claim this very nice center circle position for themselves. They've got a 2-2 split going right now. If they regroup and coalesce, they might be able to get ahead of Mission Ready's rotate in their direction. BRDM, another team that's on the move. Petrichor Road just trying to find some safety somewhere, and instead they're driving through VP, so things just continue to be very unsteady for Pero.
VP just like, fine, just go, man. We don't care. We just want to get into the circle as well. Chewy, oddly enough, eating a lot of the aggro from the teams around them, allowing VP to make a bit of an easier rotate, but Chewy just, there's just no real big options. They've got that position down to the south that is available if you just want to find somewhere to stop, but that's about all they got.
Mingming going for a res down here onto Ohyang, so he was able to grab those blue chips. So for Petrichor Road, this actually could be a salvageable game to get some more points, to give yourself some hope towards getting in towards that grand finals. He's got to be careful, but there's nobody here as we can see.
But there's not a lot of loot in this circle. I mean, what, you drop Kang Nguyen and just right on top of 4 Angry Men? There's not a lot of compounds to be played here. And Chewy, it's kind of weird because the way that this is set, you can get the reses in, but you're just going to essentially have to be looking for, what, maybe some loot crates? That's about all you can really find here.
Oh, does Chewy have the blue chips? Yeah, he does. He's the one with them, actually. So I guess this just hedging their bets here are Petrichor Road to make sure that they can get the reses one way or another. With Mingming down in Ohyang. Okay, so I get it. I've pieced it together now. Mingming might be down there to make sure they have loot.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah. No, you make a good point, man.
So loading up the car so that way they can bring something in, because this is a very empty circle for that. So, I mean, smart play. That's what I was worried about, and Petrichor Road already solving the problem.
It's really good thinking from them. Blue pot shots. BRDM unbothered in their lane.
BRDM goes where it pleases. It looks like it's going to be right up next to Forest for right now, but it's not too scary yet. The only problem with it is going to be 4 Angry Men and potentially Falcons with some high ground advantage, but that's not going to be a problem for at least another couple of seconds.
The only issue they had was actually some Forest players had angles, or maybe it was Falcons, but somebody had angles down into that ditch and was doing damage to Damasty.
Yeah,
but
this is what I was worried about.
Yeah, this is scary.
318. Ooh. How close is that going to be? I was going to say just a bit off. From that range, it's kind of hard.
Just a bit outside. As Forest is losing players, though. They tried to clamp down on top of BRDM, and instead they're paying the price. That one's way too short. So right in the middle, between those two.
Ooh, no. Stupid lines. Distance. 3 dimensions. This one might be a bit further. This might line up pretty decently, but too far. Yeah, I was going to say too far on that one. Somewhere in between those two would have been nice.
Flame's like waiting this out.
He's like, where are these? Who's he even after? I just want to get this kill, man. Leave me alone.
Come on, man. This is a free point for me. Stop bothering me. There you go. Free point indeed. As we take a look over at Scappy. Knock onto Orca there. And Rex actually going to be the one to claim that for FN Pochan, who's really spread out. That's not too unusual for the way they play. And he is far ahead, with Star-Lord trailing not too far behind. Essentially a 2-2 for them. A pickup here for Full Send. Twisted Minds driving right alongside of JDG, but JDG can't really slam into that compound because they're going to get sandwiched between Twisted, so they're going to keep driving up to the top of the mountain, it looks like.
I mean, not a lot of options, but the problem with it is that there's going to be too many targets really looking at him. Yeah, I was going to say, this is pretty bold. There's a lot of people that are playing along these lines, and it just jumps down. Full Sense just trying to make landfall, but there's just too many close-range targets to deal with. JDG going to have friends right up on top of him. Spins back around. Spaceman putting in some work. Cold also. That's going to be Belmont that at least gets a counter knock onto Spaceman. So 3 members up right now, and Full Send right up on top of JDG, who just absolutely judges that a poor decision.
Well, when you're top of the lobby, you're allowed to make some mistakes.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Quote-unquote fun plays.
Yeah, exactly. But JDG, these are super valuable points.
True.
And they're coming through with all of their players intact, and Tigger's, he's like, nope, never mind. Shaq's going to be the play. VP, unfortunately, drove in towards BRDM, who is still looking really sharp with the mechanics. Took some players down. Corexi, though, did have a machine gun. Got a knock, got a flush, but he will also go down here pretty early. It's not the end of the world here for VP with 1 player left. 57 points, looking decent on the, okay, take it back. Now they're dead. But still 57 points, 11th on the leaderboard, still keeping pace for getting into the grand finals.
Okay, so lay of the land. everybody's on this hill right now. That's the best way to look at it. There's we got 4 angry men down in Kong Nuang, but everybody else playing top of hill. JDG up on top of it. Looks like Mission Ready might be having some ideas of their own, playing a bit further to the west of that. SGA does have 3 of their members also on this hillside, still has 1 that's on the kind of outskirts of it. Change the game, needs to get inside the circle, and Petrichor Road as well.
Star-Lord might be about to get a kill onto Bean. Well, it's hard to say. He was looking in that direction.
See, look, Paper, it worked. Full Sense has a member pretty close to the center of the circle. Just 1.
And it worked for Batulans, and he didn't even have guns.
Exactly.
So,
look,
you know.
You got this. You got this, Tigger. Okay, Falcons going to go a bit more high side on this one. Forest keeping an eye on them. SGA pretty hungry up into the north. They have a pretty wide split, but that's been a problem for them kind of a couple of times on this. Didn't G send up to maybe go for a head to a res tower? I don't know. They have Flame that's really far up.
They must have. That's the only reason I can think of that Flame. Yeah, definitely. I can see the blue chip icon there up on the leaderboard now that we got that going. Cutoff points, yeah, important to keep track of, but I think we're going to be above that 60-point mark from the previous PGS. Zenith. Oh, that's a freebie right into him.
That's not the path you wanted to take, but you don't have too many more that you can really go for. So it's just more and more awkward. Also awkward is Petrichor Road. As you can see, we got the reses, but right now it's just essentially having meat shields to eat bullets, so that way maybe somebody can make it into this circle. Is Petrichor Road, this isn't the path. FaZe is over here, Twisted is over here. Even if you get by it, you've got JDG as well as Mission Ready, so I don't know where you go, Petrichor.
Neither do I.
You stuck, man.
In there, they might just run into Twisted Minds again for all that trouble they went through. Just one more shot here from Rex. Can't really connect, only got 12 damage in. Just clipping the extremities of that player. Oh, hello. 4AM actually going to be the one to keep Breakers from doing more damage to CTG. So that's nice for Ares, but out of the frying pan into the fire, Bean, Flame could be doing some damage.
Oh, Ares just drove into the wrong neighborhood. Changed the game, still just can't find the circle, man. There's just nowhere to really go. And yes, FN is going to hear that, try to focus up a bit more. If anything, this benefits maybe 4 angry men, because if there's a couple of teams that stack on top of each other, they don't have the easiest path into the circle. That could provide something for them to work with. Petrichor Road still trying to make it through, but you can see nowhere to go. FaZe is going to be the option that they leaned into. That's going to cost them another one. Still, 2 members on the outside for Petrichor Road. It's going to be Twisted Mind moving forward to get in the circle. Going to deny out even more. Crossfire now coming out from BRDM as well as JDG with the high grounds, looking in onto FaZe. So while FaZe did get that kill, they've kind of drawn a lot of attention to themselves.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one. You know, there's going to be some teams that were centered in towards this mountain that are going to be able to do a little gatekeeping.
How long were they? I want to say they stopped, and then suddenly it's like, hey, Lucarux, hey, Full Sense, just everybody opted in the exact same spot at the exact same moment. And, I mean, respect, JDG held it.
Yeah, there's this dip up here. That's a really nice spot to play from, and that's what JDG prioed. And because they were the first ones there, they benefit from that. FaZe gonna have to fight uphill. Twisted Minds getting the benefit of a drop in terms of some level 3 gear. They also have the res that's going to be in play here relatively shortly. An example in a Groza, not something I'd want to fight. You can see here FaZe being very, very cautious, trying to use these rocks to keep themselves obscured, whereas Twisted wants to do a little bit of gatekeeping and also hopefully buy the chance here to get their teammates back into play.
Perfectix making landfall here in just 1 second, but FaZe is being kind of corralled over here by 4 angry men. Jeems out in the blue.
Dead.
Back behind it, yeah. Example, good job on defense, reading how this was going to come. But Perfectix starting to take some fire from Mission Ready as he's trying to land in. Timing's going to be very inopportune as it's going to be the exact same moment the FaZe is opting into a push up. Hillside's going to continue to be the key component. This new circle has managed to pop itself. 4 angry men. This is why FaZe was on the push up, because they didn't have anywhere else they could really go. So all of FaZe down except for Jeems, who's about what? 150 meters down to the south of this out in the blue zone.
Yeah, Jeems already bailed. He knew this was not looking great, and Shen had an angle in the backside. Shen's hitting some shots. Speaking of...
Welcome back, Perfectix.
Yep. Yeah. Welcome to the party. BRDM just gets wrecked by some grenades from 4AM. They're taking some good fights here on multiple fronts. That's huge. So Khan, again, as that anchor player, as that solo, going to be the only one alive for BRDM, and he's just going to have to try to play for points, play for safety. even though BRDM pretty well suited to go into that grand finals, he'll have to maybe play spoiler, try to shut 4AM, shut the door on them. AZ out in the blue, and Mingming, this is not fun.
This is just what you saw a couple of knocks happening. The blue zone was eating some. This is why, is we've got Twisted Minds still over here. They can't really move forward because where we see JDG's at, Mission Ready was trying to assault him along this line. They can't move due to JDG. It's King of the Hill in the classic sense. It's just JDG up on top, everybody else just having to walk into a killing line and nothing really working out. Add in the fact that we've got 4 Angry Men still down to the south, taking those shots into Twisted Minds, forcing them further up the hillside. It's just team upon team crashing into the waves of JDG's defense.
Yeah, really, the only threats here for JDG would be kind of a flank maneuver from Twisted or something like that. Right now, they've got this barricade, and they've got MRIA just screwed. I mean, trying to get up this hill should be very, very challenging.
This is what I was worried about. I was worried that JDG's biggest enemy was going to be themselves. They're pretty split. There's a lot of teams over here, caused a distraction. Cole did get spotted. He went down. Tigger spotted them at range. Ooh. Mission Ready. The nade goes a bit too far, so they're not getting what they want. And the longer this kind of continues, that does open up opportunities for Mission Ready to find some vulnerabilities. And if Mission Ready starts opening the door, a couple of these solos could come in and backstab.
This is not going so good, though. They gave that opportunity to players on the flanks. Tigger somehow found an angle, and now all of a sudden JDG in trouble. These grenades not hitting the mark either. This is just a little bit sloppy from JDG. Grenades up and over aren't going to come close enough to December the 12th to take him down. Suze gets caught out in the open, and he's knocked.
I mean, you had the control, but it was just too many people coming after it. Mission Ready sees the opportunity. Again, a squad that needs points, running up specifically against a squad that's right back behind them on the leaderboard. Sure, there's a drop down, but if you can get even more space, it feels even better. See if maybe you can get some type of climb happening. Spaceman, though, seeing if he can get the nade, see if he can get something out that can provide some type of retaliation back against this, as one of the best spots in the circle just completely usurped in position. Bizzler takes down Spaceman.
That just all unraveled so quickly for them. Taxter in trouble. Flame got him. Got SG8 eliminated. Gets an extra point here for Gen G at the very least. Maybe could survive longer. I kind of worry about it because of the Falcons' position. Yeah, that didn't last long. Kickstart on top of things, on top of the rock. And that is going to be Gen G out. Oh, what is going on here with Forest?
Got 19, 20, and 21 still all up and alive as it's going to be FN. Forest getting collapsing back behind them. There's just nothing they can do. Falcons now have the high ground point, and they can start to just really claim whatever they want, get involved in whatever they want to do. Force teams to kind of collapse into each other, and that's exactly what's happening. Is Forest Baron going to get spotted out? He's going to go down. FN, great, you managed to take down Forest, but you now have to move into that exact same dip that Falcons is looking at.
I think as FN, you might consider trying to go back down south. Going uphill against the Falcons position is going to be very, very difficult unless you get some more help from Tigger. That's the only thing I can think of. 4AM, though, I think actually okay here.
It's scary, though. Clown Car comes up. They did have Shin foothold position. Mission Ready wasn't quite there to take the shots in, but, I mean, Khan's on the other side of this is, I don't know, 4 Angry Men stealing some points.
Oh, look at this. This is so juicy. This is so juicy. And then the grenades to boot. They're all so perfectly placed. One right on top of each BRDM player. That's spectacular for 4AM. And they've got themselves a good position. Well, FN's going to try to take this fight, and they're paying the price.
Not a lot of options. They didn't want to play opposed hillside. They didn't want to go into the dip, so FN just opts into the more brutal option, which is going after Falcons. They got pretty close, but, I mean, Falcons just good on defense right now. They know exactly where the approach is going to be coming from. Tigger's playing the other side of this one, and they know probably that he's over there because he's been taking shots for a while, off and on again. So good peek coming up from Rex, though. Does spot out Shrimsy, gets a flush onto him, so that could open up some other opportunities. If he can manage to assault this line, maybe Star-Lord can open it up with the crossfire.
Well, that has actually sent Falcons packing, and I think Tiggleton here says, well, let's get the guaranteed points. There's a solo player, and let's knock him down. How in the world does he get that headshot? Still, though, Falcons, I think that's the better decision at the time. They're going to have to smoke off this angle. Star-Lord Rex on the hunt. They know that the Falcons are going to be a player down. They know that's going to potentially be a gun down. That's a decent grenade.
And really, FN doesn't have a choice. 4 Angry Men were taking shots from the low ground, forcing them up here. Rex trying to see if he can lead the way, but they have to be careful with this firefight going on. Mission Ready has also heard this. They want to get involved. Now Tiggleton starting to realize the vulnerabilities of angles. Everybody from the Falcons stacked up on top of each other. And look, the low ground team and 4 Angry Men sitting at 6 kills right now, really being the one in control of the circle on this angle.
Well, all under Rex. He's just trying to hide. Survive at this point, because this is kind of down to, feels like 4 AM versus Mission Ready in terms of who's going to come out with the win on this game. Mission Ready has completely turned the majority of their attention up into the north, going to leave Vox on his own just to keep 4 AM in check. Bizzler should be seeing some of those heads, see if he can find some damage. The Falcons outside of the new circle trying to figure out a way to get in, trying to set up some smokes, maybe get that pony going, but Mission Ready well ahead of this. They know that they can shut this down.
I mean, good angles from Mission Ready. 4 Angry Men also has Lou that's kind of holding down a position a bit more into the east. Rex being the closer range threat, though. Rex doesn't care about anybody else. He's got an opportunity to get kills for himself, and FN wants it. Here's the shots from the lower sections, along the rest of the crew, but I mean, Falcons, they still have this a little bit of a dip. Looks like maybe they're trying to commit into a faster res. Michael can't quite spot this out, but Falcons blue zone up on top of him, starting to chase after. Falcons just, while you can get the reses, it just feels like it's a rinse and repeat situation. They're trapped here.
Yeah, Rex is just wishing he had an extra frag grenade or a molly to maybe finish off one of these kills, but he just cannot. H-Win trying to guard this res, takes a lot of damage for that. Tiggleton here, I don't know that they can do this at this point. I think they just got to abandon him.
Mission Ready had to focus in pretty heavily on Falcons. They left 2 of their members back. That's allowed 4 Angry Men to get more aggressive on the lower section of it. Rex finally goes down, so Falcons have some breathing room, but not a lot. The only benefit to it is now 4 Angry Men is getting aggressive onto Vox in the Mission Ready position down lower, so Mission Ready has to figure out, do they stay committed onto the Falcons, or do they defend up against 4 Angry Men? Because 4 Angry Men's taking the entirety of the circle now. Shin's position being massive. Gat's not finding the angles onto him just yet. Now the other 2 members from Mission Ready starting to figure out, okay, which way do we look? Bizzler's having to retreat back down in the rest of the squad. So that means it's just Michael lined up against the Falcons. Falcons now starting to find some angles, but Michael does spot out H-Win quick down and flush.
Did he catch kickstart there in that smoke? Now he suspects it, and he's going to profit. That is really nice for Mission Ready. That buys them a much fairer fight here against 4AM. But you got to credit 4AM. That's a good grenade from Shen in their positioning and in their timing to box Mission Ready in.
So much of this is going to hinge on Michael in that high position up into the north. He has to defend in. He has to find an angle onto somebody from 4 Angry Men to stop this relenting push. Mission Ready backs up against the blue zone. They know that they have to move, and the problems are continuing to mount. Michael couldn't find the angle, so it looks like he's just going to come down to reinforce right now, see if maybe he can defend up, but it's a 2-2 split from 4 Angry Men with so much control over the circle. Mission Ready not even getting the circle of. It's going to be another contended push as a blue zone on top of Vox, going to get a knock onto him.
Yeah, so it's you're trading here a bit as Mission Ready. Getting the res onto Bizzler is going to cost you Vox. Oh my goodness, I thought for a second that grenade might slide past that rock and get a re-knock. Michael, tough position to be in, trying to pin a couple players of 4 AM down, and Lou's getting the better of him on his own. I think now it's 4 AM, you just dig in, and you should be able to come through with the chicken dinner.
Shin's positioning is so strong on the Mission Ready. Tongmu lined up with him. Now it's just going to be, what do you do? Like, it's all just about firefighting, Mission Ready. You have to just win the firefight if you want an opportunity. You've got to get a knock. You've got to find some vulnerabilities. Michael's just juking around on the outside of it. Mission Ready feeling like, okay, there's not a lot that we can really do here. This angle is too contested. I like this, but they're going to be running right into the other duo. Shot's going to come out. That means Bizzler down already. Gat's trying to get some shots. Does get the knock onto Lou. Shin, nobody around you anymore. It's a quick kind of reversal of positions coming up from Mission Ready, opting into this lower ground position and really only cost them 1 for it.
That's really smart from Mission Ready. That's a great reposition. They'll at least get extra points out of this too. Michael, though, spotted, has just enough room to prone down there in that dip. So he's okay-ish, but Longs is trying to put the pressure in. Mission Ready trying to keep him alive, but they can't get there in time.
Michael going down is the problem. The crossfire now more complicated yet again. Gats steps in, takes some shots, but not getting what he wants. Shin now has moved into the high ground, flanking around. This could spell the doom for Mission Ready if they do not expect it. Has Michael even spotted it? He's crawled down. He was looking, and yes, I think that maybe he spotted it right before he went. Now, Gats, do you know, can you spot out Shin? He's not even looking that direction right now.
Oh, and that stun's going to give away his positioning a bit. That makes it a little bit easier for Shen to just let these stuns allow him to keep pressing forward, keep the sound cues masked as best as he can, and that should be a free Gats in Shen's bag.
So sneaky. Vines goes for the shots. Not a lot of cover. Shin's position is pretty vulnerable. Gats playing around it. Does get a knock while this is going on. Box gets another one. Mission Ready has 2, while 4 Angry Men only has 1. Can they spin this back around off of a crazy car reposition?
Man, oh man, Gats wins a huge battle against Shen there. Still very weak. Not feeling like, or I don't even know, he might not have a first aid at this point. And it's all into a Tungmu. A good stun there. Gonna back him up a little bit as Mission Ready trying to make their way forward. I guess the big question for me is are you gonna get this heal off you do for Gats? That's huge.
And Shin is just feeding over information exactly where Mission Ready is at. A Tongmu, can you use it? You've got some cover. Does get the knock on a 1. Down to a 1v1. Gats on one side, a Tongmu on the other. Peeks between the windows. Can they line in? And it is gonna be 4 Angry Men that pick up the clutch.
Oh, that's huge for a Tungmu. And you nailed it, Matt. Having Shen there to feed that info over made it a little bit easier for him to get ready for that push. But man, what a nice end game there. Both teams playing that really well.
I thought that Mission Ready was dead when they hopped in that car, but they read the pathing on it, played it well, jumped out. They did lose 1, but that could have been way more expensive for Mission Ready. They made this one into a nail-biter.
Absolutely. That's making the best of a bad situation. You know, understanding that with Michael up there, that at least allows them to kind of know that, okay, there's a 2-2 split most likely. Let's try to overstack one side. Michael's already up there. He can feed us a little bit of info. Really smart stuff.
I mean, Shin opened up so much for 4 Angry Men in that one, and Michael had to hold down the fort for himself for so long. There's crazy game, but we still got 3 more today.
Well, 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 Mission Ready was not ready for 4 Angry Men here. Tongmoon cleans it up at the very end after a 2v1 situation that I thought wasn't going to go Tongmoon's way here, Avenger, but it did in the end.
I mean, it just started out as a 3v2, right? Yeah. 4AM should have gotten that. They should have won that. They should have closed that down. As I see Michael laughing. It's another second place for them.
Yeah, yeah.
I think overall, when they started things here, they potentially shouldn't have won that. But again, here, 4AM closing it out. One guy swinging wide on Mission Ready, the other guy going close. It should have been together here, but and other than that, then it's fine.
Yeah, of course. As we have a little bit of an end clip here from all of this, and see as you can see the final moment from a Tongmu being able to win it out. As soon as they're coming around the rock and he can see them through the windows, I'm screaming at the screen like, no, don't go, don't go. He has the advantage. He's got so much information about when you're peaking and can react in turn.
It's also 1 point you're missing out to if you win it, right? But if you're confident, don't kill him. Calm down.
All right, well, of course, that finishes things up for our Tago. And this is very important points for 4AM. I was rinsing China and rinsing Korea before this game, but in the end, a little bit of a fight back is coming.
And also, we were talking about it last game, right? Mission Ready dying to full sends. Didn't matter, full sends already through, but here, it's important points against a team that you could potentially be for fighting for that 16th place as I chop on the chopping board here.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a look across all of these faces. Look how surprised Mr. Tiggleton was from all of this. And here's the final moments here from MRIA trying to kind of close things out. As you said, though, under the second place, they will be a bit devastated by the fact that they feel like they could have rounded that out. But it will be 4AM getting themselves 11 kills in the 2,500 damage. Falcons as well. Some important points for them, I would say.
And also, FN Pochen here. 8 kills.
Fight back.
It's a fight back for them. Yeah. 4AM, MRIA, and FN Pochen here. That could be huge.
It could be indeed, as you've got yourself opportunity here. We didn't mention it at the beginning of the day, but it's been mentioned once or twice, right? The fact that Rex is back, and we have a lot of, anticipation around Rex. We think he's a great player, and how he can execute on
Look
things.
at the throwable used here. 21 on Vox, 16 on Bisler, 16 on Gas. Gustav got the longest kills. He walked up here and he's like, why did he get the longest kill? He's the GOAT.
He says he's the GOAT.
4 AM here, 21 points. 21 points. Falcons 14 here. A lot of teams in the very top with FN Pochon getting 12. It's honestly, in my book here, this is one of the games where it could have a huge impact to pushing that 55, 57 point. We talked about potentially last game, right?
Yeah.
The cutoff could be higher, but all the teams that are supposed to be getting points in the top are still getting quite a lot here. Falcons is getting some. Liquid almost here. With the nade we saw from Sparking, he almost got all of Petrichor Road. That nade was perfect, but he threw it in one window, and then it hit the window frame on the next window, and it bounced out. That would have been an easy kill for them.
Well,
but yeah, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, if you're talking about that fight and actually how it went down, you need to be kind of finishing that up relatively quickly, and much quicker than they were trying to do, right? Because you've got FaZe looking at them from the distance. They're going to take advantage of that.
Twisted Minds
Twisted Minds up the hill. They leapfrogged them and then were able to take advantage as well. So you need to be finishing those fights quickly, especially on what I would say Tego is it's a relatively open map. It's not too hilly, so you've got all of these lines of sight that these teams can exploit.
Yeah, exactly. A great point, actually. And with this one here, with the two back-to-back second places for Mission Ready, they're actually jumping into 16th place here. They're taking over Slam G. That's huge. But now it's the chase for NLs. And their target now should be to get about that 57-point mark. You want to get up across those two teams, so in 55 with DNF and 57 with EA not playing. And if you can push yourself across that, that'll be massive for them. Also 4 AM with that. Good chance for them to make it back. They had a rough day one, 10 points only.
Well, you're going to be ready to Rondo in a moment. Of course, Twisted Minds will have good old test track pretty open to themselves. Now, what's interesting about that, actually, is normally you'd have a 17 or a Na'Vi taking, a factory or trying to potentially rival that kind of position, but does nobody drop factory? Who goes factory now?
I guess it depends on the playing path, but we're going to be able to see that in just a minute.
Yes, we will. All right, it is time. Our team's getting ready for Rondo, and so are the casters. Let's head over to them now.
All right, let's get ready to Rondo.
It is time, Rondo. All right, we are starting down. It is not just a straight line going across one section of the map down to the south. Instead, we get a pretty kind of horizontal line cutting through most of the map.
Yeah, and again, kind of curious about the test track Neox factory situation that the analyst desk was just talking about, but a good ending to that game, a nice 4v4 that had a lot of back and forth. You saw some good decisions from both teams. I didn't get to talk about it much, but 4 AM, I think, really took some opportune timings to take that space while Mission Ready was busy finishing off their north side flank. It should have worked, but man, Mission Ready pulled a rabbit out of a hat there and almost tricked 4 AM and got the win. It was so close.
I mean, perfect example of fortune favoring the bold, right? I would have thought that they would have just instantly lost two or maybe all three of those members in that car, but no, they timed it out right, and a big part of that, again, was Michael in that high ground, making sure to cover and force everybody down a bit more. And nope, you don't get that car, it's mine. Actually, maybe I want to kill you instead.
Being cute there. I think Purdy Curdy now is going to see those other players dropping. He maybe has one more chance at the run over. But after that, he really shouldn't stick around too much longer because the other players are going to have guns. I mean, you know what? You're in the grand finals.
Do it! Go after him.
They both are, so you know what? Who cares?
Have fun. Sometimes it's about what happens next, right? Just being this annoying and this blatant of, I don't care. If I can't have this car, you can't have this car kind of situation is... this is one of the reasons why so many people jockey around for it, right? It's the same thing as why we see Pachinki so regularly fought over. These little tiny things like cars or whatever have massive impacts in later stages of it. So sometimes just being a bit crazy and forcing somebody to run away because you're going to bully them with your car, worth in the long run.
Absolutely. And the fact that, Purdy Curdy there can show that he's got the wherewithal to mess with Gen G's drops is definitely pretty important. I mean, it is partially because of the, well, not partially, it is entirely because of the plane path here, but still kind of fun.
Kurt, is vengeance coming for you? Oh, that's a vector. That's pretty good. At least something to work with early.
I'd take that in this scenario.
Does he have any idea? Oh, dropping the backpack early. Look at this. Orca full on sneak mode at this stage already. Spots out. I think he spotted the cross on Kurt, so depends really on what loot Kurt gets at this point.
And he got a Mark 12, and that's not bad. He's going to switch over to the MP5. That's also very, very good in this scenario. Again, I'd rather have that than the JS9 in a straight-up fight, but just depends. Orca just might get the drop on him.
Feels like armor is a thing. I don't even know if we've seen Kurt find a helmet yet. He does have one, yes. Gonna run right into the open path. Sneaky, sneaky shot's gonna come up, and Kurt already down and out. aLOW, though, does spot out Flame. Got the knock onto him.
That's huge. That's huge. Really nicely handled here by Gen G to some early shenanigans from Team Liquid. But again, both teams, I think, feeling pretty comfortable. They're going to be getting into that grand finals one way or another. So you can contest this spot. You're kind of both teams are showing that, hey, if we have a similar situation, a similar plane path, this might be how things play out.
This is not for this match. This is for the grand finals.
Exactly.
That's exactly what we're looking. That's why both teams not really wanting to kind of quit, so that way they can make sure that it's feeling a bit more, I guess, pressure-ready. So we've got ourselves an interview with Tiggleton as these guys are on the climb.
I think when it comes to PUBG, LAN's experience is one of the most important things because you have to be confident on a stage when there's a lot more pressure. So not particularly scared of any of the new teams, but I see the potential in a lot of them. And some players especially, like Cowboy, DIY, like it's awesome to see them playing. We just have like a really good vibes on our team. Like we were laughing the whole time, even though the games weren't going our way. When we mess up and make mistakes, we're not gonna like harp on them and we just try to move on. I think Game 5 was probably our worst game that we've ever played on an international stage. Like, we were like getting 1v3'd by some SGA guy while Aitken was blowing himself up. It was cinema, but like not in a good way.
They almost got 1v3'd by Rex there in that previous game.
All right, Americas. Between an aLOW interview and a whatever, Tiggleton just being like, yeah, that game was trash. Respect.
Absolutely. I respect it.
Yeah, I mean.
I like the mindset, though. You're still having fun even when things aren't going your way.
How it can be absolute cinema, but not in a good way?
Well, it's just cinema for the other team.
I mean, yeah. Shame. Could have been cinema for us, too.
Yeah, you wish.
FaZe looks like they're encroaching on the south. They're pretty okay. The circle's very western line, still has Zhao 10 in it. No test track, none of that area, no stadium either. So whenever we look around, it rotates. It's going to be 4 Angry Men playing around Neox Factory. They're going to have a bit of a rotation ahead of themselves. Burram, probably the longest rotator, all the way up in Herneytown. Going to have to make a big trek.
Yeah, they're probably hoping for an E pickup maybe with this heavy western circle. Don't get to see this part of the map too often. Here, Fengtan and the other kind of stuff that's in between Zhao Tin and that river that's down there.
I mean, we often kind of see like around the Fishhook area down to the south of this.
Yeah.
That's more of a core component. This is north of that, so we kind of get this hillside position. Falcons already pretty much centered up in it, feeling pretty good. Petrichor Road, JDG going to be pretty close to them as well. Just to the south of that's going to be FN, so all in all, pretty interesting situation. aLOW. Oh, what? What? Okay, is he no longer the close range god? Is it just everywhere?
He's just doing everything now. That was an iron sight AK, dude. What the heck is that?
aLOW just did it to him.
That's not even fair. Goodness, aLOW's just feeling it today is really all I'm getting out of this.
Yeah.
He's been nuts.
And that's good because, you know, like, whenever you can have a rotate between different players, Sparking can have his pop-off day, aLOW can have his pop-off day. I mean, Luke, we even saw inside that last game, whenever he was the last member that was up, he's still a massive threat. It's just the fact that we don't get to talk about him as much just due to what's going on with aLOW and Sparking. I mean, the whole squad can absolutely pop off.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I mean, Luke was probably the best player for Liquid during Americas, right? For the qualifiers coming into this. So, like, they all could pop off, dude. Yeah. Like, they're all so good, and they've all been around for so long that, you know, when that Liquid team is engaged, when they're able to have that confidence to go on those solo plays and do all that stuff that they need to do, they are so fearsome, and it's just so fun to watch them play. I mean, that first game was just a blast to watch the way they handled themselves.
Very interesting set of rotations is we've got Forest that's rotating in front of Gen G. 4 Angry Men are back behind them. 4 Angry Men did stop as they spotted out, I think, some of Gen G rotating, realizing that maybe we don't want to just tail in that close. Everybody else pretty much in the circle except for SGA very far down to the south, and CTG that's kind of tailing in behind 4 Angry Men, but like not really, like a kilometer behind them.
Yeah, BRDM still in the blue, and looks like they're going for the vehicle rotates. So they either didn't find a emergency pickup or felt like, yeah, whatever. I mean, they played it safe in game number 2 today, and that came through with a pretty nice finish for them. And again, another team that should be feeling pretty comfortable. Yeah, James is back.
In the glider.
The Top Gun pilot himself is looking for more targets. Man, he almost got a point out of that flyby on Tego, but just couldn't quite get the shots to go. And it do be like that. The glider pretty tricky to shoot out of if you don't have someone piloting for you while you're in that back seat. As JDG situated here, them in peril. I don't think there should be anything that happens there. That should be a relatively safe 2-2 split for both teams for now. I'm a little bit more worried about Petrichor Road because they have Mission Ready somewhat in the vicinity of their eastern trailing 2 players. SGA, where is this? This is down by Rinjiang.
Yep.
Going down by that Fishhook River.
Kind of near Nixie. This is the quietest these players have been, and this lobby has been. There's just maybe a pot shot here or there. No real big, like, firefights happening. I mean, that can happen sometimes in these earlier sections. A lot of scouting. I believe that Nixie has spotted out SGA back behind him. It's about the only shots that are going on. Everybody else just kind of patiently waiting to see where the circle's going to send us next.
I think you're sensing now with kind of the mood here that a lot of these teams that are on the outside looking in of that top 16 are starting to gear up, starting to focus up, and they want to make a move. CTG, one of those teams that would have to go absolutely bananas these last 3 games to give themselves a chance. BRDM, well, yep, like I said, out in the blue. They're going to be a while.
We should point out Mission Ready in 16th place right now off of the last couple of games have been going well for them.
Yeah.
So that's big. They needed to have a climb, and they're getting the points that they need. They have a whole bunch of people that are nipping at their heels, most notably FN and 4 Angry Men. Forest as well, so just a couple of squad wipes, and suddenly this game gets dicey, and you can kind of feel that pressure as the circle pops, and it still leans very far into the west, but goes a bit further up to the north. So this is going to be a couple of rotates for the guys over into the east. VP going to be a small problem. This is kind of awkward.
It's about as west as you can go. This is very out there.
BRDM camouflaged in with the blue. Nobody will ever see him.
Yeah, exactly. that's the whole strategy there. Well, who needs the camo? When you can just hide yourself on the map. Starlord, Nixie there actually takes some damage. So is he going to come in for a landing and just get in the vehicles? Well, now he might not have a choice.
Landed it. Professional Nixie.
Nailed it.
It was all intended. That was just for style, man.
Yeah.
See, then he didn't have to worry about rolling a bit further and maybe somebody seeing him. Just hits it right in the cubby.
All according to plan. As you do have FN looming behind you, though, as VP, so got to be a little bit cautious of that. For sure, they should be kind of aware because, Starlord was shooting at them.
Here's where I'm worried, though. Remember that squad that just managed to touch into 16th place? Mission Ready's also going to have a pretty scary rotate ahead of them. Petrichor Road, JDG twisted multiple angles around them. So we do see Evans Rex spotted out VP, but VP going to continue pathing forward. They should have a compound in front of them.
My concern for Mission Ready is that they weren't able to get that chicken dinner in that last game. Like, you have that 2v1, and those 4 points, that could be a difference maker for that 16th spot that they're in right now. So I hope, for their sake, that that's not going to be the case, and they can just kind of have some good games. Batulins, yeah, goodbye.
How does it feel, aLOW? Take some nades. Yeah. This is what we have to deal with all the time.
That's karma for hitting those AK iron sight shots.
I mean, also sick throws coming out from Twisted. Let's be real.
Oh, dude. They're so good at that stuff. Bicycles.
Sneaky.
Bicycles.
Everybody's so quiet. Nobody even knows. Oh, sparking. Catching some BMX. Catching some bullets as well. Roaming away, but I think they should be okay on this angle. Tosi might be able to spot him. JDG also has some vision if they move a bit further over, so I think that's kind of smart that they stopped off where they did. Sparking and Luke, the last 2 up, and I mean, while yes, Team Liquid's feeling pretty good as far as point totals go, not feeling too good on where their position's at.
Yeah, and the loot is sparse for Team Liquid. Just an ump there for Luke, and that is certainly not the preferred gun that he'd like to have. Even in the SMG department, you'd much rather the JS9 or the MP5, ideally. As Luke going to be looking down at JDG a bit. This is classic Twisted Minds. Get up on the high ground, get info, make some decisions off the back of that, and figure something out. Meanwhile, yeah, the BMX trek continues.
Nobody expects.
You know, that's true. They're not very loud.
I mean, they're just roaming through. I mean, Bean's taking the shot. You can see they took a couple of shots. Okay, stop. We got to rock. We got to figure out where they're at. Tosi is playing in the compound pretty far away from this one. Gen.G is... This is a very wide split, and it gives them a lot of power in the circle, but it also means that they're very vulnerable.
Yes, I agree. This is a little ambitious, especially for a center circle split, I think, for Gen.G.
Oh, mission ready.
Especially
EMP
on Rondo. Yeah, EMPs are just nobody's friend, but in particular, mission readies. Okay, so how west are we going is the question. Not anymore. Kind of centers up a little bit north. Gen.G, I'd like to see them, if they're kind of thinking about this a little bit, try to group up a bit.
I mean, Petrichor Road's about to punish them if they don't. Bean already hopping in a vehicle. He needs to regroup with somebody because Petrichor Road doesn't look like they have a lot of options to play from. They might stop at the top of the hill, but that would be about it. With this, looks like they might rotate over. Team Liquid not going to take the shots, content to let Petrichor Road roam in front of them, but VP also on the same angle. This got dicey real fast. Chewy's going to go down. Lukarux spots him. Ming also gets knocked on a Lukarux. Corrects, he spots out Non. There is no way to get out of this one. You just got to firefight it from this point.
Yeah, Ming letting loose with some grenades. They want to confirm those points if they can. That's a player out in the open. Ming's not going to let that one go, but he's getting shot in the back. Petrichor Road is gone. Sparking's turn up to bat.
Oh, he wants it, but doesn't have the cover to really work with. Also, Gen.G up on top. Mission ready also coming in. New contender has arrived. They're going to be cresting the hill just to the south of this, spotted it out. Do they want to get involved or they just want to play for safety? They've got to be cautious. It's going to be Falcons taking some shots. Gen.G, Full Sense also going to be very close. I mean, you can kind of stop off here, but it does not feel good.
Yeah, and you lost Michael along the way there. SGA hemorrhaging players too. Forest on top of these hills, making their lives a nightmare. Everyone's just going to drive into him. How did he get that kill? He seat swapped while he was crashing into the vehicle. He's going to pay the price, but has a nifty little maneuver. However, SGA in trouble with this high ground. It's going to be tough. Baron right on top of Texter. And he's if that grenade hits, I'm going to lose my mind.
This is a zone wall firefight that we almost never get to see. Everybody just kind of ran over here because they thought maybe they could put their backs up against the safe point, and it was just multiple teams bumping into each other. But Forrest should be able to get these reses. No big contentions yet, but FaZe might be wrapping pretty similar to this. We'll have to see. Yeah, Forrest, I think, starting to realize, we're not as safe as we think that we are. Mission Ready does get eliminated. That's a problem for the team in 16th place.
That's horrible for Mission Ready.
Especially with Forrest now popping off.
Yep. Team nipping at your heels. Despite Forrest's struggles, they're still in contention. We haven't gotten to see a lot of kind of just like consistent quality, good play from Forrest, and maybe this will be okay. Nope, Jeans just.
Hey, we saw them steal a BRDM.
Yeah, they did do that.
They did do that. Consistency, correct. Style plays, fun plays. Forrest, you go for it. They will. You have to admit, they can be very, very innovative, and they are opportunistic, which can give you a lot inside of PUBG. But is it going to be enough in this with FaZe now on the high ground? Looks like Forrest can narrowly escape for now, but they've got to be careful. This is going to put them in sight lines of change the game.
One more shot. Yep, there you go. Fex gets Scappy. That's a really good work from FaZe. Love the positioning they take here. Knowing that Forrest was fighting and that they could get the high ground, do some damage, and put Forrest in a really uncomfortable position, especially with CTG still locking down this compound to the north. Gen.G just going to try to regroup now. They're on the move towards the middle of the circle. Forrest is pinned, and it's just really, really dire for them.
FaZe doesn't play favorites. They were taking shots to change the game at the exact same time they were taking shots at Forrest. Forrest had to hunker down, change the game, realizing, okay, now we're getting harassed. We have to go. And we are back to a very interesting circle, as it is going to be Gen.G with some high ground to work with, FS with some high ground, and a very curvy kind of valley road that runs between it all.
I can't believe Gen.G made that split work, and I think that's something. If you see another circle like this in a future game, that teams are going to capitalize on. And man, Orca, disgusting long-range shots there. FaZe in trouble, having to use the smoke grenades to try to get Devard, but not going to be there. As it's actually aLOW from 4 a.m. Bean gets a knock onto Hangy. Things are going awful for these teams out on the West.
Oh, look, finally got spotted out, so Team Liquid is eliminated. Forest, you just can't even find any form of safety. They saw a change in the game rotate through, but remember, FaZe was taking shots here, so I guess maybe stop for a second, get some loot, maybe try to find some armor, because it's got to be in tatters.
And Gen G has set up a couple players to try to keep FaZe pinned over on that west side as well. So even though FaZe makes a nice move, a good grenade from Orca, the spray. Is he going to take them all down? Actually, Shen's getting involved, so Orca claims a couple. Then it's actually 4 a.m. He's going to take out the other two of CTG. I thought for a moment there Orca was going to have this clean squad wipe.
I mean, Gen G has the best position in the circle, hands down. There isn't even a way to contest up against this, as everybody is going to have to be fighting. We thought that the last game was kind of king of the hill. No, it's just these guys up here right now as BRDM dropping it on to Twisted. That's Twisted that was inside the circle, so BRDM trying to use mortars to weaken it up to see if they can sneak in, but looks like JDG might try to steal that away. Gen G, look, this is what they've got to work with. They see everything. Look at the different firing angles. They're just holding back a team apiece.
Honestly, the only thing I'm concerned about for Gen G is going to be their ammo, because they're gonna have this spot and they're just ADR farming. They're just making everyone's life miserable. Oh my God, this is a replay earlier. It's actually, how MRRA gets taken down, and it's a bunch of different teams that got involved.
I mean, yeah, you just got to kind of send it in, and what happens, happens on that one. Kind of worked a couple times. Yep.
Yeesh.
Yeah. Play that one off. It's scary, though, especially right after you just touched 16th place. Forest has managed to make it in the circle as an update for the kind of juxtaposition that was going on over into the west. FaZe now having to deal with FN right down below them. Gen G firmly regrouping as FaZe is trying to creep their way in, but now as we've gotten another circle with Gen G still having that high ground, it's going to be harder and harder to deal with. Most of the teams now starting to have to focus up as they've just got too many teams down next to them that they have to deal with and can't even be worried about Gen G for right now.
This is a huge moment for both of these teams on screen, FN and FaZe. Two teams that want to make sure that they can get into that grand finals. FaZe is ahead in that category. FN trying to fight their way uphill. It's a fair fight, 3v3, because you've got one player watching the flank for FN. Breakers, gonna see the back there. Rax taking a whole bunch of damage. Is he gonna be able to get safe? Looks like he is.
Narrowly, but it's going to be Bean. Of course, it's Gen G that gets them down, and the flush with Tosi following it up. BRDM just trying to survive as the nades land upon them. Vehicles just being popped up into the air. JDG on one side of this one. Falcons also about to approach in, swing in after it. Lou's still alive for Twisted, pretty close to this position as well. Falcons going to be coming alive at any given moment as FN exploiting the moment that Gen G provided for them, taking the shots in right at FaZe.
Gen G was also getting involved there onto FN, so it's kind of equal opportunity offending for Gen G. Orca with 5 kills in this one. He is going absolutely berserk with that Mark 12. Star-Lord can't hit the shots on Defex. Zenith scrambling with that level 3 gear to try to get in to bail him out. Vex just driving at him and takes him down.
Vex going for the big play, gets some damage onto Zenith, but doesn't get the flush onto it. Now, okay, back to Gen G, high ground. FS moved into the lower ground sections around him. FN, you have to figure out what the cha you're going to do, because this is just another set of problems. 2 members for Gen G are watching you.
Yeah, you're going to wait for Star-Lord there to scoop up those meds and start slurping. Trying to survive as long as he can as Zenith. It's about point maxing right now for FN Pochun. Taking FaZe out, but FaZe still sitting in a pretty okay position on that leaderboard. Should likely be going into that grand finals, assuming nothing absolutely bananas happens the last couple of games. Kiss and Forest still kicking here.
Yeah. They're holding it together. Gen G, though, should be noted at 10 kills already for Angry Men, sitting at 6th as they now touched the top 16. Can they get some more out of it? They've got Gen G JDG very close to them. Kiss and Forest on the other side of it. Falcons still playing this pretty quiet on the opposing side. Yes, they've got 4 kills, but with the amount of people that are kind of scattered around them, they don't want to go too aggressive, most notably due to Gen.G's positioning.
If the Falcons can get rid of Khan from Buriram, they actually have a pretty good chance here to kind of set up a blockade of their own towards the north. That's a good grenade onto Ruse. So things going pretty badly for Buriram, but really this is looking pretty decent for the Falcons. 4AM lighting up Suze. Suze trying to scramble into some kind of safety. JDG rocking a hard place with 4AM just tunneled down on top of them. Kiss is trying to hold out aLOW on the other side for 4AM, so they're taking a battle on a couple different fronts. I can see all the Falcons trying to get Khan out of there. If they can displace Khan, they have a good chance to take a nice spot in this circle.
To give everybody an idea on what's going on in this map, it's very similar to Radio Tower, for lack of a comparison to it. It's just, we've got Gen.G up on top, but they have more pathing options to work with than Radio Tower normally provides, and everybody else just trying to scoop in and get whatever points that they can that is going to be going on around them. FS has got to be careful as all these little sneaky snakes are coming in, and yep, has spotted out now. Blue zone's going to be enough to finish that out. FN is going to get eliminated. JDG has also been spotted out. Falcons want a piece of that one as 4 Angry Men's also been spotting out on one side of it. Khan still up for right next to Falcons. They've got to be careful with that one. They finish him out pretty quick.
If they can finish this quick, this should be a winning maneuver.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Falcons are going to be in a position to potentially take this game because there's going to be a lot of fighting on the south side and on the north, and they can kind of play Kingmaker as long as they kind of keep their wits about them. We get a replay of some trigonometry, and I saw this in the kill feed, and this is going to be a good one. Boom. Right on the money.
Buriram also bringing some. Oh, JDG trying to make the push right now. Falcons already reading it. Trimsy going to be the point guy up on top, seeing if he can defend, but hasn't quite gotten in position just yet. 4 Angry Men also chasing it back behind this. Notice the fact that Shim's also playing a bit lower. Long spots out Trimsy. Instantly gets the knock onto him while Trimsy was focused in dealing with JDG's December 12th. So JDG does get eliminated, but 4 Angry Men at 8 kills right now, continuing to steamroll, but Forest is on the other side of them. Falcons on the other.
That was a filthy 4X spray. I mean, I think normally, especially with the level 3 gear that I saw Shrimsy having, that he feels like he probably could have got out of that, but the spray was just too good. That's nuts. I mean, 4AM really came to play today. They are hitting some nasty shots. Kickstart trying to get some revenge for his fallen comrade. Baron holding the line. Kiss gets a double. Forest holding on.
Forest still nipping at the heels of 4 Angry Men. They're not done yet. It has been fight after fight for these guys. Gen.G had to commit going after full send down to the south. So that means that this has opened up a lot more of an opportunity. Forest pick off 4 Angry Men, 53-53. This is getting tighter and tighter for our top 16.
That grenade just bounced off of the 4AM player. Beautiful throw from them. That one right next to Tiggleton does 40 damage. He's able to avoid disaster for now. Kickstart picks up the FAMAS off of Shrimsy's body, trying to hold the line here. And Gen.G is like, yo, more points on the board. Let's go. We got 4 up. We cleaned out the southern side. They could get up to 20 in this one.
I think we also saw them go down after full sense to pick up some of their ammo and loot to work with. Baron, I don't even think is going to be expecting this. Forrest has had control over this angle for so long. Orca's just watching, waiting for his moment. Spots it. It's too good. But Baron sneaks it away using the hillside. Tiggleton, though, spots up. Going to put in some assistance of his own. Kiss does take down Kickstart. So that's made this a bit more complicated on the side. Gen.G just walks down. Hey, we've had the high ground for forever. Let's just run down and finish and take whatever we want.
Oh, they're just going to challenge it. Tiggleton takes a whole bunch of damage. Tosi going to get the finish. H-Win trying to hold the line behind a tree, but he's pinned. He is stuck. He does get beaten, but it is going to be Gen.G with a huge chicken dinner. Tons of kills for them in that one. 2,500 damage for that team in one game.
That was Gen.G's game, and everybody else was just playing along for the longest time. That was a weird game. I mean, Falcons feel good about it. I don't blame them. They were getting harassed by Gen.G for a long time, had to fight their way in, picked up some kills in a much, I guess, better situation. But our top 16, that cut line getting crazier and crazier.
No doubt, Forest winning a big fight against 4AM. That's a difference maker for sure. As things getting really tight around that cutoff point.
So we still have 2 games, and they're all going to be on Miramar to kind of decide out who's going to be going on to the grand finals, and it is just so close. What do we have in store?
Gen G gets a victory here once again on Rondo, and that is going to be them just turning the tables on the rest of the lobby, the rest of the tournament. That probably puts them at first place here overall. What a performance coming out from Gen G.
Yeah, massive, massive amount of points for them coming in. Obviously another win here, and also it's looking for them to be poised to get that triple digit broken here.
Yes.
I thought it was going to be some other teams, but Full Sense has been looking good. Gen G has been looking good here. And we saw as also a 1K club for Gen G coming in. Orca and Bean, man, this game fracking out. Insane amount of kills and the win.
If Gen G continues this into the grand finals, then I have to eat my hat, because it is what we saw from them at EWC. Second place, almost winning out if it wasn't for Twister Minds at the very end. And now, getting probably first place if they continue this on in the group stage. If they do this in the finals again, it's a clean slate for Gen G.
And what a comeback for them compared to what we've seen. Like, they've been through some rosters the last couple of years. And now,
yes.
It's stabilizing, man. It's looking good. Sure, it's group stage. You only have to get top 16 here, but we want to see that replicated in that finals for sure. But with this, 4AM, 2 back-to-back good games here for them as well. Now putting themselves into this top 16 here. It's looking a little bit scary, and all the aim is for the teams that are in the bottom 8 right now. The sole goal is to get to that 58-point mark, because then you're crossing DNF on 55 and EA on 57. So it's really, really close now.
I mean, let's talk about this Rondo here for a moment and how it all plays out towards the very end, because also you've got Falcons who are converting even more points. They're guaranteed going to be through, considering what they've done so far here today. And towards those final moments as well, it was always going to be hard for them to make the transitions. As we take a look at this number, 17 kills for Gen G.
And I think half of that damage came from either Orca or Bean. I didn't see who it was in the end. I think it was Orca that actually had like 1,200, 1,300 damage there. So that's just insane. We're going to see that. But yeah, Falcons, 7 kills as well. 4AM, 8 kills. That's huge. Like, look at that. It's Orca. 1,281 damage. A 1K club. Look, 164 damage only taken.
That breaks the 1,227 damage we saw from a previous player, all from our group stage. So Orca here leads the charge, and he will take that #1 spot. I thought before we saw those final moments go down, it was going to be Bean in this position with the 6 kills that he initially had. But man of the match will be Orca. How are things suddenly coming together for Gen G when I have them in the bin for so long? These changes that they have made have been spectacular.
They've been on the grind, and look at that. More than 550 damage more than second place. Tickleton getting in there. Bean, so both Gen Gs in the top 3 here. Massive game for these guys.
One thing I will say is there's a surprise to me, at least, kind of a surprise development for 4 Angry Men was acquiring Shen for these tournaments, these recent tournaments, and how things have gone down there. And actually, you know, it didn't work out on day 1, but it definitely is here in day number 2. 4 Angry Men with 12 points, very important points here, who started off today at dead last, right?
Yeah. And
they've rocketed up.
They've just had an insane day. Also, First Natural Gaming coming back, and after a somewhat rough start today, getting 13 here. They were 37 when we started the day, so again, their aim should have been like a 30-point day or so. But 3 teams on triple digits here. It's sponging up the points at the very top, and Gen G is going to be that team to break the triple digits.
Damn, as clean as that, and they still have 2 games in hand as well. Congratulations to them so far for the performance they're able to put on. Brilliant stuff here to see, as you said, such a storied team in PUBG be able to attain such a high and after almost winning EWC. Let's take a look at that 13th and 24th as well, though, as we have 4 Angry Men and Forest Natural Gaming teetering on eventual qualification. Freaks, so long, we'll see you in PGS 10.
Yeah, also Arena. There's no way these teams, they make it. 2 games to go here. I mean, already now, Forest Natural Gaming, 4 Angry Men, Mission, ready. Even if F and Pochion here have a pretty good shot at making it. So now, could we say that it's potentially 4 teams, or 5 maybe with Petroglyph Road, that's fighting for those last 2-3 spots?
Maybe. You know, one thing that's interesting about this as well, though, is it's not exactly been the easiest day for Twisted Minds.
Not at all. No.
61 points so far. They came in having what? I think it was
48 of 50.
Yeah, 48. I think it was.
Yeah. So 13 points for them today.
Considering the catch-up that's going on here.
Yeah.
2 games. If they don't get anything in that, it could be possible.
It would have to be again for Angry Men, Forge Natural Gaming, MRIA, and if Potion that's getting points, and they have been getting points here.
Of course.
But now we are changing gears, and I would say Twisted Minds probably feel more safe on Miramar than any of our wildcat maps in the middle.
True. I mean, they did kind of pioneer some techniques on Miramar a long time ago now, but they've been able to develop their play style in EMEA a little bit differently in terms of changing the speed at which they play their games to be very much fortified. But let's see if it materializes in our next 2 games. We're going to a short break. When we return, we have the Dusty Dunes 2 times abound here to finish off our group stage for PGS 9.
Balance changes for SMGs in the Panzerfaust, some updates to the recall system, and a PvE collaboration flush with interesting enemies. All this and more as we dive into the Update 38.1 patch report. First up, we're doing a balance shuffle for SMGs in the Panzerfaust this update. Across the board, SMGs will have less accurate hipfire, and the MP5K is also seeing a slight reduction in damage. For the Panzerfaust, players will now be restricted from running, jumping, and vaulting while wielding this powerful weapon. And players inside a vehicle will be protected a bit, taking reduced damage from its blast. There are a couple more changes as well to make sure there's enough risk to the Panzerfaust's reward. So let us know how these changes feel. Next, the recall system is getting some alterations. Time required to register blue chips beyond the first will now increase by 5 seconds for each additional chip being registered. We've also added information about how many players are returning to the battlegrounds with each recall, and have removed the Phase 6 recall on 8x8 maps. Once again, let us know how these changes feel once you get in-game. Next, we're dressing up a bit for spooky season with an arcade mode that gives new meaning to the term crapshoot. In this collaboration with the popular internet show Skibbity Toilet, you'll assemble your squad of 4 and plunge into Miramar to clench victory against the toilet invasion. Collect chemical cans to upgrade your weaponry and make flushing your enemy that much easier. Can your squad save Bidet? Or will you get wiped and end up number 2? Will this announcer ever run out of crappy puns? Log in and put a lid on the invasion starting October 22nd on PC and October 30th on console. We've also added destructible terrain to Miramar, which doesn't include building destruction, and updated the pass system to allow for multiple passes at once. This allows us to introduce an event pass tied to the new arcade mode, while still launching a new survivor pass. Now you can work on both at the same time. There's also a new ranked season, destructible gas tanks on Destin, map bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 38.1 is here, so recall some friends. Aim down the sights of those SMGs. and dump some rounds into the Skibidi toilets. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
You can't speak on my life. I've been here for a million years. I can tell you right now, outside ain't safe. I had to go get what I deserve. Can't stand in line, no, I really can't wait. I put family first and then the money came next. Right now, they're in no third place. I don't budge, I don't bend, I don't fold, I don't break. I don't bend, I don't fold, I don't.
I don't bend, I don't fold, I don't break. But we are at a break point right now where a couple of these teams are in some trouble, and it's that 16th place cutoff as it has gotten extremely tight as it is back and forth and just bouncing between different hands.
It's been wild. I mean, that race for that spot is getting really tight. You know, Forest and 4AM, you know, kind of going neck and neck with each other right now. They're keeping pace. They might be okay. It just kind of depends. I mean, you never know. Sometimes teams just kind of bottom out in a couple matches, and then all of a sudden, what looked like you had a good shot to get into that grand finals may kind of elude you. Mission Ready has an opportunity. They need to capitalize. FN Pochon also in the hunt, in the mix. It's just a matter of if they can get there, and some of those teams like eArena and DN Freaks are watching this going, well, we're probably cooked.
eArena at 57 points for everybody, so that way you can remember. And the Freaks at 55, quickly to be usurped. See how this is going to lay out as the chase still not out for a couple of teams, still nipping on the heels, maybe even chances for Petrichor Road.
Yeah, that's a good point. Petrichor Road.
Maybe.
You never know. I mean, man, they've been in some rough spots in early games. At Tego in particular.
I mean, Petrichor Road's positioning right now, I know it's the smell of a road or smell of rain or whatever it is afterwards. It feels like it's the smell of Ageless fans' tears right now. It's just not working out for him.
I wish he was watch partying our stream right now.
Somebody's going to clip that and send it to him, and he's going to, I mean.
Akeleft, we love you, brother.
I know. I love Akeleft.
He's a great guy. He's so funny. But
I love him the way he loves Shrimsy.
I was kind of curious if maybe Twisted might start messing with Petrichor Road a little bit. And we saw it on that Tego, because think about the drop spots is something that those two teams are notorious for going head-to-head for. And we have seen a little bit of that. And I think that's well within Twisted's wheelhouse to start messing with them, try to prevent them from getting any further. Now, Petrichor Road will go way up north towards La Cobreria. But, I mean, anytime I think if you're Twisted and you see Petrichor Road in that kill feed and you know that you're close to them, you might as well just dial in on them and knock them out. But this is a straight up down the gut plane path, and it's a northern circle. Okay.
With, I guess, what, Hacienda-ish being center, so 4 Angry Men. Good positioning off the start, but this is one of those circles that I just never feel is going to stay centered, right? It's going to lean either east, south, or most likely north. We often saw a lot of water treatments back in the day, but I mean, I could be down for a good old Hacienda San Martin.
Yeah. I haven't seen that circle in a while that's like close to Hacienda, so that would be fun. That's kind of a weird part of the map because there's some pretty powerful compounds in it, but that being said, I just haven't seen it in a while, so that's totally my bias on why I'd like to be in that vicinity. It had nothing to do with 4AM, which they would love to see that circle too, I'm sure, and I don't think they're going to move too far. This is a great opportunity for them to claim some real estate, really lock down this part of the map, which is pretty center circle. Just kind of depends. Kind of curious about what Twisted Minds wants to do here, if they're just going to go up on the mountains by San Martin. And we do have an interview coming up. Let's hear what 4 Angry Men have to say.
Hi, welcome to the interview. I'm hearing with aLOW from 4AM. So actually you were conch in that 1v2 in Tagos, and that essential chicken dinner has helped your team from 24th to 17th right now. So what was going through your mind at that moment, and how confident are you for advancing into the final stage? 那么在泰格帝国决赛圈，其实你的关键1打2也是成功帮助队伍拿下了这一击，同时排名呢现在也是从24名到现在的17名。你当时打这个决赛圈，当时是一个什么样的心情？那同时你觉得有多大把握能进入这个决赛阶段？
当时是有点紧张的，就是他们2个给我机会，我就把握住机会了。然后60%感觉能进吧，就尽力打。
Yeah, I was actually a little bit nervous when meeting the 2 from the mission ready, but I grasped the very essential opportunity and get them 2 down. And also for advancing to the final stage, I think it's 60% of the possibility, and I will try my best to advance into the final stage. All right, that was pretty much an interview. Thank you, aLOW, and we'll back to the caster.
His face, whenever they started talking about the clutch, made me happy. Got a little bit embarrassed, but also a little bit proud.
What are we doing here? This is madness. This is... Oh my God! I have to assume Mission Ready wanted to take this fight. They pulled up to this.
I mean, they need points, and they spotted maybe a target, but this is not the target you go for. There is somebody that just does not care. They will fight you. Flame gonna spot out Bizzler, and that is an easy drop onto him. Mission Ready now, I think, starting to realize the problems that they have next to them in this. You just gotta go. I don't even think that you can even maybe go for a blue chip. Gen.G isn't gonna allow it. They're just the only ones fragging right now.
Kind of feels that way, doesn't it? That the first team to crest the 100-point mark, first kill going over to Flame, and I was scratching my head on this one.
I love our damage numbers up at the top. Flame, everybody else.
Everybody else sad. Flame, happy face.
Feel good. Okay, so what were you saying? Sorry.
I don't know. I don't even remember now. Now I'm thinking about emoticons. I think we should change the damage numbers to like be emotes. So it's like frowny face if you have 0. If you have 100, smiley face.
Super bonus points if we can get the players to take different photos.
Yeah, so you got like the glasses on and
like a happy sunglasses guy. Tig's down for it. I know we can get him to do it.
Yeah. Let's just go grab him right now. I can see him. Just Tig, come on over here.
Benefits for everybody that's in the hunt for top 16, though, is we are on Miramar. That provides the most pathing options for teams to deal with. So if it's going to come down to anywhere, most players will say, if I'm playing for my life, Miramar is the map that I want to be on.
Yeah, I agree. This again, I've always felt like because of the terrain, the way that it's so...
Mortar kills, #1 Tiggs.
That's not even a little surprising.
Okay, sorry, I keep interrupting you.
No, it's fine. That's important to point out because the guy is just... It's so funny because I remember when Mortars first came into the game, and he's this guy that is sitting there talking with me about what's the best way to calculate distance, like how does height change. Oh, whoa. JDG has got a couple players of CTG down. This is a pull-up rotation, and looking not so good for CTG.
The other members are a bit further to the south, kind of spattered along the hillside, so it feels like JDG's pretty much got this one under lock now. Bo's just kind of through. Oh, hey, 4 Angry Men, that's also the team you don't want to deal with. It feels like everybody that's in the hunt for points bouncing into Gen.G who don't care. They're like, yeah, sure, just present yourself, we'll take the point.
Poor Aries. Oh, that's a bust, too. That's awful. He's going to have to get out and fight.
Yeah, just too many members around. No safety to be had. Tries to go for the building. I mean, it was close. Cold almost went down. There could have been some safety if he'd hit that one last shot, but you can see December 12th still in the distance. Perfectly fine.
If Cold doesn't also have a barrel there, that could be a very different fight.
Yeah.
The barrel is so good in that situation, but both players had it. Both had pretty decent opportunities, and it's just going to be a nice one for JDG. CTG is like, oh, why us? Why is PCL on PCL violence happening today? This is not what we wanted. Meanwhile, 4AM's just like chilling, as they have had unbelievable performances today. They have gone from bottom of the leaderboard into contention for getting into that grand final. So tip of the cap to them, and that's going to make Godby happy back at home in Shanghai. He's watching this going, yes, boys, yes.
And reminder to everybody, 14th and 15th right now, that's why it drops, 13th to 16th. They are not playing today, and there's still 2 games left for anybody to be able to pass their points. Well, we've got all these different teams that are in the hunt, chasing afterwards. I mean, really, it's just about how much mission ready or FN can pull out of this one, and if it's still going to stay dicey in that contestation range.
Exactly. That's kind of going to be something that we're doing our best to keep track of for you guys, as we see Petrichor Road just doing a little scouting mission here over towards the phase lines, and Chewy didn't like what he sees, so he's gonna send it back as Ming Ming just chilling. So gonna be a lot of scouting. AZ there with the M24. I respect it. I saw Starlord with a bolt earlier, and I was really sad that he didn't get to use it, because he used to be like the best bolter in the game. That's a feels bad, man, for the team that's at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Feels good for Petrichor Road, though.
Does.
Every point matters.
That's exactly it, Matt. That's exactly it.
Surveying the horizon. Not much to be seen at the present time. Yep, this is going to be Forest. Got some friends next to him in Breakers.
This is a huge moment for both of these teams.
Yep.
If Breakers can somehow not die here, but I think he's screwed. I don't think he has any idea.
Oh, well, it almost went a bit sideways. Saw the couple of jukes coming out there, but it's enough. Scappy still picks it up, so it's another point, and sitting at 16th, still trying to hold the line.
Yeah, I think FN style, it's actually kind of similar to BagelPaz, where they like to have these wide splits early. They're trying to take their ground, but FN just doesn't have that same level of experience. I mean, Breakers, this is his first year playing in the big leagues, put it that way. You've got some veterans there around him, but that's kind of one of those mistakes. That being said, Starlord is laughing, so clearly not too concerned here are the other players of FN Pochon who've been around basically almost since day one of PUBG Esports. In fact, I think all 3 have been, Rex, Starlord, and Zenith. But they just don't seem to have the correct grip on this wide split play style just yet. I haven't really seen, like, when you're watching BagelPov, for example, like, they take really good crossfire angles. Like, the way they spread out sets them up for these traps and these plays that work really, really well, whereas FN can't really make those happen in the same manner. Oh, here we go. Falcons crashing 4AM.
This could be massive. 4 Angry Men need to defend if they want to keep their livelihood. Shrimsy already down and flushed. Of course it's a Tongmu, but he's down. Falcons starting to get some control back inside of this one. Slows it down a bit more. The other members for 4 Angry Men, how much do you want? You can see Alongs is actually separating away. FN hears this. H1 trying to take the shots right into the tail end of aLOW, but aLOW, if he rolls out of this one, has to be careful because FN is trying to regroup very close to this.
This could be a pretty big throw from 4AM. They tried to commit to defending a Tongmu. aLOW is screwed. He has to get out of the car. He is out in the open, and he is donezo. But FN is going to capitalize on this. They're going to get potentially some free real estate because 4AM reached out. Being here, though, swatting H-Win out of the car.
They're just everywhere. Gingy is everywhere in every single fight, finding points. How?
I don't know, man. I'm loving it. But
they're running a 2-2 split from Hacienda. Well, kind of a 2-1-1.
Yeah, and now they're driving back. He just literally drove out there to go for that kill and then drove back.
That is, we've qualified and we can do whatever we want play.
Yeah, it's true. But that's the thing, like, I hope that for Gen G, that these plays that they're making, they're learning from and saying, oh, we can do this. We can make these aggressive maneuvers. One of the things I get really frustrated with PWS teams sometimes is they're not aggressive like that, and it costs them.
Or at the wrong time.
Or at the wrong time.
That's what it always feels. It's sometimes a little bit too late and can come back and be a problem, or they're feeling themselves when they shouldn't be feeling themselves.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
I speak.
Can
from
you hear the sadness in my voice?
I speak from experience as an America's caster. Okay.
You've seen it too often with your own region.
I have seen the hubris of I think I can 1v4 these guys. That doesn't always work.
I mean, I respect the confidence in your own skills, but yeah, for sure, at the esports level, at this level of the game, you got to be a little more judicious. As 4AM has been able to collect themselves, but at what cost? So concerned because they lose 2 players out of this, you know, being right on that cusp. Yes, they get a point, but...
And they had the good spot. They were so centered.
Yeah.
So centered.
Yeah. They're probably okay, but still, that is risky business.
I mean, probably okay. They are kind of in between the 2-2 split from Gen G. I would not call that okay. I would be scared. They don't know that. But for all we know, so like VP could start taking shots at 4 Angry Men, and suddenly Gen G's like, nah, I don't really want to be at Hacienda. Let's go after this instead. I think that they're camping the tower just in case anybody comes over there so they can get more free kills.
I think you're right. And that's that tower should be pretty untenable unless you're able to deal with Gen G there. If anybody else wanted to go for reses. We did see CTG got their reses through, so they're back up to 4. So despite that early chaos with JDG, they're at least able to get some players back into the mix. Is that going to be impactful in this game? That we are yet to see. As you kind of expect, it's going to be Twisted Minds up in the San Martin Mountains. That is not shocking in the slightest to see a motorcycle up here with them.
I'm just laughing about the shield. The Mountain Goat strategy continues to evolve from Twisted. Another shift, going to go down to the south. Graveyard Lay, not too scary right now. Mission Ready, actually, though, playing in a very, very good spot. JDG as well. The hillside to the west of that is notoriously hard to come down from, so curious to see on how we see a couple of these teams regroup. Also, the no man's land in between Graveyard and Hacienda feels like the actual graveyard because it feels so hard to play at this stage.
Yep. It's one of those ones where you have to wait for the circle to start closing in to really feel comfortable going into that space. But going into this space, Olympus takes a headshot. He's in trouble if any more bullets connect.
While this is happening, Zenith did go down. Remember, FN still trying to be in the hunt for that top 16. Forrest somehow sneaking this away. I mean, after that initial headshot, I thought that Olympus was pretty much done, but navigates it cleanly enough to get to this point. Feels good for now, but there are potentials that are going to be happening with VP, I think, taking emergency pickup. Possibly. They've got a couple of members over there, but...
I think they should.
Lucarux is going and running straight into FN? I don't even know.
FN should... Maybe.
Oh, he wanted to secure.
Okay. Fair enough. That's just really bad to worse here for FN, who couldn't fully capitalize on that maneuver that 4AM tried to pull against the Falcons. And they're going to be trying to salvage whatever points they can out of this and hopefully have a big game 6. Because with just 2 players up, you know, maybe that res station at Hacienda gets left by Gen G, but Gen G doesn't need to leave it. They're happy to take a 2-on-1 split and still leave. I believe it's Bean up there.
Well, draw your eyes to 17th, 18th, and 19th right now. All missing members at this stage already, just because they know that they needed points, but sometimes the gamble just doesn't pay off. Now you're in a bit more of a vulnerable spot. You have to deal with the problems that they're going to be chasing after you. Mission Ready, having a new set of problems, and Brewery Rum going to be very close to them. But, I mean, this is a very defendable compound. The only issue is that Michael and Gats were a bit far away.
I thought you were going to say the only issue is it's Bury Rum.
Oh.
Not a team that I'd be keen to be fighting right now because Bury Rum feeling it well within the grand finals. And if they want to take this fight, they absolutely are well within their rights to. There was a res that comes through for the Falcons, so I think they're going to be back up to 4. That's pretty nice for them. It kind of makes that fight pretty well worth it. Just some shots both ways. Starting to get a little bit concerned for Bean on his own out here. Flame as well, but oh, no. Rex. Oh, my God, Rex.
This is a full 4-man split from Gen G. And this circle separated from, what, Hacienda all around? So VP is kind of contained in its entirely by Gen G, and Falcons are going to be running in right back behind where Lucarux is going to be at. This is a very bold strategy that only Gen G could do right now.
Well, here come the reses for the Falcons, too. I don't know where in the world they're going to go. Shrimzy's like, maybe Graveyard's free? he knows it's not.
Graveyard is not free. I mean, there is the trash compounds.
Shanty,
south.
yeah, Shantytown.
Yeah.
He had to pull off. He's like, nope, maybe not.
I saw the car come in right at that moment. Then down below him, there's going to be a passing car in Rex. I don't know. That's just going to alert more people to Shrimzy's position. Even the shack going away. Shrimzy has nothing that he can fight with. He's just got to send it into the hillside. I don't even know where he can go. There is that compound that's a bit further away, but it looks like SGA already has eyes on that.
Yeah, he's screwed. I don't think Shrimzy's got much hope at this point.
If he lands, it's a miracle.
Yep. Well, he did. There is a crate out there, but he's getting lit up.
If he can get to it, there's a chance. There's a chance. And actually, I think he did.
Oops.
Oh, hey.
Oops. Careful, Edie.
Hey.
Edie, you already ran him over.
I mean, you got to get your kills where you can, man.
Got to take what you can get. Problems for MIRA. Big problems.
Yeah, that's... Oh, coming out of Minas. It's feeling like everybody that's in the hunt starting to lose the grip on it in this game, except for, interestingly enough, Forest holding at 4 in that crazy dip run that they made.
That is pretty impressive. That's usually a pretty dangerous dip. Oh, Buriram getting run over here, but they're able to stand tall. Oh, they wipe out VP.
I mean, sure. That's just the way that the rest of this game is going to have to start going. There isn't enough territory. You got to fight for what you can get from this point forward. We got an emergency pickup from CTG, I believe. See how they're going to be going with that. No, actually, well, that was just a recall, wasn't it?
I am not exactly sure what happened with CTG. They were fighting.
Hello? There
Rex?
we go. I mean, there's nothing you can do.
No.
I mean, BRDM comes knocking at your door. It's not like you can just kind of let it go.
Kirk could just block this door, too. It's pretty nice cover at the very least. I mean, that BRDM probably not long for the lobby in that position. Team should just kind of blow it up, you'd think, eventually. I don't know how CTG got out of it. They were completely surrounded by Full Sense over by San Martin. I caught a glimpse of them. Meanwhile, Gen G is just unstoppable. They are just killing everything they see. You're carrying that player, Shen, to get him behind the hill. Michael's watching.
Okay, Full Sense. They've got the same idea that Team Liquid had, and now it's just trying to bully him out. Use the BRDM. Can you get enough? Good nade coming up from Luke 12. Takes down 2, but there's a retaliation explosion that's causing its own set of problems. Now it's just Kurt all by his lonesome. Belmoth on the other side of it. Jumps out. Chase going to continue, but now secondary firefights. Look on the mini-map. There is everybody in this lobby shooting at this shack.
Yeah, I can't imagine that Kurt's vehicle is going to stay alive too much longer. That should be the end of Full Sense.
Just jump out, throw the Molotov. Enough. That's all you needed, Kurt. Enough.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Look at Gen G. They're just taking more fights. They're just going crazy, man.
Why not? Problem is, it's going to be on to Forest. 4 angry men supervising that firefight as well as Twisted, and that makes it a bit more scary for Gen G to step in as aggressively as they've desperately been wanting to do.
Still, this is potentially really disastrous, although Forest has moved up into 15th, so it looks like they're going to be okay-ish as Gen G maybe finally starting to bite off more than they can chew. Rez being stuck.
This is a problem. That means that this is an opportunity for 4 angry men. If they could get these nades lined up onto Forest, they could get some more space. 1 point separates these guys out. If 4 angry men can get these kills, or if Forest can spin it back around and defend, the Doritos being the only cover that they really have to work with, well, the harassment continues. Kurt just rolling around, doing whatever he wants. 4 angry men is eliminated. It is going to be Forest that takes them down.
All right, well, that does put 4AM into 16th, though. So they are seemingly okay for moving on, hopefully, not barring some absolute madness in the last game. So that they may have done enough.
Pressure onto Michael, the last one up from Mission Ready. They are 9 points back behind 4 angry men. What, oh, what can Michael clutch up for his squad? 9 teams, 26 still alive. Phase number 5. This is a brutal circle, not a lot. You got to fight for every inch that you can take, and it's going to be even harder as it's going to be twisted with having an open territory that they have control over to the north, Petrichor down to the south, and everybody else just fighting around Graveyard.
Yeah, really, maybe the most important player in this server is Michael right now.
Yep.
And the thing is he actually has quite a bit of space and not really anybody around him. If he can get back of the graveyards, like the actual tombstones and stuff, he might be okay to just kind of wait this out, claim a few points on people who might not expect him ratting over there. Meanwhile, CTG is pinned. You have FaZe who's reaching out into this fight, but actually Hane with the Dragunov gets Jeems. This is pretty nice for them. Heat's trying to take a position up close and personal, but it's been red, it's been spotted. Ooh. I can't believe he didn't take more damage.
Well, the bullets will do it for him. Vex is like, fine, I'll just do it myself. FaZe has more roaming control. Gustav's already got a foothold in the circle, so can chase after that. Again, teams to watch right now are going to be Michael, the last one up from Mission Ready, Petrichor Road over into the west, and of course it's going to be Forest up in the north. That with that firefight happening with 4 angry men, they now have more territory that they can work with, but Gen.G is so close to them, it's scary.
Yeah, for sure. Twisted has to start leapfrogging their way forward, using these vehicles to set up some moving barricades, try to contest some of this space. Petrichor Road is pinned into some pretty bad spots, and they're outside of the next circle. They're really needing some extra points in this game to keep their hopes alive of getting into that grand finals, but Chewy and Nan just barricaded out. They're going to have to get some good shooting, claim a little bit of extra space and some extra points.
Right now it is Twisted Minds, Gen.G, JDG, all shooting at Petrichor Road. So that's hard life for them, as Twisted also keeping an eye on what's going on with Forest in the north. Gen.G is spotted as well. Michael actually taking shots at FaZe reveals his position. FaZe coming in much faster, much heavier, not wanting to approach in from the south, so instead Michael just has to send it into the graveyard. Gen.G has spotted this. They're taking shots on one side of him. He just has to drop down. FaZe rolling around the outside of this. Gen.G, are you going to take shots into FaZe as well, or is Michael the target?
Oh, Michael, that's not the side of the fence initially that maybe wanted to be on. Fex is looking for him. He should be spotted, I think. In trouble now. Fex gonna throw the stun over first. Oh, Michael goes for the jump shot, does some damage, but he gets spotted on the way through. What is going on here? Neither player can track the other down. Finally, Michael getting lit up on his last legs.
Lined up right against the wall, peeking between the two. Gustav still running around the outside of it. He can't get too involved. Gen.G did reposition a bit. Fex has got that little bit of a, like, I guess, box that he can jump off. Gustav's like, I'm done with this. I'm just going to go over to the other side. Michael does get his meds back up, clinging to life. Throws out a Molotov to block one angle. Gustav going for the jumps. Michael is fighting this for everything that he can. Utility gets thrown out. That is going to deny. Finally picking him up. That means Mission Ready eliminated.
Well, that's one of those fights that neither team is hoping anybody saw, because it was pretty scrappy. Oh, here we go. We've got example down for Twisted. Perfectix trying to get ahead of this a little bit. Knows there's going to be grenades coming, using the smoke for cover, but a good follow-up from Nan. These are big points for Petrichor Road if they can claim a few more.
43 points, eyes up to closer to 55. They've got Twisted Minds of all teams right next to him. Change the game is going to be pretty close. JDG is taking shots into the backside of Perfectix right now. That's made it even more complicated. There's nowhere really for him to go, and Nan is going to pick up the kill. Another one in the bag for Petrichor Road.
Not sure if Twisted was getting shot in the back during all of that, but that's massive for Petrichor Road. Baron's going to let loose. Putting that arm to good use, trying to get those grenades there, but not going to come up within range. CTG out in the middle. Wenbo trying to get into some kind of central position to try to give themselves some hope. JDG just clinging to life here on the edge, trying to keep FaZe barricaded.
This has gotten more complicated with Petrichor. With Forest up to the north, they were trying to see if they could scalp up any kills over there. JDG firmly still entrenched in their position. Now has FaZe as reinforcements. Gen.G's last member spotting out a lot of what's going to be going on. Cold now spotting out Chewy. This is spelling the doom of Petrichor Road, as it looks like Change the Game is eyeing going over there. They do finish it off.
Not bad, though, for Petrichor Road. That's something.
Yeah, something.
Suze does have a shotgun here, and that could be a little bit problematic for old Jeems. And that double barrel, not what you'd want to see if you're going to try to take this fight, try to push through the church and clear it. But FaZe could just actually avoid this now. If Jeems just kind of sits on the outside, waits for the JDG players, he might be able to spring a bit of a trap on him. CTG got their reses, and man, oh man, they are actually still in this with something to do, but the problem is no vehicles back here for the two trailing players that are outside of the circle, so gonna have to find a way to get them in, and JDG's gonna have some oversight on that.
big kill counts got to happen for both of these squads, and then a big follow-up game as well. Pretty much fighting for their own victories at this stage, but there still could be an outlier opportunity. 2 pop-off games in a row might provide something. Change the game, wants to try to make it happen. Fex does spot out Beans, so that means that Gen G is now eliminated. Winbo does also spot out Scappy, so he's going to go down.
All right. FaZe just swinging over, claiming some kills, claiming some lives. Might be able to do some more damage. This is nice for Forest. They have gotten so deep into this one. It looked like for a moment Gen G was going to knock them out, but they are still kicking. They are still alive, and they should be getting this res. Whoa, maybe not. Looks like there had been a brief angle found, but just barely. Scappy on his feet. But oh my God, Fex.
I mean, FaZe is taking shots. JDG changed the game. Everybody is just locked in on Forest. They're the only real target that every single team can see. And, I mean, Forest is buying points. That's the big thing. Every single placement point that they've gotten them has put them into a better position. They're ahead of the 2 teams that are not playing today in 14th, a bit more comfortable, and then there's the drop down back behind them, about 9 points. So if they can continue to get anything here, but I think that this is going to be probably the tail end of this round.
I think you're right. That's the edge of the circle. That's nothing but a rock and a folding shield to work with. Helmets are mostly gone in there as well, so as soon as you peek over, you're just probably going to get cut down. Honestly, maybe just giving up. But you know what? If they know the point situation, they can try to fight out of this, and I think that's what they're going to do. They're going to use the smoke grenade launchers to try to give themselves some breathing room, and instead FaZe just responds by laying down fire.
So there's an interesting set of choices that Forest can make. They can either give the kills over to FaZe, denying them over to JGG, as well as change the game, or they can give them over to the blue zone. Forest hasn't been one of those squads that often feeds over to the blue zone. They're a pretty heart-based team. You know, they're going to keep trying. Like, look, you can see they're going to keep going for the reses. They're going to keep trying to figure out a way to make something happen. But FaZe does have the most opportunistic angle onto them and has been the consistent problem for them once they got to this rock. Change the game does have to move, and that will put them into JDG's sightlines whenever Change the Game moves.
Yeah, FaZe just having fun now. They can just lay down the fire. You can see, yeah, they just keep connecting, keep collecting. Olympus.
Wish you had me on your fantasy team, don't you? Look at all this damage numbers I'm getting.
I've been doing pretty good. I had a Gen G player today, so I'm feeling pretty happy with how things are going. And there goes Forest, 4th place, though. Not enough points to get themselves up into 14th overall. Looking pretty well suited to make it to the grand finals, despite a kind of awkward group stage. Now CTG, JDG, eyes onto them to see if they can do any more damage.
We still have ourselves 10 people alive. Change the game. You're now the new target. Remember how you were harassing poor Forest in their rock a moment ago? Well, guess what? You're about to feel the exact same situation. Change the game has that small hill that they're playing for safety that is not inside the safe zone. They're just going to opt into going, pass it back over into the blue, say, okay, we don't want to give it to JDG out of anybody. Meanwhile, James up on top of JDG. They just said, no, you have this, but this is ours.
I love this. This is actually a really tough building. The monastery is tough to hold. There's actually tons of entry points, and there's not great opportunity to see outside of the building when you're inside of it. So that means FaZe is just going to be able to sit around the edges of this, do exactly what James is doing, get on the roof, deny access to that center dot of Phase 9.
And that's the big thing. Right now, it's going to be FaZe holding down the center dot. JDG's realized this. Okay, so now you've got to get out of point. Fex is going to be the guy looking down that walkway. Does get some damage up. Feeds that over to James. James up on top. Easy sprays down into the smoke. FaZe in complete control right now. Going to go ahead and bite off the other side of this one. JDG, no options, nowhere to go.
They're in trouble.
Look at Cold. He snuck out.
Oh, Cold. Hold on. Just James going to see it, though. James is looking for it. I think he saw it. Now he knows.
Cold needs to get a knock. He needs to try to flip this back over. FaZe has so much on this. Everything has worked out in their favor. This aggressive play right up on top of the building has denied anything for them. Spaceman does find out Fex. That is a flush as well. So trying to rally this one back. It is a 3v2, but FaZe up on top and with the low ground to boot, while JDG trapped with very little information other than just the footsteps they hear running around them.
Yeah, gonna have to make the best out of these stuns, and that was, I think, the last frag. Yeah, it at least connects on Navard. You still have 4 stuns, but Gustav also on this roof. JDG gonna have to go absolutely nuclear coming out of this building.
Cold in this position might be able to surprise either Vard or anybody that hops down. James or Gustav not going to go for that play just yet, is instead realizing they have control over angle. That's all that FaZe is playing for right now. If they find early kills, great. If JDG is going to present them. Instead, it's just really about FaZe, making sure that they know exactly where JDG has to go. But Cold's starting to read maybe a counter to this. Saw an open opportunity, but Gustav instantly shut that door. Nope, no window movement for you. Gustav up on top, trying to lead it. Spaceman, though, does get a knock on the Vard. Goes for the drop shot. Not going to be enough off of it, though. FaZe Clan, this is so back and forth. As you can see, that was so tight, threw off everybody.
It was absolutely crazy stuff at the end of that game. Spaceman ends up with 1,000 damage.
Yeah.
Almost clutched it up, but FaZe just such a powerful spot to have there. Those rooftop positions, able to keep track of every little maneuver. You know, they try to throw the smokes out the door. Does JDG to distract FaZe, try and then wrap around the backside, but Gustav's watching it, and he's able to make it that much more difficult.
I mean, Glider Boy James up on top of a building at the end, exactly where he wants to be.
And that's where you want to. That's where everybody wants to be. I love being on the roof.
Oh, it feels so good, especially in an in-game like that. You've got control of center dot. You feel like you've got control over everything. While it did get dicey, still fun ending.
FaZe Clan decides to blot out the sun on JDG and take the victory in the end. That said, though, it was close as Spaceman was trying to round it on out. He got himself 1,000 damage over, but not enough to deal with the Factor Clan.
Yeah, and also you gotta realize it's actually super difficult to hold down both the Turks, the Graveyard, and everything. They greedily split it, they took damage, but again, going into this house here, you know it's dead center. Yeah. Eventually, you're gonna have teams closing in on you. And James just did it early on. He jumped on the roof. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna sneaky peek up here. Yeah. Make sure you hold the control. Make sure that they're locking things down. It was close, but James and Gustav from the roof here had the impact.
Oh, definitely. I liked the 3-1 split that they had for a long time. It really allowed FaZe to have a lot of control of this circle, be a bit sneaky, as you mentioned in here, and be able to eventually hold JDG into this position. What a great way to round it out, though. As I said, it did get close. This is a very important couple of points for JDG, let's be real about it. However, they still need a huge game in the next one.
Yeah, they need a double-digit game to put themselves into that top 16. And there are more teams on the chase as well. Mission Ready, FN Pocheon themselves, Petrichor Road. All these teams are on the chase. And right now, Arena is 16th, I think. So they're home, biting their nails. Imagine if they make it. Now with Recall, we have even more points available, but the top teams could just sponge too much for the bottom 8 to be able to get in there and take that spot away. It could be one of our, I would say, on the lower end, we've had 60s, we had 63 cutoff points.
Weird, though.
We'd had 53, we'd had 54, so 57 cutoff would be insane to have it after Recall, is a thing.
Properly crazy. But anyway, let's take a look at the numbers coming in as FaZe Clan. 12 kills, 2,400 damage. Good job by the boys. It's another big game for Gen G. I've given up. they're great. They're good.
It's the resurgence, and I love it.
Yeah.
I've been super impressed with both Bean and Orca, especially here today. They've had massive, massive games. After 5 matches, they've had both of them more than 2,000 damage. But talking about the 1K club, we gotta put in Spaceman. Fex almost got 1,000 after farming Forest Gaming for, I don't know, 2 minutes straight. 3 knocks or something like that. It was insane. Both Vard and Gustav also in there. But yeah, Spaceman just farming here from that center spot. Cold with 4, Tian with 4 as well. It's been a little bit of a resurgence for China here in this game.
Cold actually in general has been kind of instrumental in JDG getting a lot of their points that they've been able to accumulate, despite not really having too much on the board just yet. But as I say, 13 will keep them in the running going into the last game, potentially. 22 for FaZe. Of course, they're in the grand finals. Congratulations to them. EMEA doing all right so far.
They've been doing all right. Forest, Natural Gaming, all 2 back-to-back games here with double digits. Also massive for them. Also is going to put themselves into that top 16. This is safe. Now with Twisted Minds also getting a bit of kills here in this one, we can stop worrying about that. That's not going to be a thing.
So, yeah.
They're in the top 12 now. And as we were talking about it here, the cutoff point might be even lower, and it's kind of insane. With 1 game to go here, 16 plays. It's going to be 4 increment.
Here we are. Here is our cutoff. As you're mentioning, E-Arena technically still in those positions. DM Freaks, we know they're gone. That is done for them. The cutoff point right now is 4 Angry Men. As you're mentioning, Mission Ready Alliance, Mission Ready International Alliance is close to be able to make this kind of run.
FN Potion 2, Petrico Road 2.
Technically, yes.
We're talking about a 13-point game, a 13-point game, or a 12-point game for these guys to get in there. That would be insane.
As we have Mission Ready International Alliance right next to us at the moment, looking at that leaderboard. Can you do it, boys? Yes. They say yes.
2 second places today so far. They are going to have to get a double-digit game in this one here, James.
Okay.
That would be a great day for them.
It definitely would. Definitely would. It'd be awesome as well for this kind of fledgling roster to be able to make it into the grand finals already for the first.
And one thing we got to point out, now that we've had this many games with it, the amount of Circle 2 and Circle 3 hard shifts,
so many,
has been absolutely insane today. It's been 4 out of the 5 games so far.
Scary stuff, scary times for those teams caught on the bubble. There are already a ton of excellent rosters that have booked themselves a slot in the grand final here for PGS 9. However, now all of these players ready to rare, ready to rock. One more game. Miramar on the cards. We go over to the commentators to find out who makes the grand finals of PGS 9.
Back and forth, we have seen the leaderboard bounce. Who is going to be our top 16 as it is still neck and neck. This is the game that decides it, Paper.
You're exactly right. It is a nail-biter for sure. E-Arena right now, it's squeaky bum time for them, man. They're at 57, and there's a couple different teams that could take them out of that spot, but anything can happen. That's all I'm going to say. Anything is possible right now. The Freaks are out. There's a couple other teams that are in this lobby that are looking to get in. Looking at Mission Ready, FN Pochon, teams like that are still thinking, still considering, still hoping that they can get it done here in game number 6.
My brain melting a bit by the fact that the Freaks are out. But, I mean, that's just been this group stage. It has been crazy. The desk was talking about we've had hard shifts time and time again in circles 2 and 3. Thanks for the call out on that one, Avenger, because it's just been something we haven't had a chance to dial in on just due to how weird the firefights have happened around that time.
Yeah, it's been pretty chaotic when you start getting past that phase 1. A lot of teams trying to make aggressive rotations that are causing problems all over the place and kind of snowballing into bigger problems throughout that middle, early to middle part of the game. As oh my god.
Wow.
Okay. Oh my god. There's like 3 teams in this circle.
I mean, I'd even put an asterisk on that. I mean, it's just 3 teams kind of.
Yeah.
It's really just FaZe and VP. VP, congratulations. Go wherever you would like to go. Puerto Paraiso still in play. Partona still in play.
Oh, yeah.
You have the opportunity circle to do the funniest thing.
It's just not possible. It has to be like half Partona to start. As much as I would love it.
And as close as this is right now, that would just be incredibly mean.
Yeah, I haven't had a Partona finish in a while, as much as I would love to see it.
I mean, there's still a lot of elements to look at. So remember, looking at this circle, we've got Los Leones a bit more open into the north and the west of itself. Then down to the south, we've seen that circle pretty regularly where we get the resort, the sprinklers, firefights that can happen over there. We could have a very interesting circle with a more western lay into this where we still have that res beacon that's going to be at, but also a very high ground into valley style situation that could lead to a lot of very hard firefights, but also multiple hilltops that could set up different arenas for the teams to play from. So I'm very curious to see how the teams opt into favorability for rotation in this.
Exactly. I was just thinking about how many teams are going to have to make rotations and who's going to opt for the early ones, who's going to get those E pickups and use those early, like things like that. In a circle like this,
you got to feel like a bunch of these teams are looking at this thinking, yo, there's going to be a ton of open space in this circle. If we can get there first, we could be in a really good spot. This is one of those teams instead that should be, I think, thinking about an early rotation like that, but somehow, some way, FN has decided that maybe we can go for the pick play onto Edie, and Rex has got a 4X on a Scar. And a level 1 helmet, no vest, no other util to speak of, no heals. So he has to just kind of capitalize. He does have breakers coming in around the flank, but
I respect the idea, right?
Yeah, you need the points.
Take Destiny, make it your own. Issue is, you're sitting here for a really long time, and it better be worth it.
Let's have to see. It's all about making sure that Edie has no freaking clue that this is even possible. And so far, so good.
I mean, he's just blind looting right now, not a care in the world.
The truck, I think there's a truck out here, if I'm not mistaken, and that might be what they're playing for. Yep, there it is.
Okay. You're going to pop off. This is the moment to do it. And Rex does pick up Edie. BRDM going to lose one early. Very isolated as well. There even are some reinforcements down for FN.
Yeah, okay, so this worked. But my bigger concern here for FN is getting enough points to get into that grand finals. And on top of that, just getting into this next circle, getting into this circle like relatively unscathed. I mean, sure, you got that kill. At 4 a.m., you know, there's a world where they heard those shots and they thought, that's strange.
Well, the pressure on this is so astounding because if you're in the hunt for being in that top 16 and you get a circle like this, you have to think that you need position. You've got to be playing for the later stages because if you don't get there, then one of these other teams will.
Yep.
And you can't go out with 0. So instead, a couple of these teams are opting to say, maybe it's too hard to go to the circle right now. Instead, what can we vulture up around us?
Yeah.
And I get the idea on it. I just get really, really scared because you're now so far behind in loot pacing and even really just trying to get into a position to win a game or get 10-ish points that you need.
And here's why I'd be really concerned about doing that kind of play is because at this point, most of the teams are pretty solidified in their position.
Oh.
Yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. What my point is that most teams are already pretty solidified in their position. Mm-hmm. So you can be thinking as FN that, okay, maybe if we come in really late to this, we'll avoid any of that chaos because of this hard-shifted circle, because there's going to be a lot of teams scrambling to get in early. Whereas a lot of the other teams might be a little lackadaisical about this because they're like, yeah, we're already in the grand finals. We don't have to rush for center circle.
Gingy.
Yep.
Except for the fact that they're already inside the circle, right next to FaZe. So, cool. I mean, I guess Gingy is distracted. That's good for everybody else.
I guess they're just going to zoom on by this. Nope, never mind. Vard.
Rip
good
Flame.
Good with the AK. Sorry if you had Flame on your team today.
I felt that personal attack. Thank you. Thank you for that.
I got to get it in while I can.
We can also mention the fact that Shrimzy is not necessarily lived the longest a couple of times.
Yeah, that was, I captained him today.
Oh. All right, quick exchange between the two. Breakers does get the knock on Dymastian. FN finding these kills. I mean, is that it? You poke the bear and BRDM and they'll come after you and maybe you find more kills? Or is this just a hyper-methodical plan that FN had?
It's just the biggest brain psychology read, if that's the case, that they knew that BRDM would continue to throw bodies at the problem. Look, you get 2 points out of this. I am a little worried for Breakers. And who in the world is that? It's Full Sense. Full Sense is turning their sights onto this. This is why you got to be so cautious with these kind of plays.
I mean, we also have Forrest that's over here that's going to be hearing this. Gingy still in that firefight with FaZe. That's important, but important-ish. 2 members now down for FaZe, but they've got a lower ground that they can try to use for cover. Gingy's being up on the high ground for right now. BRDM has sent Khan down more towards the circle. Falcon's going to be tailing in next to him. So we still have Forrest, FN, and FS all right next to each other, with Baron kind of not with the rest of Forrest.
A little worried here for Gen G. Tosi tried to go for the grenade there. Just didn't really get enough damage out of it. Okay, here we are.
Just a bit too close. Shots going to connect enough. Zenith now down. There's the follow-up. Rex down 2. The tail end a bit slow, so that means FN in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this is again the knock-on effects of teams that have already qualified that have nothing to fear, nothing to lose, and that puts Full Sense up into triple digits.
And FS is being pretty loud right now, I think. At least somebody is.
It's Gen G. It's Gen G.
Oh, because they managed to take on what was going on with FaZe.
And they could get reses here, too. That's
yeah, I guess they could run back over to Puerto, but
yeah.
It's just Breaker. Can you survive here? Does FS just commit into this? Forest is still also over here. They finally hopped in vehicles being like, okay, bro, this is just too much. We got to go.
You got to play for reses now as FN. You got to wait for Full Sense to leave and then grab those chips. I mean, that's your only hope. That's your only hope in this one. And then maybe the good news is when you go for those reses, yeah, they're going to blow up the cars. When you go for those reses, the thing is you might have Los Leones relatively open, so you might be able to get some decent loot. There's actually a world here for FN Pochon where this isn't disaster, but Tanadol, and I mean, Starlord's trying to do damage. I mean, FN's still fighting here, and this is risky.
Starlord tried to crest the hill to see if he could take shots. He got spotted. Not a lot of damage was really done on his side. Instead, he receives it now in the blue zone. If anything, maybe Starlord can be enough of a distraction that allows Breakers to escape.
He's hiding, but they have a general sense of where he is. It's just, are they going to let him be?
We've often talked about this is how you can play this, right? If you're a team that's already qualified and there are teams that are in cusp positions and you can mess with them, do it. But Starlord not done yet. Flash down, picks it up, now goes for the reload. That's revealed position. Thanadol already chasing after him, seeing how fast he can get there. New circle is about to pop. On top of that, Burram and Forrest also kind of bumped into each other. Oh, another ridiculous hard shift way down to the south.
That's 5 out of 6 for the hard shifts. This is going to be a fun ending, but I'm still very, very worried for FN Pochon because Full Sense is, you probably just made them even more angry. I mean, you do get the car, you do get out of there. It's just, are you going to be able to grab the chips? I don't know.
I feel like maybe Starlord is just having to run for the safe zone to be a distraction, going, okay, we're running away, so maybe FS pulls away, and that allows something. I don't know. FN is in trouble, and there's no other way around it.
Well, we'll have to just wait and see, I suppose. Over to 4 a.m., skirting on the outside of the Falcons, as we look at a lot of teams scrambling to get even further south here. Falcons are just kind of watching this a bit. HWin driving to see exactly what's going on around their formation, but 4 a.m. pretty far ahead of this, so I think they're okay.
Pretty centered as well. Mission Ready going to be right behind them. They found a compound, so just a couple of 100 meters separating out these 3 teams. 4 Angry Men do get their foothold, but it's going to be a bit dicier depending on how Mission Ready wants to play around this. They're now presently taking shots into Falcons. Forest going to be wrapping around Puerto, as I do believe that Gen G is getting those reses back from the tower, so they're going to be able to get some reinforcement happening for themselves. Team Liquid's kind of gatekeeping over into the northwest while we're kind of watching the replay of what's happening.
Oh.
And God, look at all these people coming on res.
This is a wild fight. Tosi actually going to be the one with the iron sight barrel. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That was some nasty stuff from Tosi.
We've got some good iron sight shots that happened today.
We have.
Yeah.
I'm sort of okay with it.
Why sort of?
Well, it's just kind of like, well, you cut loot enough that you don't even have a hollow or a red dot. Like, that's pretty nuts. And then you're just like, pull up into phase and take the fight. And now Forrest saw the res, by the way, and that's why they're harassing Gen G. So Tosi is going to fall flame down now, too. So Gen G, okay, you got the res, but Forrest was just tracking you the whole way. And they want to claim those points. I mean, they're fine. They're into the grand finals, it looks like.
Unless just the craziest set of circumstances happen. But, all right, Flame going to go ahead and go down yet again. So, the rest of Forest going to be on the hunt for Gen G. Gen G, though, they've been rallying some pretty crazy games. Can the duo make something else happen?
I'm not counting them out just yet, but those are some good shots. And they're pinned in, but they're firing back, man. Scappy down to 22. He takes the brunt of that exchange, even though his teammates were able to light Bean up, and now Gen G realizes that this fight is getting pretty bad and they're going to be in grenade range, so into the Murado they go and trying to make their great escape, and seemingly should be good. That Murado provides so much cover, especially if your opponents are angled above you at all because of the way that hood is situated. So yeah, Gen G okay.
FS headed into the circle right now. Star-Lord kind of doing the same. Please, Star-Lord, do not bump into the tail end of FS and have that be how that all ends. Squads that we're still trying to keep an eye on. We did mention just a second ago, mission ready. Pretty close. Twisted Minds, where they're going to be playing from, very close to SGA, and that's going to be on the western side. Petrichor Road, going to hear that. New circle pops, still keeps in water.
Yeah, a lot of water still in that circle for sure. It's going to be pretty southern, but SGA, tough opponent to deal with, especially when they've got you completely bottlenecked. Trying to find those last couple of shots. Tires do get popped. Heal is in for Heat. Takes a scrape of damage. Hane goes down to Batulins, and it's all unraveling.
Petrichor Road is trying to see if they can steal these kills away at long range. Doesn't look like that's going to really happen. So Petrichor Road, do you opt into continuing on this path? Do you go coastal? I mean, you already know it's going to be Twisted and SGA. You can't want to get too involved in that. SGA is just trapped on point right now. Multiple members for Twisted now also starting to look at the safe zone. We're down to 51 in Phase 3 already, and that's just a symptom of the circle because of just how southern this has been. People just fighting for what they can get.
Big moment here. 4AM actually losing a player to Falcons. Even though they're in 16th, it isn't safe yet. Still have to worry about Petrichor Road. Mission ready, who knows, even maybe FN as possible usurpers, maybe even JDG in a absolutely bizarre world where they go crazy in this game. So Petrichor Road 4 up, sliding in next to CTG. And they are in that church, taking some shots here as Ares and Non. Okay, so Petrichor Road getting in. Oh man, they're actually taking damage.
Okay, yeah, this is... Okay, you're getting into circle. That's great. But if Petrichor Road, you're playing for your livelihood instead of just to play the game, you got to get points. JDG is going to be on the other end of the trench that they're kind of roaming into. So there could be a firefight that's happening there. Sandstorm's going to be collapsing in right on top of Petrichor Road and JDG both. Twisted and SGA already outside the zone could provide some options for them to be able to path in. Breakers is also roaming down in the northeast, back behind FS, so continuation on that. Petrichor Road does spot out Spaceman. Easy pickup, another point.
That's big. That's really big, but Chewy's got to be real careful right now. He's a bit away from the rest of the team while they're going for some heals. Some grenades are going to come through. That one's going to hit the front of the fence, so Chewy not going to take any damage. There's Breakers still trailing FS. FS is just going to be in their way, it seems, for a little bit longer. Who knows, though? Next circle, if Full Sense is just given up and Breakers is just tailing them, just kind of using that as a marker for his team.
Ooh.
Oh, SGA.
Yeah, no options are good, so just make the best of what you can do. Since it does find himself somewhere, but I mean, he's all by his lonesome now.
I guess there's worlds for CTG here as well where they could maybe scoot up into that top spot. So there's still a lot that can happen, but I just don't know, you know, how this is all going to shake out. There's still so many teams alive, so many players alive. JDG in a bad position. 2 players left. You've got Petrichor Road. You got Twisted Minds surrounding you. A revive coming in here for BRDM. And I don't know where they're going to drop. That's
right into CTG?
Where are you going, Damasty?
Okay. Maybe that could work. Twisted, JDG, Petrichor Road, big game potential for them. Lots of kills now starting to present an opportunity for Petrichor Road, but the problem is, while JDG is one of them, Twisted is the other.
He's just going to fly around for a bit. He's just up in the air. He's like, yeah, you know, this isn't great, is it? Oh, okay. Well, Edie at least finds the mines.
Oh, down in the mines we go.
Down in the mines. He's going to get in there safely. Star-Lord, probably saw him, but not much he can really do about it initially.
And look at the massive loot. Hey, there's guns and things. That's really better than where you were a second ago.
That's true. That's, I mean, it's better than nothing.
It's phase 4. He has no meds, so he can't even run into the blue to really go try to search for anything unless he spots it really far away, like he spots out meds alongside of it. He's just kind of stuck right there in the mines.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. At Breakers, speaking of stuck, he's stuck on the outside of the next circle. And even if he keeps going west, he's going to have full sense. If he goes more southwest, he's going to have Falcons and 4AM. Now, the funny thing is if this fight takes long enough, who knows, maybe full sense gets involved, or maybe there's an opening for Breakers to sneak his way through. Damage being done.
There it goes. Tigger does spot out H-Win. That's going to be a knock, and now Falcons going to be pounced on by both sides as Shin is going to go ahead and get the down in the flush onto Tickleton.
That's a massive point, though, for 4AM. One more, and they'd be tied with E-Arena. Not sure if they'd be at the tiebreaker ahead of them or not, but still, that's something. 4 Angry Men just needs to hunker down. Forest, also driving in this vicinity.
They're rolling right into Gen G in the wrong neighborhood. 4 Angry Men finds that, steals it away. Every point matters.
That's huge. That's just comfort for 4AM at this point. And the Falcons just going to lock it down. Shrimzy there. Oh, here comes full sense. They're getting into the backside. Amali at the door catches a bunch of the Falcons. They are in trouble. That grenade, doesn't quite get in far enough.
Gen G has just been running amok on squad upon squad. Finally, with them going down a bit earlier in the stages, means that Full Sense can go, hey, we can have some of that fun too. Unfortunately, that means that Falcons are on the receiving end of it. 4 Angry Men look like they're trying to set up some line of defense against the potential of FS because they know if they're going this crazy after Falcons, they are next.
Yeah, they're not able to finish off Shrimzy just yet. H-Win looking to go for the res. Kickstart. Just going to sit inside, maybe throw some more smokes for the teams. JDG and Buriram actually taking out Twisted Minds. So JDG with 2 players kicking. Still a glimmer of hope, but a lot of work to be done. Oh, Breakers just got spotted.
Couple of peeks on this Tongmu. Had himself a nutty day, but not quite finding what he wants to work with. Remember, Petrichor Road still has changed the game on top of them over there. Kills for Petrichor Road are big. Buriram still has a member over there. JDG still alive just off the firefight you were talking about with Twisted. So a lot of different moving elements. There's Breakers going down, and of course it's going to be FS. Why not? FS wants to fight everyone.
Oh, man. 4AM still on 16th. Doesn't have the tiebreaker, and they're down. Oh, my God. Falcons hold firm. And that's put 4AM in a very tight spot as far as the leaderboard goes.
Change the game now, going after Petrichor Road. Big problems for Petrichor Road. Down to just 1 in non. Change the game up on top of him as well. That's problems upon problems. The only benefit to it is maybe that Team Liquid might have vision on this hillside. They are presently taking shots at Buriram's last member, or maybe it's JDG's. I don't know, but that also could hold back Change the Game, allowing Non to survive for a little bit longer, but he needs too many points, and he's just a solo at this stage.
Yeah, it seems undoable for sure, Matt. As Shrimzy trying to back off Full Sense. Did get the knock on a Tanadol somehow. Got some damage into Flash, but Flash knows he had to prone down and was going for the heal. And that's going to be Falcons eliminated, but well within the grand final. So not going to be too concerned. You can see some smiles there as they had some fun in that last game. Star-Lord watching Edie as he is the last one alive here. The last hope for FN Pochon.
So close, yet so far. Just the blue zone, the score, anything goes for the shots. Edie's going to get him, and that's going to be all she wrote for FN, now firmly eliminated.
Yep, no grand finals for them here at PGS 9. Rough kind of last couple games for them.
Well, now our eyes have to go to Mission Ready up into the northeast. Multiple members still alive in a good spot in this circle.
They have been dead quiet this game, and that's perfectly fine, I think, for them.
That's
let everybody else.
Bad thing.
Exactly. Just let everybody else fight out. JDG will get eliminated, and that, I believe.
Oh, no, Non. Not like
this. They're losing players. They haven't lost everybody.
Non, not to the BRDM aLOW of all things. Roaming around, change the game. They spot this out, but the BRDM just comes through like, who cares? I guess Change the Game can use this to kind of sneak in, but Petrichor Road, nowhere to go. Non picks him off, and Petrichor Road now eliminated.
Yep. So, okay, JDG was eliminated. Just took a bit to update there. Wenbo hits a nice headshot onto aLOW as he steps out of the BRDM. Is that a C4? I believe that's a C4. It's not going to get far enough, though. So that's just Making the Forest service angry.
Yeah, Tree could eat it pretty hard here in a second. I mean, Change the Game had the high ground advantage, and really Team Liquid felt like they were playing this pretty loose and for fun. Now it's just going to be on to Luke 12, the last one up. 3 members for Change the Game, looking over at him, and I think they know exactly where he is. Picking around, can he make some magic? Doesn't look like that's the case. Gets a knock on a 1, but if anything, it just stalled out Change the Game's rotation.
Well, Change the Game now very much in the conversation. If they can get these reses, they can get the win. They can get into the grand finals. This is pretty important.
20 still alive. Gingy's Orca pretty close to the center of the circle. Forest down to the south. FS, who's been running amok on whoever they want to run amok upon, over into the east. Mission ready. You've got to get in the circle, and you've got to find some kills.
Turn left. There we go.
Have an Austin Powers flashback there.
They got it done eventually, but they haven't gotten any kills. They haven't gotten any points in that regard. So, yes, they're playing it safe. Yes, they're playing for the win. The problem is you've got Full Sense who's playing for fun, and they've got a P90 to boot. That is absolutely brutal if you're going to be coming up against them, especially for mission ready. Forest chilling on top of the roof. I'm just waiting to see if anybody's going to rotate in behind them. Orca's still alive here for Gen G in the center. Still has a role to play in this. VP just going to be vibing center circle. As right now things have calmed down. It's really just on to CTG to get into this next one.
That's going to be hard. VP's positioning is really, really strong. Open angles from Mission Ready. The only benefit that Change the Game might have is that Mission Ready has to deal with Full Sense very, very close to them. So Change the Game, you've got yourself the BRDM that you just hard fought for.
And they repaired it. So that's huge.
I mean, they've got this little dip right here that they could play if they don't want to go too much bolder. But it's okay. It just doesn't feel like a strong enough position.
And the problem could be that Beamy is sitting there ready with a Panzer. So if they make a move, they could end up falling to that. But for now, I think they're happy to just take this edge. They're in, and they're like, yep, good enough. Let's wait this out. We have to be patient. We have to be safe. There's still MRIA involved in this. So a couple teams still have hope, still have 4 up, still have a chance at that grand finals.
Right on the edge of it, CTG pulling a miracle run at these 9 kills. Close. So many squads starting to focus in on them, though. The opportunity is there, but it is so slim. On the opposing front of this, Mission Ready focused in on what was going on with Change the Game, has a problem. Full Sense exploits that function, runs in right behind the Mission Ready, now has to turn back around. 3 members looking down the hillside, taking tons of damage. Full Sense just running right into them. No fear in these guys. They just want it all. Mission Ready in trouble. Mission Ready International Alliance eliminated just like that.
Tanadol went absolutely crazy there. He was hitting headshot after headshot. Here we go. CTG making their move.
Runs down into Forest. Very, very close, right along the zone wall. They could sneak in off of this Forest now, kind of a buffer between them and FS, because that's who you want to get away from anybody right now. FS does not care. They just want to fight.
Yeah, the best case scenario here for CTG is you kind of shepherd Forest Gaming up into FS and let them fight, and you find this little edge here with these hills for safety. Keep yourself safe from VP. Don't give them opportunities there. Oh, Luke Rux almost took Hangy down.
I mean, Change the Game is playing for what they know that they need, but they're starting to put themselves in the spot in between FS and Forest. The more that they keep shifting into the east, in Aries' position, he's at least scouting that out. Remember, Orca is still alive. 5 teams are still up. It is 7 points that Change the Game needs. They just need to eliminate some of these guys around them, or at least out-survive them. And FS could be the beneficiary for this. Really, if FS continues to roam around the way that they're doing, they're now starting to focus in onto Forest.
Yeah, CTG has to turn their attention over to Forest Gaming. They have to look for either these kills or that clear of space. One of those 2 things has to go through. Hangy does some damage. It's actually Belmoth who finds that knock on a Scappy.
I mean, changing the game should be slightly aware of what's going to be going on over here. Yeah, starting to throw out the nades, see if they can rain down the damage. Also bringing in some extra cover. Ares just being the scout and the shield at the same time. Change the game doesn't have the angles they want, but it's being enough of a distraction on Forest's side of it that FS is starting to find the angles. They're getting the knocks. Wimbo does get the knock on a kiss, and it is going to be FS that steals it away.
This is brutal for CTG. They're doing damage, but it's Full Sense who's really capitalizing. Olympus stuck in some smokes. Tian just looking, praying with this grenade. Is he going to find Tanadol? They do get that point onto Olympus. That's something for CTG.
Challenge now mounts for you, CTG. If you want to hit that top 16, it's FS, close range, right on top of you, but you could have some assistance. Orca is lined up right next to all of this. He could pop off, backstab FS, and at any given moment, the BRDM rolling up the hillside right into FS. They've got smokes, they've got some cover, and Orca hiding out. FS, do you even have an idea this is coming for you? Wimbo jumps out.
Oh my God, oh, Tigger stands tall with that P90. He's going absolutely crazy. The vehicle blows up, and all of a sudden, it comes crumbling down for CTG, and they have to retreat.
Oh, it running back along this line, 10 kills. If they get back over onto this angle, maybe VP started playing more into the north. Remember, FS has flash very far to the north. Make sure that nobody can creep in back behind them, but they have no idea where Orca is. If Orca decides to get active at any moment in this, Lord knows what happens next.
I don't really want to see that peak battle there against a P90. That is risky business. I mean, Orca, it just depends on when he feels like it. This is all just a feel play.
Yeah.
When does he want to leave? No one's going to suspect he's in there. No one's going to have any idea.
He is the sneakiest snake. Oh, Belmont. No idea.
Oh my God.
So close. Pretty much just like looking for targets over Orca right now. Orca hears these footsteps, has an idea on how many people might be around him. FS very caught up and looking down and change the game, and Orca just kind of letting it go. There is also an interesting world where this affects who's in first, because Orca and Jinji presently have Tian is down. Now just one member up for change the game. This is getting dicey. The push is coming up. Tigger's got it. Goes for the spray, but no! Holds the line enough. Not going to be enough points, though. A valiant attempt from change the game.
Oh, that is just so brutal for them. They fought tooth and nail, 10 kills, but it's not going to be enough. We know who our last team is going to be that qualified, and it's 4 a.m. with that 57. Just barely able to squeak in, but we still have a game to finish. Orca still a role to play in this. Full Sense having a tremendous 16-kill game here to wrap up the group stage, but now VP starting to flex their muscles.
Full Sense, 16 kills. These guys have just been roaming around, absolute terrors on this lobby. 2 points separating out them and Jinji. Oh, Orca tries to do something, but it's going to be Nixie that gets him. What?
Yeah, Full Sense is probably like, thanks, VP. We appreciate you saving us and giving us the chance. I don't know, dude. I don't know.
My brain just shut off. Okay, Nixie does spot out Belmont as well. So remember, FS has been fighting for a long time. Kind of weakened. 4 members up for VP, 2 for FS.
All right, here we go. Tanadol, though, did scoop that P90 into his hands. Belmont trying to crawl his way up towards his teammate for a revive. Meanwhile, VP's like turning their attention towards Flash. A lot of smokes up there. Panzer in hand. Flash gets 1. Can he find more?
I mean, that is a big knock. Slows down VP in its entirety. Has to now retreat. They want to lean into their numbers advantage. Flash still has himself Panzerfaust as well. I think that we saw that flip over just a second ago. Flash also does spot out Correxy. VP, who had a lot of momentum, now having to start to retreat. Thanadol does move into the lower ground section and spots out Nixie.
Oh, but Thanadol gets knocked by Beamy. Beamy looking to claim, and he does. It is going to be Vera Virtus Pro that gets the final chicken dinner of the day.
That was an absolutely crazy game. I mean, respect to change the game. You proved that you could have qualified.
They tried, man. They tried their damnedest. A lot of disappointment there in that game, though. You know, Mission Ready, FN, Pochon just couldn't really get it going. Just some awkward starts for FN Pochon. Mission Ready tried to play it safe. That didn't work out. That's how the cookie crumbles.
It's just so close in so many positions. This was such a tight group stage. While if you didn't qualify, respect where respect's due. It was absolutely an insane day, but now our eyes have to start being set more towards the horizon. And what happens this weekend is we've got the grand finals, our top 16 teams ready and willing to go.
Yeah, man, it should be a damn good one. How competitive this group stage was, you best believe that grand finals is going to be absolutely insane. When some of these teams like Full Sense, like Gen G that popped off today are going to be in the mix for sure.
See the tears in the eyes of the opponents while Change the Game sitting there trying to rally themselves. Opposite side, Full Sense feeling cathartic in their victory and their strength. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the analyst desk to get ready for the grand finals.
Cool, calm and collected, Virtus Pro rounds out our last Miramar from group stage here against what looked like a terrifying Full Sense. Joining me is Avenger here after watching this final game conclude. We had such a run. I mean, yeah, of course, Virtus Pro wins and Full Sense is up there, but they were already qualified. We had such a gambit, such a run from teams like CTG that it was looking down to the wire here.
CTG could have done it, but when you're running against a Full Sense with a P90 and they don't have anything to play for except for having fun and fragging out, it's going to be difficult. They tried to, I like the repair on the BRDM. They tried to make a send. They tried to kind of bait and switch a little bit with it. But yeah, man, the 2 kills that 4AM got him, that was just enough to put them in there.
Yes, it was. It really, really close. And if our maths are to be believed, some teams may survive that we didn't expect.
The nail biters at home might have survived, and that is absolutely insane. To have such a low cutoff, I was talking about that mid-60s cutoff.
Yeah.
Sure, we said 70, then you're safe, but to have a mid-60s cutoff to be even lower here would be insane. But from our account, it could be even in the 50s.
Yeah, with the recall even in, you'd expect it to be a little higher, but not to be the case. Well, anyway, as we take a look at the final moments from this game, Virtus Pro had this compound for a long time. Just being able to flex out from it, shut this down eventually. Good cleanup.
Yeah, after 5 games and a full day of chasing hard shift and chasing circles, finally they get themselves into one of these center compounds where they're able to step up.
And of course, as we take a look across all of the faces as well here from the group stage, everybody's going to be gearing up for that grand final. It's going to be commiserations to some of our teams, of course, who are not making their way there. But for them, they're going to go back to the hotel, watch that finals play out, and try and studiously tweak everything that they need to for PGS10, because they do have another shot, of course, coming up in just a week and a bit's time.
And there's a huge change in how you play the game in group stage compared to how you played in finals.
True.
Finals, best game possible every game. In the groups, you try to counterplay, you try to kind of out-frag and to strategize around how you're going to be playing against the teams that's already gotten tons of points, or to try to focus on some of the teams that are not in yet.
No, for sure. And I mean, there was a scary moment for a lot of, I think, the China teams in general, considering that they've not really had the best run of it. But anyway, Avenger, we'll check in with you in just a moment's time as we are ready to head on over to the main stage as Lisa has a few outro interviews for us here on day number 3.
Hello, welcome to the post-match interview. I am Lisa and I'm here with Bien from GNG, who has just finished first in the group stage. So you're clearly dominating the game today. So how are you feeling for such a good, strong start in the group stage? And also, is there any words you want to say to all other teams who are also heading to the group stage?
네, 오늘 압도적인 모습을 보여주시면서 그룹 스테이지에서 1등으로 올라가셨습니다. 네, 지금 기분은 어떻고 또 파이널에 진출을 하셨으니 다른 팀들에게 하실 말씀 있으신가요?
기분은 좀 오늘 경기력이 괜찮았던 것 같아서 좋고 다른 팀들에게는 저희가 1등 할 거니까 2등부터 줄 세우시면 될 것 같습니다.
I think our performance was the best today, and for the opponents, just stay tuned and watch us.
Ooh, very aggressive. Stay tuned and watch us. All right, and we know that actually GNG doesn't make it into the finals for PGS 7 and 8, but you're starting so strong today. So any changes made for you to like change from not stepping into the final stage to today starting as first in the group stage? Any changes you can share with us?
네, 저번 PGS 7 and 8에서는 아쉽게 진출에 성공하지 못하셨는데 오늘은 1등이라는 압도적인 성적으로 진출하셨는데 혹시 어떤 점이 달라졌을까요?
전 세계 대회 때문에 실력적으로 상승한 것도 맞지만 좀 저희 팀원 4명의 간절함이 좀 오늘 잘 통했던 것 같습니다.
Our teamwork and our performance was improved a lot, but the key was the desire to win. Yes.
Ooh, the desire to win, very ambitious, and I believe that you're going to maintain this very strong status in the finals. Thank you so much, Bien. Thank you. Thank you. And next we are having Shen from 4AM. Welcome to the stage. Congratulations for making it into the final stage. All right, Shen, come here. Here's something from Face Claim. Also, congratulations from all other teams. All right, for Shen, congratulations. You just made into the finals with 16s, and also you are performing well. So we're just wondering that how are you feeling with such a close call? And also, have you even thought of stepping into the final stage before today even starts? 想问一下Shen啊，因为也是恭喜他们终于打入了我们的决赛阶段。那其实，在比赛开赛前呢，有没有想过今天能够打入决赛阶段？那现在打入决赛阶段，心情又是怎么样的呢？
感觉挺好的吧。然后，其实昨天看了一下回放，能感受到能进吧，就是可能小负了一下盘，负了一下盘。
All right, so actually, before today's start, we have this kind of a feeling that we can make into the final stage. Last day, we were looking at the playback, and we were just revising our problems, and we feel like we are gonna make it today. All right, next that we know that you're heading into the final stage. Is there anything like you would like to really fix on for going into the final stage to make it like performing better in the final stage? 那我们想知道，进入到决赛阶段，其实也是更加关键的一场战役。那有没有什么地方你们觉得在接下来的决赛阶段会进一步去改进，能够让决赛有一个更加好的表现呢？
我觉得就按照第二天的打法来打，我觉得应该是就目标还是前5吧。
All right, we will just play what we are playing for today, and our aim is to reach the top 5. All right, that was very ambitious, Shen. And finally, actually, it is very special that Shen is actually a Malaysian Chinese, and now we're standing in the arena of Malaysia. Do you have anything you want to say to all the fans, either in Malaysian or Chinese? 那我们也知道啊，Shen其实是马来华人啊，所以想问一下，站在这个马来西亚回到自己的这种主场，有没有什么特别想说的话？
我也不知道说什么，就可能，就谢谢大家的支持吧。
All right, thank you for everyone's support. All right, thank you, Shen. Thank you so much for your interview, and we are all looking forward to better performances from 4M in the final stage. All right, that is pretty much all of our final interview today, and we're heading back to the analysts. And today is that's it, and we're looking forward to see everyone in the day after tomorrow. Bye.
Wait a minute! I've been looking for those everywhere! Lisa, hey, give me those back! It's ridiculous! Thank you. Jeez Louise. All right. Well, we're done. Great interviews here from Lisa coming on in. And now we get to figure out who our top 16 are going to be, Martin.
Yes. Do you know already, or are you going to be excited about it?
Oh, I'm quite excited.
I'm quite excited too. Honestly, let's first look at the first 4 teams here, though. Full sense today, though. What an insane set of games. Gen G also. 77 total points for Gen G. Full sense, 68 points for the total day. They have just been farming, and that's actually one of the reasons why we're going to have an even lower cutoff than we expected it to be here, G.
Crazy stuff coming out from them, of course, but as you can see from this final game, Virtus Pro playing it cool and calm here, representing EMEA proudly here for the Virtus Pro boys, as Nixie will be able to take that top spot, and then man of the match as well. Would we have it any other way? Good old Nixie.
Yeah, that's good for them, of course. I will say this, though. I talked to Nixie just before we started Game 6, and he was like, yeah, we've been chasing circles all day, so this is just going to be like, yeah, finally got it. And it's not going to matter because we were already safe, right? So, but still good, a good confidence booster here to get the final started the day after tomorrow.
No, definitely, definitely. I think they're going to be going in all guns blazing into the final. I think that after watching what they did at EWC, I think they've got a really good shot of being able to take at least one PGS coming up here whilst we're in Malaysia. Toshi, though, taking blue chip revives. I actually didn't realize that was the kind
You were like, is that kills?
Yeah, that was like 2.
It's always fun to have these kind of different utility. We were often looking at the kills and the damage done, but the total summary here, as I said, 78 both for Full Sense and Gen G. That's the overall for the whole thing, of course.
I think that's, firstly, very impressive, but also the fact that Full Sense has constantly been in these late games. 26 minutes average survival time across the team means
insane.
that they have been able to wiggle their way through into the late game so many times. 22 points go their way in this game, despite not getting the chicken dinner. Mental scenes.
Yeah, that's massive. And change the game. They tried to do their best. 14 points still going their way. It just wasn't enough. Virtus Pro with another kind of buffer here for the 16 points to put them even further up the leaderboard. Not that it matters too much, but the total one here, James. 2 teams managed to break the triple digits, and they're just 1 point apart here.
We thought the Expendables had done all right from their group stage. However, Gen G and Full Sense makes group stage about them. Going into the final, they are going to be strong if they can continue that kind of momentum. The question remains, though, Avenger, with those 12 teams there, what are our 4 teams on the other side that are going to be making it to it? It will be E-Arena surviving and 4 angry men throughout today being able to jump from last place to group stage qualification to the final.
That's unbelievable. Also, the 13-point gap we have from 14th place down to 15 and 16. That's the biggest gap we've seen ever in the chase. And here having a tie, and honestly, imagine if we didn't see 4 angry men have such a resurgence. They remember their 10 points. They got 47 points today. What a resurgence for them too.
Yeah. Well, here's our participating teams, 16 teams in that grand final, and for a lot of the viewers out there, there's some names here that were completely omitted from PGS's completely in 7 and 8. FaZe, Team Liquid as well from EMEA and Americas, getting back into a final. That's got to feel good for them.
It's going to be so awesome. We're going to be starting in Miramar. We're shaking things up. We're back to changing map, and we're going to be starting here in Miramar, and then rolling in over, and they're going to be continuing on the Wrangle for day 2 and so far. But the biggest surprise has to be Freaks not being in the finals here for PGS 9. That is insane.
What were they at? Something like
55, yeah. 2 points behind. It's rough.
I mean, again, I think for a lot of people, they pegged them as going to be winning one of these PGSs.
For sure.
Never mind the idea that they miss out on
and now it might be
finals.
another Korean gamer team. It might be Gen G this time around.
If Gen G does it, I'm going to eat my hat, because I did not expect this from them this year. But this roster has come together strong. EWC was a great proving ground for them. If they're able to take one of these PGSs, that will be spectacular.
That'll be amazing. But also, it'll be a huge impact for our PGS points. Right now, with Freaks obviously being the tied first, that means that there's going to be a lot of other teams coming in, taking tons of points. It could have a huge shift in what teams we're going to be seeing at PGC.
Yeah, I think something that was very exciting about 7 and 8 was the fact that not a lot of us were going to be able to predict who was going to win those. And then, obviously, there were so many contenders. There were so many teams that got to podium, like DN Freaks, as well as Falcons, but not able to win one, that were like, wow, well, okay, by the end of it, the consistency was there. It was strong. However, this time around, I can't pick a winner.
Right now.
It's so up in the air.
Yeah, top of mind right now, if you think about it. Sure, it's group stage. A lot of teams are thinking, yeah, we just got to get in the top 16, and when they're comfortable in there, they might not be playing the same.
Yeah.
And the meta kind of shifts a little bit once we get to the finals, because everything is on the board when you start performing in there.
No, definitely. All right, well, thank you very much for joining me, Avenger. Thank you to everybody tuning in around the world. A huge thank you to Hero as well as Crafton for making everything happen here, as well as they make things like this occur, as well as PUBG Esports in its entirety. As well, thank you very much to op.gg. You can go over there and check out all the stats, Avenger.
And overpower your game.
That's right. You could do that as well. All right, that does it pretty much for everything that is going to be going on here for our group stage. Tomorrow, we have 1 day off. And then after that, 3 days of non-stop action here. PGS9, we will guarantee ourselves a champion for PGS9. That does it from Avenger. That does it from me. We'll see you all then for the grand finals.